So, that's the matter. This story about a guy Anilina, who again had to flee from the creditors, which he could not pay off. But despite his honest confession, men continued to persecute. The guy did not have as much money as they demanded, so this time he had to run to the roof of one of the houses. One of the bandits stressed that there was an agreement between them and the young man. He has to repay the debt in 3 days, but he soon asked for more. So this situation is long within 2 weeks. But men were seriously set to return the money they belonged to them. However, a colleague of Lisho Banlitten decided to reassure the partner and hit him with a slap so that he would not think that he was the best among all. Nevin Laziness just laughed this spectacle and relaxed a little when the atmosphere changed. However, the guy had nowhere to go, as he was on the edge of the roof of a high house. One of the bandits took the bat and swung on the young man that he would remain life if he did not return 5 million. However, Anya was not frightened by such threats, as he had long said goodbye to a peaceful life. He really could not return the money, but it was true from the depths of his heart. And if the bankers continued to press on him, he was ready to rush from the roof of the house. And in this result, the collectors will be condemned for bringing the suicide of a young boy. In addition, if he die, the bandits will never see their money. Then the guy put forward his conditions. He needed 3 years to repay all the debt to a penny. Suddenly, the attention of men focused on a different way, and the issue of money was not interested in them. Anin Laziness did not feel the ground under his own legs, but his body was kept in the air on his own, causing the passers-by. But as soon as the guy saw his own opportunities and began to move quickly with fear, he began to fall rapidly. Bankers, meanwhile, realized that they had just brought a person to suicide, and they also shot it on video. The guy fell for a long time because of the height of the house on which he climbed. At the moment, he became sad from the realization that his death would come because of such nonsense as money. However, he did not have the choice, and the young man had already resigned himself to death, as suddenly his body began to do something new for him. In seconds, the guy managed to return to the roof of the house and stay unharmed. At the moment he ended at the point from which he began to fall, he saw bankers that lay unconscious. Then he saw an old man who addressed him as a younger brother, and asked the young man if he was normal. The guy turned to his voice, and in front of him was a gray man who, with his appearance, answered the stereotypical image of God. He was lazy about him and thought. Then he reassured himself that he used to read many comics and was able to behave calmly. So first he decided to kneel in front of his rescuer and thank. But his words interrupted an old man and said it was his guilt, since he made the mistake that led him a younger brother. Then he asked the guy why those people who lay unconscious around them pursued him. The guy began to cry and told about an unfair story. His mother died young, and his father was a gambler who got into debt and left his son. And when he joined the institute, creditors appeared, who claimed that he had to repay his father's debt. Then the student of the student learned about his giant debts and quit him, changing him to the rich man. So all that he remained is to go to construction, and his painful body prevented. The lenders pursued him everywhere, and thus he found himself where he found himself. Then the guy began to ask God for him to let him go, and he would rush from the building again, making himself happy. The old man has exhausted and said it was fate if they met. Looking at the body of the young man, he realized that he would be a miracle candidate for the cultivation of immortality. After that, the man decided to give the young man a system, thanks to which he will be able to change his own destiny. The guy could not stop tears and said he could not accept such a gift, as it was too much. God said to him for the second time gave him a new life, so he remembers this good. Then the young man reached out his hand, and the gray man moved to the stage of transmission of the system. There was little time, so Aeon Laziness swore to accept the system of the god of war and never abandon it. At that moment, strange things began to happen with the young man's body, and he quietly wandered in the air. The system looked like an incredible woman, so at first there was a test of compatibility of the carrier as a divine dual body. Their connection was successful, only it was necessary to check the last nuances, and they were 100%. The guy was in the world unknown to him, where there were changes in his body. Suddenly the great god began to laugh and said that he could finally start a new life. The guy began to worry about his mentor and asked him if all was well. The old man told his younger brother that getting a system was just a beginning. The future depends on the carrier itself. However, the problem was that AB did not know how to use the system properly. So he was waiting for any instructions for special lessons. But God had his own plan. He explained that there is still exist in the kingdom of mortal debts in the kingdom. So, staying there, he can cause trouble. Then the old man suggested sending the young man to cultivate immortality, and he was ready for everything for the sake of this proposal. However, everything went so well that the guy could not believe in his own luck. Soon God gave him a letter of recommendation, through which he will clearly be able to enter and study at the University of Immortal Cultivation. There he will be able to take the official first steps on the way to cultivation. The old man also added that it was not necessary for the young man to visit him in the future, and if the fate desires, they will surely meet again. After these words, God disappeared, and Anya did not leave the feeling as if he were deceived. But after all, the guy did not know how to get to this university at all. Suddenly, the system of the god of war made itself known and prepared for the transfer of its owner to Taiwan continent. Then, on the magical letter that the young man received from the native studies, appeared where he had to put his hand. The guy hesitated for a while, but the maple lifted his hand, which served as a signature of the transfer for the transfer. After his body, he immediately found himself in another universe, and for some time, Ani Lazy did not feel the earth under his feet. Soon, a new planet appeared in front of him, which was all green and covered with small white hills. The guy began to fall on the ground at an incredible speed and was ready to say goodbye to life. However, remaining unharmed, the young man tried to understand what it was for rude methods of teleportation. Then he carefully rose to his feet and realized that he was really in the kingdom of the gods. Suddenly, a fragile girl appeared in front of him, cautious steps of which were pointed to the weightlessness of her body. The guy tried to restrain his emotions, as a real Miss Goddess appeared in front of him. However, there was no end of joy, and he began to behave like a young child. His behavior scared the girl, but she tried to behave with dignity. Any lion tried to behave accordingly and officially addressed the wonderful goddess in what place he got into. He explained that he was here for the first time, so he is really unknown. The girl looked at the weirdo and said the XIA Aksalo Aj. The guy did not understand what was talking about and began to be more ashamed, but asked. Then he heard the following words. Haksat kor Aksalo Aja Saksaik Fits. Any Lazy realized that the girl was talking about an unknown language for him, so he tried to pick up all the words of greetings known to him. The girl looked at him as a fool and did not understand a word, as if they were from her native planets. Although this was true. For a while, the incredible goddess considered a stranger and did not know what to answer. So, saying a certain combination of words, she caused a lightning that got directly to his young body. The guy fell into despair until he traveled further his city. He was convinced that everyone in the world was talking to Manlarian, or though they understand it. At that moment, he sat down and realized that he would not be able to continue to fulfill the mission of cultivation, since even the language did not understand. Suddenly, his system found that the owner is on the continent of Tai. Then it started loading the language and main system. However, the reproduction of voice and language failed, so the owner was offered to extinguish as a dog. The guy learned about it and turned to his system with the hope that she joked, but her intentions were absolutely serious, so the girl did not respond. Any Lazen felt a lot of humiliation, as no one ever made him behave like a dog. But despite his resistance against this instruction, he could not control his own body, and began to bark. The system found that his voice was quite quiet, so she tried to change the settings. Then the system offered the owner certain pictures depicting different dogs, and said that he would choose one of the animals as an example. He came closer, and began to consider dogs that were different in size. Then choosing the smallest, he stood on 4 limbs and began to behave as an animal. The goddess still watched him, and after such behavior directly asked the boy if he had everything well with his head. He finally rejoiced that he could understand the girl, so he began to bark even more. Then the goddess could not stand and called him a vile demonic dog, which allows herself to have problems with others. The guy tried to stop his behavior in the dog language to convey that he was a man and has a name. Then he received a registration document that gave him an old mentor to prove his purpose in this world. The girl was surprised when she saw a letter from the true gods. The boy did not like the name of this letter, and he asked if there was a recommendation letter of false gods as a joke. At that moment, the goddess calmed down and explained to her that his current master used special equipment to send the young man to an unknown place. The girl explained that this land is the place of heavenly court, and as soon as they pass through the giant gate, they will enter the Academy of Immortal Cultivation. Then he laid his head and realized that he was now at the school gate, and the girl, in the meantime, apologized for the misunderstanding on her part, for which she is harmful. As it turned out, her name is Xiaolin, and she came from the province of Silong. And since she was also in this place for the first time, she suggested that the boy become friends and go to registration together. The guy was glad that he would not be alone now, so he immediately agreed to the proposal. The girl reached out to Ain Lena and shook her. Then she led and told the story. The Academy of Immortal Cultivation is under the Celestial Court. It is the first educational institution in the 9 states. In general, the territory occupies about 1 million acres. Any lazy looked at the landscapes that had opened before him and realized that only one school in the territory was greater than all of Taiwan. Animals in school were reminiscent of a whole city. Xiaolin told the guy everything new about this place, but he did not hear it until he looked around. Some things seemed strange to him, so he could not laugh. In this way, he accidentally affected the feeling of one of the students who meditated in a strange pose. But despite the wonder, he was fond of seeing what he saw for the first time and hoped to learn many of these things. After a little, the girl pointed her friend to the place where the registration zone was located. It was in that place that there were incredible things that locals came to look. Among those present were both ordinary people and incomprehensible monster. Namely, they looked at the entrance exam, which he had previously read in the short stories. For him, it seemed like a common stone blow. Xiaolin explained that it was a test for cultivation before enrollment. Although they already have input gaps, the level of cultivation should determine in which class the student will be. This year there were about 10,000 new ones, which would be divided into 100 different classes. It is the first to the 100th. They will be enrolled on the basis of their cultivation, from high to low. This was done for the convenience of training of teaching materials. She looked at Lena and was convinced that he would get to the first grade. The guy realized that the first class was considered the best. However, for the one who has not even heard about the body of Taos, the first class remains in question. And while the young man was thinking about his future, he did not notice how he came to the place where he took the test. There, his girlfriend decided to go first and stretched out her document. A high mountain was opened in front of the girl, which was made of unusual material. Its appearance resembled outer space, which gathered in the form of a sharp stone. The girl touched him to gather all thoughts and become one. After that, she managed to strike such a force that the light from the space stone overshadowed the sun and everything was darkened. The result of the test was written on the stone, so the girl was able to reach the Taos's body of the 9th degree. For those who watched the process, it became something incredible. Such a young lady was able to reach the 9th degree, so she was immediately enrolled in the first class. Then it was the turn of Lina, who was not sure of herself. But the girlfriend wished him success. The guy was ashamed of his possible result, so closing his face, reaching out his document, Sir, who took the test, tried to reassure the young man with his warm smile and invited him to check the level of cultivation. They began to discuss what Ain had a letter of recommendation. People immediately considered him a genius and were interested in which clan of the young man. At that moment, he began to be even more shy and did not understand the reason why everyone was looking at him. Suddenly, the guy thought that he may remove the special energy that scares others. Like the old god in Shaolin said that he has potential, so he may be a genius. Being more confident in his own power, he realized that he would be able to feel his strength and was ready to take the exam. So he started closer to the stone and put his hand on him, because he saw that he did it. Without a blow, he was just going to his own strength and thoughts. However, this was enough for the stone to emit light and see it. As it turned out, the body of the guy's Taos has a 0 level. From what he saw, he realized how weak he was. Without even waiting for the result, he turned around and went to his new girlfriend who was waiting for him. The young man tried to keep a smile, but realized that he was now humiliated from the beginning. Not hoping for support from the side, he folded further. Suddenly, the girl stopped him. She voiced the guy that he had the result of the first class, which he did not believe. However, looking at other students in the queue, he saw frightened eyes and full silence. Suddenly, someone said they had a competitor with strong ties. The next day, the name of Anya was widely known throughout the Academy of Immortal Cultivation. Throughout the long history of the Academy, Ain is the only student who has got to the best class with the worst results. He did not understand the reason for which he managed to get to the highest class. The girlfriend reassured him all the time, but the young man was sure that he was now sadly known. Waiting for all other students to take the exam, each of them fixed their temporary mentor. Lina was performed by the same man as he took their introductory test. At first, he had to show the children a hostel. The student town looked quite large, so Lazy asked if students live in every home. But the man explained to him that for better cultivation, the management ordered to settle one student in the house. Ain rejoiced, the impression that everyone there had their own small villa. Because in his country, even in the best schools, 4 people were settled in a hostel. Since living conditions depend on the registration order, Xiaolin must live in another house on the west side. And the next house, on the east side, was now temporarily a house for Anne. Since they did not take the first day, all students could relax in the hostel, and after examining the territory of the academy. But before leaving the children, the eldest ordered them to treat other students carefully and not to arrange fights. At that time, Xiaolin said goodbye to Annie Lin, and said she was time to return to the hostel. However, She immediately asked that he would take care of her in the future. The guy was only glad to spend more time with such a wonderful girl. So soon they went to different directions to look at a new place of residence. Anin Lazy approached his house and the thought was just a personal small villa. Did not leave his head. The house was really large. The entrance gate was much higher than the young man himself. The furniture inside was arranged in accordance with feng shui rules. Everything was done for the best cultivation of students. It was sure to have a soft bed where students could have a good rest after class. Some furniture looked rather strange and had a special charm, giving the house a special beauty. The only thing that was upset by Lena is the lack of modern equipment or electronics. However, he reassured himself with the idea that this was the meaning of cultivation. Then the guy quickly lay on a new bed and enjoyed silence. In addition, his neighbor was this Siolan. With this thought, he fell asleep for a dark. But suddenly he woke up and jumped out of bed. Looking out the window, he tried to quietly call Zolan to spend time with her. But the girl did not respond to his cry. And most of all, he was upset that he could not see her. A strategic position was important for the boy, as he wanted to watch it while she was home. So, not seeing that the girl lives nearby, Lina's upset returned to her house. However, soon the young man realized that not those thoughts had settled in his head, so he tried to come to common sense. He understood that he was his only friend, so he should treat her with respect. Moreover, a girl at 9th degree, while in 0, the guy knew that they were completely from a different league, but it did not stop him. At the moment, laziness was mentioned by Xiaoyana, who was also a Tao practitioner at the beginning of his path. However, he managed to become a divine warrior of Tao. In addition, the hero of the television novella was Lord Yao, and Lena has a system. He found their common hidden mysteries to calm down. So inspired by a fictional hero, the guy decided that he should become stronger, but first to check his system. Since his system looks like an amazing woman, the guy saw her every time he deepened. But this time, unknown cells appeared before Lin, which the young man asked in Miss, and he explained to him that this was a complete state of the activated system. 4 functions presented will help the host in its immortal cultivation. Then the guy asked why 3 of them were gray. He began to suspect that they were not loaded. But the system explained that the techniques and movements will be available only after reaching the 7th degree of the Taos body. Special missions will be automatically unlocked when they become available. The guy did not want to go through this stage for a long time, so he asked the system if he could just pay to activate everything at once. One of her view was enough to give Lena to realize that it was not just a computer game. The young man was frightened and asked the young miss to choose development. And in the first stage, in order to reach the body of the Taos of the 1st degree, the lazy had to squeeze 10 times. For him, this challenge sounded easier than even paying money. So Lazy immediately began to perform and easily overcame the first 10 hollows. The body of the Taos of the 1st degree was obtained, and with the physical body, lazy changes occurred. His body seemed to be lightning and now smoke came from him. Soon the guy began to scream with pain and understood how much every part of his body hurts. Then he fell on the ground in despair and asked if she had not deceived him. Suddenly, after these words, all the pain disappeared, and the guy felt exhaustion in the muscles. Clouds of unknown gas were increasingly filling the room, and Lazy asked what it was. The girl explained that the world cultivators use the real world for cultivation. Therefore, the achievement of the 1st degree of the Taos body allowed the lazy to see and feel the real ones. The guy did not fully understand what was talking about, as he heard about the incredible power of comic books, so he was sure that he would be able to express his energy bullet when he was in a specific pose. Therefore, the system explained that this information is false, in which laziness became lazy, also not true. Laziness became angry that his knowledge is not enough to own this energy. However, from that day, the guy became a real immortal cultivator. Lin decided not to stop at the 1st stage and immediately wanted to go to the next. To obtain the 2nd degree, he had to squeeze 20 times. So, without wasting time, the guy proceeded to the pumping of Taos's body. This time, the 2nd trial was more difficult, as with each passing the body lost a lot of strength. But the young man did not want to seem weak, and sought to demonstrate his power for the system. Therefore, quite soon the body of the Taos of the 2nd degree was obtained, and the guy moved to the 2nd level. His body trembled completely, but Lazy said to a young miss so he would not stop. To reach the 3rd level, it was necessary to squeeze 100 times. The number has increased each time. This time, the guy performed the exercise on 2 hands, as he wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. However, he was believed to be cultivated only because he performs exercises, and other students need to make much more effort. So in his dreams, he hoped that he would be able to reach the top of the cultivation world, and would have a lot of women's attention. This task took much more time, But soon the system said that the young man reached the body of a third-degree Taos. And since the young man ordered the system not to stop, she immediately made requirements for the fourth level. This time it was necessary to make 10 billion push-ups. At that moment, the guy felt his soul leave his body, as the next task was unrealistic. He did not have time to relax from 100 push-ups, so he thought. Perhaps the system jokes and asked it. But the girl repeated that 10 billion push-ups need to be made to develop the next level. Lin tried to correct the situation and wipe off unnecessary figures, but it did not help. The board on which the notifications appeared had special protection, through which the hand of Anlina could not go. Then he kneeled from despair, and understood that this task for his body was unrealistic. The system did not like it when the owner used unclear replicas for her, so she asked not to do so. In this case, the young man decided to act the other plan to reach the next level. He began to press on pity, and asleep the system with compliments begged for it to simply cancel the next task and change the number of push-ups to 100. But the system explained that the tasks related to development can only be cancelled when the owner fulfills all requirements. Then laziness thought that the bodies of the fourth degree could not be obtained with the help of the system. So he hoped only that after receiving the fourth degree, the next task would not be so fierce. However, in reality, he knew nothing about the immortal cultivation and decided to turn to this Seolin. He immediately ran to her house, not paying attention to the late time. Soon the girl opened the door, but looked quite sleepy and in home clothes. But for Lina, she was incredible even in this form. The girl was surprised by such a late visit, so she looked worried. The guy began to be ashamed of her one look and said uncertainly that there was something important, what he should ask his girlfriend. But she was glad to help him and expected him with interest. Despite what was too late, Shaolin invited the young man to her home. There, the guy sat down and even forgot why he came. But the girl wanted to sleep, so she hinted that she would like to finish the conversation faster. Lina was ashamed to talk about his problem, so he hesitated for a while. However, he soon said that he reached a narrow place in his breakthrough to the next degree. So, formulating his opinion more clearly, the guy said that the notion did not have to cultivate and need help properly. After these words, a shame appeared on the girl's face and she was a pity. The guy explained that he could be a fake cultivator, so he needed the one who teaching the theory. For the next few hours, the guy told the whole life story about himself, so that Seolins had a clearer idea of him. When the girl learned that her friend left the kingdom of mortals, she became clear. And the fact that the lazy managed to get a recommendation letter of the true God, for that he needed to do something incredible. At that time, Seolin got a book with breathing practitioners she learned when she was 3 years old. It was from this that it was necessary to start studying cultivation, so it was ready to borrow this book by a friend. Therefore, it became ashamed that he would have to study what Seolin studied at the age of 3. However, the girl did not see anything wrong with this and was sincerely ready to help. So, thinking a little, Lazy told the girl to look for a book for 2-year-old children. At some point, it became uncomfortable, as she was not ready for such a low level of cultivation of the young man. But gathering with the forces, Shaolin explained that cultivators train their bodies by inhaling the natural. So, like a new one, laziness just has to repeat what is written in the book. To begin with, he needs to find calm, then meditate, slowly exhaling and felt inhalation. The guy did not know how cultivators managed to inhale these, so he asked his girlfriend whether the whole thing was in her pose. But Shaolin felt ashamed of how noticeable knowledge of Lina. But she tried not to disgrace him, and explained that it was a normal breathing. The girl did not notice how the laziness began to record each word and stretch them on several pages. The cultivator must breathe and feel these inside, then send it to their meridians. And in this case, the girl had to explain what the meridians are. The guy did not know that on average, human meridians could be divided into 12 major and 8 side effects. The main meridians are related to the internal organs of the body and may vary depending on the time of day. It was quite natural that after laziness missed this through his body, his meridians were activated. The girl spent a lot of time to explain everything, but Ain had time to write down her every word. They continued their communication in such a manner all night. The laziness was shocked from the knowledge gained, and it was shocked by his reaction. Quite soon, the guy felt a completely different person with a lot of knowledge. However, Seolin was terribly tired, as she spent a lot of energy to explain instead of sleeping. Almost in the morning, laziness said goodbye to the girl and promised to study hard. And she was glad to finally stay and at least a little rest before the first school day. So as soon as Lazy closed the door to his house, the girl quickly ran into bed. She was ready to blow up a few fireworks to celebrate the fact that the guy finally left her. The Academy of Immortal Cultivation was founded by the Celestial Court for the education of the immortal gods. It is the place of gathering an infinite number of geniuses of the 9 states. Each of the geniuses has innate skills and talents. Most of the immortal cultivators of the 9 states spent much of their lives in endless attempts, interrupting failures, to break into the body of the Taos of 5th degree. However, the minimum requirement for joining the first class was the body of the Taos of the 8th degree. Shyolin and Laziness studied in one class, and the guy expected to see many strange classmates. They say that's how the girlfriend responded. However, the girl talked about special people who are quite intelligent and have certain talents. Then the guy wondered if the letter of recommendation he received from the true God was indeed an incredible thing. The girl was ashamed of that moment, as Laziness does not even have basic knowledge. Then she could not stand, and ordered the boy to listen carefully to her every word. She explained that immortal cultivators seek to stand in line with the gods. Only a few, with incredible achievements, can be recognized as incomparable truth gods. And a letter of recommendation from the true God means its approval. This phenomenon took place every million years, but Laziness could not feel the importance of this action. Xiaolin did not know what to add, as the guy disappointed her lack of knowledge in this area. Then the young man remembered that during he passed the test, people around called him a third who was able to receive this letter. So I got interesting who these two were. However, these people were real geniuses and, according to this, could not stand near Lin. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a guy who voiced that, at the initial stage of the development of the soul, the imperial princess from the clan of the state came. At that time, all those present in the class worshipped the followers of the Tao Su Zhujian. The woman attracted the attention of Anilina, and at that moment she began to be jealous. Like if she had the same clothes, she would even look better. Then the girl ordered the lazy not to approach her with her perverted fantasies, but he did not even pay attention to her. Soon, the guy in the classroom announced the arrival of the young master of the divine sect Van Lin of the state Fenyan, Suan Yanchenha. The Laziness could no longer stand and turned to the classmate to speak quieter. They saying it was heard behind the walls of their academy. Soon the same Yancheng, who drew the attention of the female part of the group, appeared soon. She told Lina that this should look like a genius with a recommendation letter of true gods. A cultivator with innate talent that looks incredibly beautiful. Then Laziness made a remark to his friend, who now also paid attention to the appearance. And the young man was more interested in the question of what means the initial stage of the development of the soul. The girl explained that it is a person who has reached the body of Dalsa of the 10th degree, and goes to the next stage of development of the soul. Xiaolin was all the time played by Brother Cheng, hoping for his attention, but Lina was not interested in. The guy came to the conclusion that, in other words, that the genius was also a genius. An incredible girl looked at the half-class of guys who wanted to communicate with her. Suddenly, all the students' attention was switched to very loud sounds that had filled their heads. Any lazy tried to close his ears with his hands and understand what was happening. He soon saw that their teacher entered the class, and this sound appeared with his first steps to the hall. The man was called Zirikin. He was responsible for teaching students in the field of divine technicians. And Lin first heard of divine techniques and thought that his lessons would be different languages and mathematics. He is not yet used to the fact that he is now in the Divine Academy, and there is a completely different training program. Meanwhile, he was approached by Xiaolin, who, instead of saying his opinion, stretched his note. It was stated that because of the conflict of thought, it temporarily breaks all links with Lin. The guy understood that he was not supporting the girl in her passionate Suan Yancheng. Meanwhile, Pichichin began a lesson with the meridian of the Jan tribe, which is connected to the green vine channel, using the condensation matrix, these 9 turnover to draw the original. The students carefully recorded every word of the teacher to better learn the knowledge. However, Laziness did not understand what was talking about. Only last night did he learn about the existence of the meridian, but did not know a lot about them. Then the teacher said that it was fashionable to use the technique of a ghost ring in coordination with the technique of celestial enlightenment. Based on the formula of astral creation, the time of creation of technology can be reduced. Xiaolin was delighted with what he heard, and even apparently the teacher in his opinion. In the meantime, Lazy could not record anything, so he drew different animals. It was difficult for him to understand what the students are talking about. In a matter of minutes, Laziness was tired of learning and fell asleep. Then he saw a strange dream. A subordinate came to the Jade Emperor, which made the news that the demonic army broke into the territory of the heavenly court of the region of the 9 states. Now their strength was not enough. The emperor ordered to act as soon as possible and call for him a waste of Lina. It was soon officially announced that the incredible brother, Lin, arrived on the orders of the emperor. The girls were delighted with a young warrior who had a good outfit and a strong physique. Then the guy reassured the emperor and asked permission for him to manage this business. Suddenly, the subordinate announced that the king of demon also arrived at the meeting. He was a young girl who came on a bicycle and almost broke his way. The girl began to capture Anilina, saying he is the same legendary whom predecessors respected and descendants are proud of. He said the first divine general of the heavenly court. But the guy did not derive her sweet words, because he was sure that the queen did not take possession of his kiss. Suddenly, the girl said that no matter how wonderful the man he was, he still has no right to sleep during class. The guy did not understand the matter and already swung on the demons to feel his fist. After that, he stopped controlling himself, and in real life in the audience struck the table. The laziness woke up and became awkward, because the teacher turned from a careless man into a bored man. The teacher looked at Lena and said that this time he would not kill the boy, but just think of his knees before everyone. Everyone in the classroom began to laugh and called the teacher merciful, wishing him his health. Then the young man finally woke up and turned to Xiaolin, asking where the teacher Pichichin disappeared. He was convinced that he was still in the morning classes, although he was the last lesson. The guy almost started crying because he did not expect to sleep for so long and dump all the knowledge. Xiaolin said she tried to excite him at lunch, but she did not work. And seeing as a boy ashamed of his act, she was ready to borrow her records. But Lena was more concerned that he slept lunch, and now he wants to eat. Then the guy realized that he could not engage in self-improvement before the night. Because if it affects his training, he can turn against him and slow down his improvement. So Lazy decided that he could not lose his opportunity for improvement and took up training. He got the paper for records and was set to take the training seriously. Meanwhile, the teacher graduated from training, and Laziness did not have time to record everything. He was almost broken from anger at himself because of the lost moment. But except to blame himself, he had nothing left, so Lazy decided to go to eat. Suddenly, he approached Yan Chenggu and asked the young man if he could spend a little time. As it turned out, the genius gathered a small number of students of his group and decided to make an ad. The Laziness was dissatisfied that he was being detained on the way to dinner, but still remained. Then, Yansheng said that in his opinion, every wolf flock has a leader. According to the guidance of their class leader, the divine swordsman Lin Xiao, the students should choose the elder of their class. It is a vote on each student for 5 years. So the guy hoped that everyone would be responsible. Sujuan immediately said that she would not promote her candidacy, but she explained that the reason for this was continuous cultivation. However, it was expected from the Dao successor. Many students began to cast their votes for Yanshenhe, which was also expected. Then the guy said that it was a great honor for him to be so highly appreciated, and now he can officially become an old man. However, other students did not make great sense to this event, and wanted to go home as soon as possible. And as soon as everyone started to disperse, the young man was ready to run into the dining room. But when he started leaving the Avdarichia, he was stopped by the newly made headman. Yanshenji looked at the guy with a serious look, and said that there should be no someone like a dead burden in his class. Lin did not even expect Yansing so quickly the authorities would hit his head and he would dare to get rid of the weak. The guy tried to calm down and pick up the right words to avoid unnecessary questions and problems in the future. And as soon as the old man put his hand on the young man's shoulder, the Laziness was ready to collapse through the ground. Then Yanshin he smiled and said the kind of lazy to relax and shake. At that moment, the Laziness pulled a smile on his face, because he did not understand what the right was. Then the headman said that if the guy has any training questions, he may not be ashamed and ask for help. He says as president of the class will do everything possible to help him, because to be ashamed of question is the most taboo of learning. Yancheng then asked if Lin was upset because he had been drunk with a teacher and suggested that he eat his lunch. Anin looked at the old man and seemed to see his beloved teacher from elementary school. And Xuan even said that he would solve the question about the broken table, so you cannot worry. After that, the young man grabbed the old man by his hand and so much wanted to tell him. However, at least he has promised to try to learn well and continue to improve to become the best student. They remained in the audience in the auditoria, and at that moment, Lena became decisive in further teaching. The president of the class hugged the student, and almost with tears in his eyes began to be proud of him. The sun was gradually sitting on the street, and on the first school day, the lazy had to be delayed at the academy. The next day, he went deep into his thoughts, and understood that meditation last night did not give him any progress. He understood that without theoretical knowledge, it was impossible to progress. It was a new day, and Laziness was sure that he had to make every effort, but he wanted to sleep very much. Suddenly, he met Xiolins on the way and asked for some reason the guy was going so slowly. She grabbed her friend's hand and said without any explanation that they had problems. She attracted him to the academy and said that the stump would understand everything when she saw her place. Near the academy, the students of Chek Yancheng and his facial expression spoke about the bad mood of old age. As it turned out, Lina has given a banner, though he did nothing good in recent times, as well as bad. The banner was written about the call to the duel. It was said that this guy had heard for the achievement of any Lina in self-improvement, being a proud owner of one of the 3 recommendation letters of true gods. He has already sent the news of the duel to all classes, and when the time comes, there will be many Taos to watch their battle. The infusion of Lina has risen a lot after reading, as he was now known among all classes of the academy. Xiolin could not understand why her friend was so calm. However, he explained that the unknown seeks only glory, so it is fashionable not to worry about the answer. The headman agreed with him, as the path of improvement is quite long, and his duels are an integral part. However, if you do not take the call from the gold plates, it can reduce the reputation of their class. Anin Laziness knew nothing about the gold plates, so he asked Yanchena about them. The guy explained that it is known from the name, this class of students precisely, to get a gold plaque of their degrees, with the reputation of their united university. They will usually get to the university through their connections. Their improvement usually warns from the 2nd to the 4th degree of the Tao's body, so according to Yanshenha, there was nothing to worry about. Then he said that he feels like the class of gold for him. However, although that guy Lia Bao could only be in the 4th stage, he was only the 3rd. So he needed to find a way to avoid this duel. Soon a call to the entire academy testified to the beginning of the lesson, and Lina decided to pretend that he was seriously tuned to win. So now, when a call was raised for the next class, he said he really wanted to do his opponent and show the strength of the first class. However, last day, he only promised to study carefully, so now he could not miss the lesson. But seeing how sincerely the young man behaves, the headman offered him the salt. However, Yancheng did not understand Lina correctly, so he tried to remedy the situation. But the elders said he would help solve the question with teachers. As for the lessons that will miss the laziness, the president of the class took up the boy. Yancheng was waiting for his student's incredible victory, so he wanted to simplify his life. After that, he put Lina on the door of the academy to go to train. Soon, the entire academy was announced between the first-class Lime and Liu Dabo of the 100th class, which was considered the battle of the century. Liu Dabo has long waited for his opponent and already thought that he would not come. However, the young man boldly came despite the fact that he had a lot doubted in his own strength. Liu knew that according to the gossip, despite the fact that the first grade is a din from the first grade, it was at the 0 level of Taos. And the guy considered himself a genius, which was on the 3rd level. After thinking about the consequences of his victory, the guy returned to Lina and offered to start battle. Ain Lazy first saw his opponent, but he prepared well, wearing iron armor. Then the young man himself introduced himself as a cultivator, who carries the heavy burden of responsibility for his class. At that moment, Liu began to worry, as in the message it was about the fact that Ain was at 0, and when he asked if they would finally be fighting, Dabao suspected that he had aroused the sleeping bear. Then the guy to offer a training fight using the technician known to them. They say that there is no need to use real weapons. Then the people who came to watch the battle ordered the lazy to remove armor to be on par with their opponent. Any obedience and thought that from the beginning he planned to defeat someone more experienced, because he would wave his sword in all directions. When the young man knew the armor, the opponent asked if he had no protection under his clothes. However, as it turned out, he just joked, and in seconds the boys became opposite each other to start the fight. Liu Dabo decided to start and wanted to see what his opponent without armor was capable of. However, the young man was confident in his abilities and dispersed in response to Dabo. The boys rushed to the battle, and it did not look like an incredible battle of the century, more like a regular yard fight. The people who watched even asked whether they really study immortal cultivation in a prestigious place, not in kindergarten. But looking at the complete lack of equipment in martial arts, some have already begun to doubt. After several unsuccessful attempts, Laziness was tired and said that a strong opponent. But Dabo decided not to hide true emotions, so he said the same thing about Lina. Some of the audience said that the boys should use divine techniques or at least Taoist, but the boys did not hear about them. And since they had the same level of development, they decided to use what they know. Lin used the technique of scissors, paper and stone, swinging on the enemy, and Dabao reached forward and used the divine technique of the pult. At that moment, Laziness felt something strange in his body, and was scared that he could lose now. He did not suspect that Dabo really possessed basic divine techniques and could use them against him. But as it turned out, Lin just pretended that he felt some changes in the body. And since Liu had time to relax, It was the perfect moment to hit him. One of the guests felt mixed feelings. He wanted to go and beat the two clowns that called the duel. Soon, the students did not stand and rushed directly to the battlefield to finish this worthless battle. These were guys from punishment management. Now people and clearly have been accused of starting a duel on the territory of the university. In this way, they spoiled other students and arranged a mess. So now the boys were arrested and sentenced to 3 days. Dabo was still happy, as now his name would be known to everyone. However, they never managed to find out who is stronger. At that moment, Laziness realized that Liu knew from the very beginning that it was impossible to arrange fights in the academy's territory, and specifically substituted them. The punishment management took them away, and as soon as the boys flew, people from below began to clap. Dabu emphasized those applause. They were dedicated to their courage. Then the Laziness looked at the unhappy dozen people who came to look at the duel and rejoiced. This sense of approval and support of people, it seemed not so bad. Then the boys shouted that they would still return, and with a sense of victory, flew to serve. Soon the boys were brought to a rock where they were charged with a duel without the permission of the mentors. So now they will be punished for 3 days. The boys had this time to bring their chaotic thoughts to the order and make the right conclusions. The Laziness was frightened when he saw a prisoner in which he had to be for 3 days. Together with them, there was a man on that rock who called the boys birds, who were punished for anything in her opinion. A large white dog was also given near the man, who was injured as his owner. Then Lin asked if the punishment management was engaged in fights with his pets, but the man explained that he were injured in the pursuit of his ideals. So he is not at the same level as guys. Dabo did not like humiliation in his direction, and said that in the case when he was so bold, let him tell what he found himself there. The man cautiously stroked his dog and said it was a long story from his life. But since the young men were so interesting, he asked if they knew about the lunar lake in their school. Dabo said that this is a well-known charge, the fiber of which he is strongly saturated with the original ones. It not only rejuvenates, but also helps to strengthen and develop the body and soul. However, only women have access to this place. So people were surprised how the source was involved in the enclosed one. But soon Ain Lazy began to see the connection between the big dog and the lake. The guy tried to hint to his friend by misfortune, but he did not understand. Then the linked man said that the lake is pure, like a warm moonlight or a mirror that reflects the naked night sky. Dabo could not stand and said that now it was not the best time to talk about poetry, and wanted to go closer to business. The man said all the girls are the best while bathing. Like a group of girls spending time together in the lake, this is the best thing he saw. Then Lin said that the lunar lake is closely controlled by people of punishment, and the man replied that although people in control are skilled, they could not compare with the amazing abilities of his Dabaya. He told some precious stone called the mirror stone of ice water and looks exactly like a mirror. It is able to record everything that is reflected on its surface. Thus, the man turned this gemstone into a collar and attacked him on the neck of Dabaya, and then he gave him to enter the territory of the lunar lake. The dog is quite sweet, so people from management and girls have reduced their vigilance and relaxed. After the story heard, the boys bowed to the man and said that now he became their older brother. The man would have agreed, but he was seen by a genius from the school of Soviang. The man was not aware of how the girl learned of his secret, but she managed to keep track of these stone from ice water and find the owner. Laziness laughed I realized why it was brought to the state in which it was now. However, it is a worthy death to be killed for a good woman. He did not understand that the bad was to be a beaten school idol. But as it turned out, the man was beaten by 21 jaguar, who were in a hot spring at that moment. Some of them even had fists larger than all those present in that print. After a strong beating, the man even began to doubt his reproductive abilities, and before he came to prison, he had to pass 5 separate medical examinations. However, he did not regret anything. He was the only heir to their family, and his ideals have not yet been realized. So the man was ready to go to his goals without stopping, and while he was prevented. Lena thought that for some reason the man was not concerned about the possible ending of his kind, and Dabo was passionate about the wisdom and intelligence of the man. So he suggested that he know each other closer. Then he finally appeared as a 25th grade, and then pointed to his dog Dabaya, the name of which meant his large size and white wool. The boys were glad to name their names in classes that were significantly different. After 3 men and 4 heads introduced themselves, they looked at each other and smiled. There was a feeling that in a short time they became good friends, and they did not differ among them, and was part of the company. Zhao Huan could never think that in such a small knitting he would meet a sad, known freshman with the lowest connection and the son of the jade heavenly god of brother Dabo. But for the latter, it was also a great honor to get acquainted with his brother Huan, Anin Laziness knew nothing about the nephritic heavenly god, and asked Dabao what his father was doing. Then Zhao replied that since he is lazy he could not know everything, but his father Dabo is a truly amazing person. If cultivators want to reach the end of Taoism, then they need the soul of God. The body of the Taos is the beginning. It absorbs the first things, which strengthens their meridians. After that, they enter the stage of development of the soul, strengthening their delicate. If this succeeds, they will create the root of the soul in their sea, allowing them to break through the heaven and join a number of gods. Suanyanshan and Suzichuan from the Lina class have already entered the path of becoming gods, and only 100 graduates who were able to go through were able to achieve the stage of development of the soul. No one even expected that 2 of these geniuses would appear in the first class. After the juvenile god passes through 36 small divine trials, they will be able to successfully create their completed internal sphere. And as soon as they enter the stage of transformation of the gods, they will also become known as earthly gods, and after that they will be able to get to where the father of Dabao is located, namely, the kingdom of the Jade God. It is also known as the stage of reversible void. Then Dabao himself decided to talk into the conversation, because thanks to his father, he knew a lot about this topic. The earthly gods pass one major divine test. Successfully completing these tests, they will learn the ability to manipulate space and time, going into the stage of reversing and void. As for the heavenly gods, there are less than 20 in the territory of the heavenly court. Dabao was proud of his father, and of course himself, so he never lost the opportunity to sway. He turned to Lina and hinted that his legs were leaving, so he could do him a massage, but the guy was not going to humiliate and put everything in a joke. This action did not like Dabao very much, and the boys rushed with their fists at each other, trying to win. Zhao with his faithful dog was just watching for a while, but then the man said something. In his opinion, compared to the past Lina, the story of Guido is quite mediocre. The boys were in the midst of the fight, but Lina stopped because he had a bad heard that their older brother said, "There is a heavenly court. It can be said that the heavenly gods are the strongest creatures in that world. But of course, if the true God was not born in this world." Then Laziness mentioned the true God, because in his recommendation letter of God there is a true word. Ju said that the heavenly gods remain even by their physical body, but true gods are a completely different thing. Their souls are immortal, and in the history of the kingdom of heaven, they were only 5. That is why the heavenly god cannot even hope to compare with the true God. That is why Laza is called Nu with the strongest connection. Then the young man remembered the old man who was unexpectedly strong. Dabo intervened and said it was pointless to discuss it. I would like to discuss the ideals of Brother Hujuan. But Lazy considered this topic aimed at an adult audience, to which they did not belong. Dabo laughed at the young man and asked why this topic was not interesting, trying to touch him. But Ain Laziness laughed and said that he meant to consider the topic at a completely different level. This topic was liked by everyone on the rock for the rock, so the boys were able to relax. 3 days have passed soon that the boys did not notice how time went. However, Hujuan had to stay for 1 more day, which causes the men to say goodbye. Dabao almost began to cry, because after 3-day talking with Zhao, he did not want to say goodbye. They say they became like one family. Then Laziness laughed, because everything was said to Dabo last days was associated with adult topics. But the prisoners got the swords and ordered the boys to leave the place immediately. The guards did not understand how they could allow hacking or communicating with Huyuan, as they should be cleaner and healthier thinking. Then Dabao suspected that the man heard them all the time, so he asked directly about it. The guard did not want to endure these conversations, and he had to use force. He was very angry because such a young guy did not want to listen to his orders. So he used the magical power and spread Dabo in the other direction. After the boys still went home, Dabao could not rest on Elena. He received it all the way about the films he heard from Lina during their prison. But it was impossible to know about others, so Lin immediately closed his mouth to his friend to be quieter. Dabo just smiled, but was in a hurry to return home, since because of his absence, he was sure that his class had suffered. Anin Laziness was ready to say goodbye to the guy as soon as possible, as he was tired of his company in 3 days. And he continued to hint at the movies so that he would tell him everything and gave him to look. The road from the rock was long, so despite the boys released in the morning, Lin reached the student town on the night. He was exhausted and not looking where he was going, immediately went to the house and opened the door. But when he took a step inside, he saw that it was not his house, but inside the girl unknown to him. So he immediately closed the door and apologized to the lady for taking care of her at that time. However, in seconds, he realized that he was really his house, so it was unclear that the girl forgot there. The stranger was Siolin's, which, without known for lazy reasons, did something in his little villa. She was dressed as a princess from the ground, but it was nice to the girl that she was looking good in such attire. Lin never saw someone look so good in such a dress. However, the reason for this was that he had not seen anyone in such clothing. It was a pleasure to hear compliments from the boy that she forgot herself, what she came for. Then the girl remembered that literally last day, the lunar shadow of the earthly god named Lena, the main object in the study of the kingdoms of mortals. The guy did not quite understand what was talking about, so clarifying the mortal's study, Shaolin explained that although the land was just a kingdom of mortal under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, they are really very interested in their culture and customs. Thus, a special class was created, which focuses on the study of the kingdom of mortals. So she was specifically dressed in such a dress to show his dugout. Suddenly, Ain Lazy began to cry, so the girl asked what she was upset, but the guy wept with the happiness that he finally had the opportunity to be the first to be the first. Friends quite soon went to home, because laziness did not want to spend all the night again, which would interfere with his training the next day. Soon, everyone in the training area began to refer to Lena as an object of study. Classmates asked to evaluate the authenticity of their clothes. One of the guys dressed quite brightly and approached Ann and Lena to show his costume from the Kingdom of Mortals, called the cosplay trap. In fact, this image did not like the lady, because the short skirt did not see the guy, but he still supported his idea. In a second, another guy approached him and demonstrated Saiyan's suit from the Vegeta planet. The laziness was disappointed, as this image concerned a completely different planet. After a half-school day, the guy was very tired and would not choose to be the first in this class. But his sadness did not last long, because one guy met whom Lena shocked. He did not understand what emotions he feels when he sees such an outfit, but decided to clarify whom his classmate tried to show. In addition, he could not understand who was standing before him, as his face was closed with a leather mask. And Lazy looked more closely, and noticed that the person in front of him is much higher. Then it came to him that it was the elder Yancheng, because he was the only high height. Yanchen himself apologized for not often attending the Kingdom of Mortals, so his knowledge was superficial. But in any case, the broken image liked, as he resembled combat clothing. But when he asked Lena's opinion, the young man just remained silent and did not know what to answer. Yangchen not noticed how Lazy was ashamed of his appearance, so the mood of both changed immediately. But Ain tried to justify his salted appearance because he felt a cold wind and began to tremble through. He then said that his old-age combat clothing is definitely the best in the world and has no equal. The guy was happy to hear a compliment and a smile immediately appeared on his face. The laziness felt tired and all the time was deepened in his thoughts. He considered all the locals monsters, who did not understand the whole beauty of the mortals. But soon a teacher entered the audience, who attracted the guy's attention to her appearance. She was glad that all the students were responsible for the selection of clothes for classes, because now she had more motivation for learning. Xiolin was unpleasant that the boys behaved as if a bunch of perverts who were as if the animals began to crawl as soon as they saw the teacher. But Lazy told her friend that she was wrong. He said he made a promise to become the best in this subject and then all others. And it is from that moment that he begins to study persistently and make every effort to become the best student. However, his promise remained exclusively in the form of words, as Lazy soon fell asleep in the middle of the school day. At that time, Xiolin could not stand, and asked the boy what happened to his desire to become the best. This time she managed to excite him. Lin was justified that all these things they were taught were well acquainted with him, so he accidentally fell asleep. Then he joked and asked in this whether he could start getting the best from the next day, which received a negative answer. Meanwhile, the teacher told that the purpose of the doctrine of the mortal kingdom is that, working in the heavenly court, it was easier for everyone when they are sent to the mortals. And then she noticed that he was a kind of lazy representative of mortals, so everyone can ask him for assistance from studying time. After telling a little more about mortal people, the teacher graduated from the class, and the lazy was interesting for someone among his classmates to ask him some interesting question. But since the lessons were over, the guy realized that after a hard day, he needed a little sound sleep. But while he pins all the notebooks, an unknown piece of paper fell out of one. Lin did not see him before his notebooks, so he lifted from the floor and opened the leaf. It was a note from Sipasuan. She asked the boy to give her a little time after class. After that, the laziness looked around and saw that there was no one in the classroom, and a beautiful girl in the classroom. Then he realized that it was true, and could not believe that he herself had left him a note. He immediately came to his head that the girl wanted to confess to him in his feelings, but it was too fast. Then he began to worry about the fact that he had garlic dumplings for breakfast, because of which he had a bad breath. But his experiences increased when he saw that the girl got up and went to his table. The guy's heart at that moment almost died out of his December, so he tried to calm down. He never noticed how Siprakuyan came and shyly greeted. A brief greeting came out of the girl's mouth, but Lena seemed to have suggested that she meet. So he immediately began to say that he agreed, and the girl thanked for it. After that, she bowed and said that she was really grateful to him for helping to study Chinese and English. Anin Lazy did not know that she wanted to ask for help, so now she felt embarrassed. Then the girl told that languages were always her weakness. On this day, they began to study English and Chinese at the lessons, but she could not even remember. Sujuan called herself stupid, but under such conditions, according to Lena, then there are no smart people in the world. The girl did not understand his words and asked that he did not joke about her. He immediately began to justify himself and said that in any case he would not laugh at her. After that, Laziness gave advice that for a better learning of language, the girl needs more spoken speech to better feel it. But Si Prazuan had a problem, as the girl was quite removed and rarely talked. So Lazy said she could practice with him. Now he will be her little teacher. So the guy reassured her and added that the girl could turn to him at any time. In the meantime, he offered to start with phonetics. He read, and Su should be repeated after him. The girl carefully repeated every sound that was heard from her new teacher's mouth. In the meantime, Laziness only thought about how sweet she is when she studied. When the Prazuan was wrong, he clearly tried to reassure her and quickly translate the topic. Suddenly Laziness decided to say the phrase, "I love you Chinese," and so repeated. When he heard it from her mouth, he almost exploded. Through recent events, Laziness lost consciousness. So when he came to his senses, he felt his face burning and someone's hand on his forehead. Then he cautiously opened his eyes to look nearby. It was Xiolin. The guy thought that she wanted to use him until he was unconscious. However, the girl decided to study him and gave a slap. She then said that Lin worked so carefully this day as a representative until his nose was expected. Lena was not a joke at that moment, so he immediately asked where the Si Prazuan went. But as it turned out, the student learned the true cause of the fainting of Anya from the doctor, and quietly left when she was convinced that all was well. Then the Laziness rolled into the corner like a puppy and began to cry because his reputation was destroyed. But for the next few days, the Sovieti was still studying Chinese and English. Each of them was lazy, tried to carefully touch at least the girl's hand. However, she understood his intentions. So she took his hand every time and did not give him this opportunity. Ain always perceived the refusal, but tried not to show the girl his tears. And every evening Lazy continued to engage in self-improvement at home. He was engaged in meditation and, of course, turned to his auxiliary system to give auxiliary directions. After a while, Lim managed to reach the 4th degree, Taos. At that moment the young man felt that the system was no longer needed and he could use his own breakthrough forces. So even if the system wants the owner to make several hundred millions of push-ups, he is now not obliged to do so. However, at the end he decided to ask Miss. She may know a faster way to achieve a greater degree. Then the system made the requirements of reaching the body of the Taos 5th degree. To do this, it was necessary to absorb the number of original, these comparable to the number of these 10 spiritual stones. But Laziness did not understand what it was about. Since it includes accommodation and nutrition, he has not heard anything about receiving spiritual stones. But since it was only about a dozen according to Anne, finding them would not be a problem. Then he decided that he could not make efforts and try to ask for Shaolin. However, she has helped a lot. Then, in the middle of the night, the young man rushed to the aid of his acquaintance. Namely, he came to Yanshenha, for whom the issue of spiritual stones was not a problem. The lazy was ashamed to ask, but he promised to return the stones later if he had them. Soon the elder brought out a bag where there were 500 spiritual stones, and said that the marriage may not be concerned about their return, because as long as the guy is ready and wants to train, according to Yanshenha, he should not stop such little things. From such kindness of old age, Laziness was almost crying before him, because he was incredibly grateful. Then he took his treasure, returned home, and quickly reached the body of Taos 5th. Then the Laziness asked the system to voice the conditions to achieve the 6th degree. This time it was necessary to swallow these according to 100 stones. Anin realized that all the breakthrough conditions were similar. Only this time, the push-ups were replaced with spiritual stones. Since the boy now had many stones, he quickly reached the body of Taos in 7th degree. He felt majestic, because even it took a few years of training to reach such a level. In the meantime, he decided to continue the breakthroughs, and asked the system whether this time he did not need to swallow 10 billion spiritual stones. However, this time he did not guess, and the conditions were completely different. When he heard Laziness, he thought, as if the system was specifically trying to complicate him every level. This time, the breakthrough conditions were that the lazy had to defeat the enemy with the same level of development or higher in a fair battle. The guy never heard of this way in the way of breakthrough, because it did not look like something unattainable. So the most important thing was to choose the right opponent. The next day, Laziness, along with Shaolin, went to the academy and was all the time in his thoughts. The girl could not understand why a friend was silent. Then the guy explained that at night he managed to reach a narrow neck in his breakthrough. And in order to achieve the next, he needs to honestly defeat a person with the same level. The girl was very surprised at that moment because she did not know that the laziness was already at the 7th degree. But An said that there was nothing incredible about it, since he is talented and his abilities are quite high. He said a genius, which occurs every 10,000 years. At that time, Shaolin said that in this case, for a real genius, it would not be a problem to defeat someone with their level. However, the young man himself was not sure of this, which was why he was looking for a me to talk to her. His gaze became so pity and lazy asked his girlfriend if she would help him. She had to become his opponent in the duel. After that, it would have to be overthrown. Accordingly, his plan, they would have to exchange several blows, with a very serious look. And after that, the girl should fall to the ground and sincerely admit her defeat, although Shaolin did not understand why she should do it, and she was convinced that it was full of nonsense. But since laziness he was strongly asked, she was ready to agree. Then the young man was ready to spend the duel right in place and ordered the girl to prepare. He tried to unite in one whole with his body and all the power he possessed in order to really win. In fact, Shaolin was quite skilled in her combat techniques, but this time she allowed the lazy to be stronger than her. During their battle, the girl stood absolutely passively so that her friend could show strength. However, for virtue and truthfulness of the battle, she also had to use several movements, so she tried something. When she hit the enemy, he managed to evade. Then he seriously tuned and aimed at Shaolin. Since the girl stood inactive, he got directly into her face. From that she felt the battle and sat on the ground, confessed her own defeat, calling Lena a strong lord. But in fact, the guy realized that he did not even touch his opponent. And when assessing the level of acting girlfriend, I realized that on Earth she would have received several golden statuettes and Oscar. But now it was no matter for him, and he decided to check if he had a breakthrough. However, when turning to the system, he saw that the task was not completed. And since it was to defeat the enemy, Laziness thought that his girlfriend could not be his enemy. So he decided to act a little differently, and to angry the girl to temporarily become his enemy. Changing the expression of the face to an evil and criminal tone, he told Shaolin to stand up quickly. Like how it fell to the ground, it is not suitable. It was so bad that he was even ashamed of her. From the words heard, they really changed in their mood and was aggressive. Lin continued to say nasty things, and this time said that when the appearance is compared to the Ciprazuan, it seems like a nasty duck and a swan. And the more he looks at her face, the more frightening it looks. Shaolin from anger was not like herself, so she was ready to tear down Lena. But the guy thought that he only needed to defeat the girl, and then he would succeed. Meanwhile, she accumulated power and rushed to her enemy from his back. The laziness lay on the earth and looked at the sky, and on his face remained a large mark on the hand of a girlfriend. He did not even expect that there could be so much power in such fragile hands, and when he received another blow realized that he made a big mistake. He soon came to his senses and went to the academy, where many classmates awaited him. They all mocked the boy, as that was a giant bruise for a half face and a covered nose. The young man immediately approached Yanchen, who was concerned about the appearance of Lena and asked if he could help him. But the guy could not tell the truth, as he was a humiliation to be a defeated girl, so he lied that he had fallen. Yanchen immediately realized that the case was about Zolan, because the guy looked at her all the time, and during the lessons, Laziness thought that to challenge the 8th degree was too much. However, he began to worry that now he could not use the system for a further breakthrough. But he mentioned that the techniques could be studied with the achievement of the 7th degree, so he decided to see what the conditions for their study. The Taoist technique of heavenly thunder was the impact of lightning, which naturally is formed in nature and permeates the sky and the earth. But to study it is necessary to use 10 grams of mountain spirits. And since the young man knew nothing about them, he thought to ask Shaolin's. However, the girl was too offended by him and did not want to listen to any excuses. And when Laziness said he had a lot of stirring and apologized, it was not enough for this. Then he admitted that he behaved as a fool who cannot speak in a certain way. He really did not want to humiliate the beauty of Shaolin, so he said that when she is still angry with him, he can give him a slap once again. However, The girl thought that the boy was quite sincere in his apology, so she forgave him. Then the laziness immediately went to the case and asked if the girl did not know where to find mountain spirits. At first, she wondered why this thing was lazy, and then said that the mountain spirits at their university. After the lessons, the girl spent a friend to Mount Wangwi and said that mountain spirits are a certain mineral, which is formed in places of great accumulation of spiritual energy. The laziness was too tired as they went to this place, so it was difficult for him to absorb information. Meanwhile, Xiolin went closer to the mountain and put her hand a deep breath. After using the maximum force of her voice, she began to dispose of Grandpa Earth. The laziness could not stand the sound and his body threw away a certain distance, and the earth began to tremble a lot. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared from the ground which was incomparably large. Any lazy did not understand where this piece of monolith came from, but he was more concerned about how to stay on the ground. But the giant turned to this and asked why she called him. Then the girl explained that she needed some mountain spirits. Grandpa Earth was surprised that this material still needed someone at their time. But he received minerals from his pocket without unnecessary questions, and shared from Xiaolin, which thanked him. After that, the giant began to make strange sounds and returned to his place of residence. Meanwhile, Laziness was surprised that this material got so easily. But he ordered him to chat less and swallow the mountain spirits faster until they were hot. The guy threw them into his mouth and the material resembled cloudy candy, which is easy to melt during eating. Immediately after that, the system announced the owner that he studied one of the basic techniques of the god of war, having mastered which he could destroy any mountain from one blow. At that moment, the guy began to feel incredible in his hands, and in order to test the received equipment immediately, he struck the rock closest to him and broke it into small pieces. Xiolin was surprised and asked the guy how he managed to do it in a moment. Lena was really strong as it is for its level, especially given the fairly easy way, thanks to which he gained this skill. Seeing that Xiolin was fond of his power, the guy continued to sway with a thunderous blow. But the girl was also not from the weak, so she decided to demonstrate her skills. Almost not touching the rock, she spread her to little pebbles. The pit, which was formed from its impact, was much larger than the result of the impact. The guy did not know what to answer, as he did not expect such force from his girlfriend. Every day he was opening a girl for himself from a new side, which could not be said before. But when he came home, he could not think that such a simple technique in the hands of Xiaolin would be so strong. Against her background, the guy felt a fool who knows nothing, so he was determined to continue to study and improve. Suddenly, his meditation interrupted an incredible abdominal pain, which he did not feel before. Then he realized that he should run to the toilet as soon as possible to escape. The sounds of his scream from pain were heard in neighboring homes, and Limb tried to stay. He felt bad and suspected food poisoning. However, the food from the dining room was always fresh and well cooked. The abdominal pain continued, which was even strange for poisoning, so something else was mixed. But until the time was reflected in Einlina, and he went to the restroom again. 5 days have passed from the last meeting with Xiaolin's, and the girl began to worry that she had not seen her friend in the classroom for a long time. Suddenly, she remembered the mountain spirits. This mineral has a great effect on digestion, and can even cause stomach disorders. The girl wanted to make a joke, and did not say this feature before. In the meantime, she decided to go to Lena after the lessons and find out everything. The evening came on the street and Xiaolin came to Lena's house and called him for a long time. But when she touched his door, they turned out to be open. The girl was shocked. From the outer looked Lazy, who looked like a living dead. The guy began to justify that he was working on a technique that allows the processing of these lands and heaven into the clean of these own bodies. But she brought a pill and ordered her friend to drink. She explained that this will help to quickly restore the lost strength. After he swallowed the medicine, he started to look better immediately, and even the skin recovered. Xiaolin calmed down that she visited a friend relatively in time and had time to help him. After that, she got a synopsis that they had studied in the classroom and even offered to make their own record. Feeling guilty for not warning about the peculiarities of mountain spirits before, Lena took this study. The guy understood how much he was behind the program and had to stay for additional classes. But she conveyed the news that the next day the Lazy would not be able to go to the academy as the battle for freedom begins. It was a grand event of their university, which takes place every year. All 50,000 students are obliged to participate. The event itself looked exciting. Venue of forest, thousands of peaks. All students will participate in a radish of computer game for several days. The player can beat anyone who got up in his way. However, you cannot refuse when you were challenged. The Lazy did not like the conditions of the game, which resembled a regular yard fight, from which it was not possible to capitulate. But Xiaolin tried to reassure him. saying that this event was not as scary as he invented. Last time, most were injured or multiple fractures, and the number of deaths did not exceed a dozen. Also, the battle for freedom meant, because the divine table of university leaders would be updated. As long as they are in this table, they will be able to receive rewards and useful things. The evening of study was very soon, and the first day of the battle for freedom. The presenter was loved by all the participants of this momentous event, which came more than 100,000 people. And since new ones were joined every year, the presenter was ready to announce the rules of the battle for freedom. As expected from the elder Yuhai, the kingdom of heavenly god, he was even able to hang in the air. Then the elders said that the battle for freedom will be prohibited in the territory, namely the forest of thousands of peaks, for 3 days. All events will be held in a computer game format with a ban on grouping. Each student will receive a special talisman of protection that is activated in case of defeat, and will create a barrier that will protect against any attacks. Hundreds of students who will intervene if necessary will also see the event. In conclusion, everyone had to try to gain experience and not miss this opportunity. After the speech, all participants received a special piece of paper that was their mascot. He moved each student to an unknown place where they were alone. The laziness recovered after teleportation and realized that he was in the same forest. Suddenly, looking at the sky, he realized that the system was trying to convey something. She found that the owner was in the forest and a special mission was available. The laziness should be included in the divine table of university leaders. It was unrealistic for the guy to get into the 100th of the best among the 5 million advanced cultivators. He was convinced that he could not even donate it to his own life. However, the system reported that at the end of the mission, the owner would be able to participate in the lottery of magical objects. And with a mission failure, the lasting diarrhea will accompany it for 10 days. Also, this mission cannot be cancelled, so there was no way back to Lena. So without a way out, the young man went to inspect the territory. The place was quite large, so he thought that to meet someone there is unrealistic. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of explosions and human cries among the trees. The guy decided to see what happened and hid in the bushes, noticed a terrible picture. One of the strong participants was able to drive a weaker angle and threatened him with a weapon. The only thing that protected the player from death was his mascot, who made a certain protective shell. Lin was understood that when you need to activate a mascot, then only need to be injured. But suddenly, unexpectedly for him, the same strong participant was behind and grabbed his head. Lazy did not even have time to understand when the student was behind. The player introduced himself as Li Geng, who is studying for the 2nd year and has the 7th grade. According to him, he would never have thought that heaven would direct Lena to him so quickly. He was spent a lot of effort and time to melt the ice heart here, but lazy as if he had stolen her in Li. Although the guy first heard that he was with his girlfriend here, his gender wanted his death. Suddenly, another player appeared, who knew that Lena had a Dal partner, but in his opinion, the guy had no right to get closer to Sizichuan, the goddess of the university. The young man tried to explain that he only helped the girl with her studies, which is why they remained alone in the classroom. Another participant appeared soon who envied the lazy because he was able to get to the 1st class with the 0 body of Taos. Because when he joined himself, he was on the 4th degree, but he was still sent to the worst class. Suddenly, a girl appeared, who wanted to massacre with Lin because during his duel, she lost a limited series of strawberry dessert from their dining room. The young man did not understand what was happening and where so many enemies came from his death. Soon, all 4 players began to argue with each other whose problem was more important and who could kill Lena. Soon Anne asked them to calm down and listen to his proposal. The young man stood up and still said that everyone was listened to. And since they want to fight with him, he suggested to choose a strong one among them. This idea seemed good because it cannot solve the problem with words. Then they will try their fists. They came to the conclusion that they could not think soberly on the problem, and because of this. Therefore, the idea of Lena was great for them. To begin with, they decided to throw a coin to choose opponents. Lena thought that the players could choose who would beat him thanks to the coin, and decided to stay, because he was not so tired of life. At first, they decided to beat the pink-haired girl and the health, the body of which was wrapped with sticks. The man was convinced that the fragile lady would win, and quickly moved to the next opponent. He owned a good stroke technique and had great power in his muscles, so he could easily win. However, his rival was quite agile, and saw every movement of the boy as if at a slow speed. She managed to evade his blows and injure her husband directly into her heart. But despite the fact that they are rivals, the girl explained her tactics. After a few seconds of rest, the lady struck another blow that knocked his opponent out of the game. The laziness watched the battle and was ready to win anyone, but prayed that it was not this girl. She endlessly struck sharp blows, from which it was impossible to die quickly. Soon the girl finished the fight and was satisfied with herself, and the healthy could barely stay on her feet. In her blood was incredible excitement, and she was waiting for her next rival. But this time I decided to manifest Li Jing, who would never have thought that would become a girl's rival. But she did not want to chat for a long time and wanted to start a second round faster. The guy looked at her slyly and asked what could do with his little dagger. But in order not to waste her time, the participant used the shadow spike. Thanks to the shadow, she managed to extend her blade to the length of a sharp sword. Having a beautiful weapon, the girl jumped on a branch of a tree to suddenly attack her opponent. She managed to strike a strong blow to his body, but the guy did not try to evade. This time, it has accumulated energy and used an explosive blow. The wave that went from his blow was spoiled by the girl's clothes, which is why she became angry. So she again used her shadow blow against his explosive. Anim lazy from the side watched and understood that these two seemed to lose common sense. Very soon the girl did not have the strength to move, so she took defeat. Li Jing was satisfied with himself, but felt heavy fatigue in his muscles. Lin asked the senior whether he was normal and could continue the competition. But the guy, calling Lina his rival in love, replied that because of fatigue, he would not play with him and use his strongest sword technique. Li Jing was ready to use her incredible blow to win Lina from one wave. This time, he used an explosive whirlwind that had to take out the enemy from his feet. However, he also did not doubt Lazy and mentioned the thunderous blow that he had recently learned. Strong Jinging could not resist such technique and leaned to the ground. He did not believe that it was possible. Everyone perceived Lina as a weakest student who was not having a problem. The governors had to use the protective amulet in order not to lose the opportunity to live. But he was interested in when the young man had time to learn. However, Laziness just laughed and said he was expecting something more grand than such a boring match. Like he thought it would be a fierce battle, but did not expect everything to come so smoothly than it was planned at first. Suddenly, Laziness felt a strange sound in his head that was not before. This resembled notifications on the phone. At that moment, the system appeared and congratulated her owner on the fact that he successfully defeated the enemy of the 8th degree of the body of Taos. Then, the young man managed to complete the breakthrough through the 8th degree. So now the girl told the conditions to achieve the 9th degree. The lazy needed the victory of 10 enemies with the same degree or higher. The guy rejoiced that the system would enroll the last blow of a reprimanding enemy as a victory over him. Then the young man thought and came to the conclusion that he was about to become a king. His joy was not an end, because for the first time the lazy managed to do something really incredible on his own. All the time the boy was watching another student, and the lazy managed to exceed all his expectations for growth in his own power. Because from the very beginning, the laziness was at the lowest degree of Taos's body, so his speed was reminiscent of fraud. But as soon as one remained alone, another guests visited him. It was Dabo, who brought with him a large number of people who were lazy for his enemies. However, a friend explained that all these students want Anya to defeat them. As it turned out, Dabao wanted to lose as soon as possible to leave this place. Like to come there with his level was a mistake, and he did not want to be crippled, which concerned other students. They all wanted Lazy to help them activate the protective barrier to return home. Anin realized that he would never have such an offer in his life, so he decided that Sin would not take advantage of this option. Then, the young man tightened his sleeves and asked the crowd who would like to become the first. But since no one was ready to leave the first, the laziness struck an unexpected blow to his second Dabo. The guy remained a few teeth and had a twisted face, but he was glad that he would finally leave this game. Soon the lazy managed to defeat the whole queue of the students, but for the warden it seemed very strange. The table of leaders was formed from common indicators of the level of strength and points that the participant earned. Even for winning weak players, points were given. So it became interesting for the supervisor whether the laziness continues to be such a lucky one who would still be able to win. Laziness was very tired after beating so many people, so after finishing it, sat down a little. But while he decided to contact the system to open a new technique for study, because he already knew a thunderous blow. Then the system announced that since the owner reached the 8th degree of the Taos body, it can now study the techniques of the earth element. The conditions for achieving the first divine technique of the earth lotus element: it was necessary to meditate on the top of Mount Heishi in one day. This mountain is the most famous throughout the forest. It is dark and very slippery. There is no opportunity to take away her using her body, so the only way to be there was to fly. However, the young man did not yet know any flight technique, so he decided to focus on the last time, because thanks to 10 blows, he will be able to reach the next degree. But while he was thinking about his further actions, an unfamiliar student who looked frightened came out of the bushes. The laziness rushed to him without warning, and struck a giving stroke that knocked the opponent off his feet. Now, in the body of the Taos of the 9th degree, Ain had progress, one of the vicious out of 10. Then he gained confidence in his abilities and happily folded in search of the next victim. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of the battle somewhere, and in order to study the situation in more detail, he was temporarily hidden behind the tree. One of the students was in the air and was convinced that his rivals were in vain against him. However, the girl was also quite strong and just laughed at the opponent's confidence. She used her magical stick, which she had an incredibly strong blow from which an explosive wave came. Then the guy was activated by his protective barrier and he realized how naive was. And the girl remained alone in the lawn and joyfully said goodbye to the opponent, having extra points. Lin analyzed what the student looked like. She had short pink hair, white stockings and sailor suit. At the same time, she kept a pink magic wand with her wings. She was reminiscent of a star defender Lux. However, soon she heard some sounds behind a stone, and Lazy realized that he was found. She came closer and said that she had a problem with the search for people to train with new techniques. But Lazy, he had come to her. Then the guy kneeled and began to beg the star defender about the mercy. He said he arrived from the ground, only for the sake of a walk. The girl looked and remembered that he was Lazy, the same student with the strongest connection. After that, she got the phone and asked if the young man knew how to play the legend and use the phone at all. The laziness took the phone of the immortal and imagined how strange the scene looks. But at the request of the girl, he opened the game and began to explain her rules, which were quite simple. The main purpose was to destroy the crystals of the enemy teams. The girl played the Lady of the Glow, and her figures were quite high. Attack more than 60,000 and magic more than 25. Lena tried to be careful with her and asked why it was so high. The girl explained that she really likes this character, and so she pumped her to Racha. But she could never think that someone like Lena could know so much about this game. So she suggested the following. If a young man wins her in a telephone game, then she will let him go. But the guy realized that it was just her buzz to make him play with her all day. However, suddenly Lena has come a wonderful idea. He agreed to these conditions, but only in the case that he would choose a place where they will play. The girl was still where to play, so this place was the top of Mount Haitian. Soon Laziness, along with another student, flew to the top of the mountain, using her ability to get to the right place. The young man asked the girl to be careful, as he was his first flight on the sword. She laughed and called herself an older sister. She said she would be very careful. Then the girl decided to finally introduce and said that her wadded Liu Zichua, who was studying for the 3rd year and in the 1st grade. Soon the student pointed to the place where they would land and start playing. The last time, Zichua took the 4th line in the table of divine leaders. According to the caretaker, if it were not for the girl to play, she could have long been in the top 3. But since she and Linum now left the territory of the supervisor, now another teacher was watching them. When Zichawa locked her sword in the air and they went down to the ground, the Lazy felt bad and he was badly bored after such a flight. But while the guy came to his senses, Liu realized that someone was already in this place. Soon she saw a young man who sat quietly and looked at the landscapes who were visible from the mountain. He was deepened in his thoughts and not immediately noticed other players, so he reacted to noise. After that, he got up and sincerely apologized that he would leave this place immediately, but begged him not to be beaten. The situation was strange to Lazy, so he did not know how to do and translated responsibility to Zichua. Meanwhile, the unknown guy installed a stick and threw a rope on it, began to get off the mountain carefully. Then Liu said that the aura of this student is at least 8th. He cannot use a flying sword, but he still managed to take up the mountain. But the girl decided not to pay attention to this strange guy, and since they were on the spot, waiting for the Laziness to start the game with her. According to a happy coincidence, during his poisoning, Lin opened a path that allows him to practice at the same time meditation and breathing practice. That is, everything he left is to start playing, and in parallel to use his new skills. So being confident that he will be able to do 2 cases at the same time, the guy started to prepare. Meanwhile, the unknown student continued to go through the rope carefully. He was in despair, as it was a problem to find such a quiet place. But when the young man decided to rest a little, there was a miracle, and a hellish sword appeared. It was Xiolin, who immediately introduced herself as a 1st grade student who hopes for the eldest. The guy also introduced in response. He was called Chen Sen, who studied the 5th year and was also in the 1st class. Chen asked the girl to pity him and let him go, but she needed many points and she wanted to win. So after these words, Xiolin took advantage of her hellish sword and rushed to the boy. But on her miracle, it happened somewhat incomprehensible. Chen disappeared without leaving any trace. She did not even feel his presence, so it was an unknown technique of secrecy that allowed it to disappear. Meanwhile, the young man watched a girl from a tree nearby and was even more upset. For such disappearance, he had to use his own, so he was not very lucky. And in this situation, the true god was observed, who was clear why the young man had touched his attention. The guy was at the 8th level of the Taos body when he joined the academy 5 years ago. However, after 5 years, it was still at the same level. After several such massive events, he managed to learn easily every time. In terms of disappearance and secrecy, there was no one better than him. So God hoped that he would finally prove himself. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, a laziness on Zichua continued to play and shout words about the mercy. It went unnoticed for them almost all day, and soon began to evening. But suddenly their game interrupted at the moment when Lena's body began to emit a golden glow. Zichua was at first surprised because she could not understand how the boy managed to break to the next level playing a telephone game. At that time, the system announced that the first stage of the divine technique of the Earth's Earth was reached, which was why the force of thunderstorm was doubled. This technique allows you to remove restrictions on Earth's energy, thereby increasing the power of all aspects of the human body. From what he saw, Zichua began to plead with the boy to teach her technique, which allows you to make breakthroughs during the game. The lazy mentally apologized to the girl for actually he does not know what she asks for him. However, the guy lied and said that he really knew a technique that allows you to play and meditative at the same time. He decided to promise the girl to teach this art, provided that she would let him go. She agreed, especially since he would have a reason to meet him again. So she even promised to help go down the mountain. Soon the young man continued the walk and was surprised that having spent one day at the top, he managed to reach the first degree of Divine Lotus. In addition, he really felt he became stronger. However, he still needed to find someone for sparring and check himself. And of course, it was necessary for the enemy to be at least 1 degree below him. Then, it would be easier for him to use his true power. Suddenly, the laziness still met one student who was his classmate. He knew that he was not lucky again, and the young man was at the 9th level, so it was already a typical situation for Lena. Ouija would never have fallen that his classmate would be able to reach the next day. Like the fate wanted to meet them. Lin knew that the situation was inevitable, so he had no opportunity to flee. Being in a fighting position, Ayin challenged Weiji with the words that he would not disappoint him. The classmate accepted the proposal and immediately swung, using a fist of a bursting wind. Then Ayin Lazy gathered all his forces and reproduced the technique from heaven to earth, a thunderous blow. His classmate was shocked from what he saw. For the first time, he knew the true power of his acquaintance, whom he clearly underestimated. The thunderous blow to Lena became so strong that the guy himself, without waiting, threw Weiji in the rock. He looked at his hands and thought that a classmate is a rather experienced cultivator of the 9th left body of Taos. But he managed to defeat him with only 1 blow. Uni barely recovered and did not believe what happened. Recently, laziness was 0, and now he won him. Then Wei suspected that the guy was using some foreign objects and threw her. But the young man joked that he had damaged the sight of the GIA with his blow. And then he added that the training of the latter for more than 10 years became a completely waste of time. Wei tried to deny something, but he was activated by a mascot of defense and was removed from the game. The true god continued to watch Lin, and was ready to admit that all the students with a letter were not as simple as they seem. Ayin Laziness began his experience only 4 months ago, but he had already approached the 10th degree of the body of Taos, which was horrified, especially his thunderous blow. The elder felt in this technique barely catch these great Tao. Soon the young man managed to defeat another player, and now 3 of the 10 defeated people were made in his progress. He scattered with his thunderous blow on all parties. So soon the level of progress increased to 5 people. He then managed to defeat 2 participants at the same time, having 7 of 10 defeated. Very soon he found another victim and now had 8 defeated. It was quite smooth. 2 more remained and he could finally finish his mission and get a 9th degree of Taos's body. However, Lin decided that he should accelerate. It was recently announced that all participants below the 7th degree have also left, and also half of the 8th degree. This meant that the chance to meet a strong opponent grew strongly. The guy realized that in the case when he did not accelerate his development, he could soon reach that no one would win. Suddenly, his lunch was interrupted by strange sounds that testified to the battle near him. The guy left his food and rushed to the battle intelligence in order to earn still defeated. But suddenly under a stone he saw his recent acquaintance named after Zhao Huan. The guy was at the stage when a protective barrier appeared around him. It was difficult for him to speak, but the young man ordered Anin Lena that he should continue to live. But he warned that the opponent was too strong, and he would not be able to help him. In his eyes, Lena appeared tears. He was painful at the moment of losing his friend. But along with Hu Yuan, he was his faithful dog, Dabai, who tried to take revenge on his owner. The dog was quite skillful and rushed to the enemy's foot in order to cripple him. However, the animal turned out to be too weak against the enemy, so he quickly found himself in the rock. The dog led to the ground is very injured and with lots of fractures. The enemy was named John Chen, and he said that in the event that he was injured, he would still remain those who were on the 10th degree of Taos's body. Then the laziness turned to him and said that the dog did not lose his mascot, so it was unclear why it was to beat him with such force. But the player replied that he would kill the dog first and then deal with Lin. The guy was awful for how he faced the animal, so he wanted to revenge. He got up and asked how Jean could call himself a man after he was mocking over a weak animal. So being a worthy rival, the guy officially named his name in class. The man began to make fun of Lin and said that he was called worthless among students. However, this was wrong because he challenged him. At that time, John Chen also introduced himself and said that he was studying for the 2nd year and also in the 1st class. But there was too many words for Ain Lena, and he prepared his crown technique. The guy struck an incredible force of a thunderous blow, and thus pushed his opponent at a long distance. Jean Chen realized that the young man is quite strong, and such a blow requires a lot of energy, so in his opinion, laziness will not be able to perform it often. At some point, he felt that his blow had been blocked, and he had not inflicted a single euron. But he did not give up and decided to try again, because his goal this time was to take revenge on a friend and his dog. Jean Chen looked frightened when he saw that the guy was stepping on him again. So, having added the maximum amount of energy and skills, Lazy again hit a thunderous blow. Jean was severely injured and lost his teeth from the resulting attack, causing him to pour out blood. When the enemy finally fell to the ground, Laziness felt relief and pride. Then he turned to Dabaya and said he had avenged him. Meanwhile, 9 of 10 defeated people were written on the account of his system. Meanwhile, the dog looked tired and could not even make any sound. The guy ran to him and put his hand. He felt the body of the animal's pulse. He looked too bad, and if you do not help, then we could die soon. Suddenly, another player appeared, who was joyful to defeat the one who would meet on his way. But he Lazy had no time for such nonsense and rejected the boy in one fell, thus gaining progress in the form of 10 defeated. Then he received a notification of the victory of the thresholds of the 9th degree of the body of Taos. Now laziness broke through for a given degree. At that moment, the young man fell to the ground and felt that something was happening with his body. He felt a terrible pain, as if his whole body was torn into pieces. The pain that was not compared with this during the transition to the 7th and 8th degrees. Even we that lay down began to catch waves of pain. The breakthrough was accompanied by changes in the weather around Lena, because a strong storm began. According to the guy, it lasted eternity, although it actually took a few seconds. But he was in hell. Soon the pain began to escape, but in the muscles of the young man there was a complete exhaustion and dehydration. Then he was able to finally exhale and said that such breakthroughs were not easy. Suddenly, somewhere behind someone's voice shaved with him, and Lazy was scared that someone wanted to take revenge on him. But when he turned, he saw behind himself a giant Dabaya, who said he had agreed with his words. The dog did not look as usual. It increased significantly in size and was reborn into something beautiful. Then he was able to explain that he broke through the next stage as laziness. After he formed the beast pill, he became a totem animal that can talk. And in general, he is from the sect of the Divine Beast, one of the 10 large sects. In this sect, most followers are the animal. However, Dabaya always liked another academy, so he decided to study there. But unfortunately, the formation of pills, the animal needs defenders. So this means that the dog is actually the one who studies at the academy, and Zhao Huan is his guard. Lin quickly caught the information, but was shocked because he heard for the first time. Then the dog suggested that the boy sit on him and wanted to thank. Since Ain helped him strongly, the beast wanted to help the guy defeat other participants now. But the young man remembered that according to the rules it is forbidden to form in teams. If they work in pairs, they will be punished. Then the dog laughed, saying an Angdin Ikuya is lower than that of a rice cake. Because the rules were forbidden to form teams from people, but give a dog. When the laziness understood it, it looked incredibly happy. Now he asked the animal for help, and asked if he was able to fly. The dog decided not to waste time on words, and immediately demonstrated his skills in flight. Any Lazy now didn't have to worry about flying swords, because he had his own flying dog. Dabya did not like it as the guy called him, so he emphasized his name. But laziness at that moment did not pay attention to his words, as he felt the approach of victory and a new breakthrough. Suddenly, the warder felt that strange energy was emitted nearby. It was like that someone broke into the stage of development of the soul. But at that moment, Laziness was flying on his new faithful dog nearby. It was a miracle to see this student for the supervisor. Moreover, the animal is embodied. The totem beast could not just be moved to this place. So his breakthrough took place in the forest, just during the game. But the supervisor had a question, since he Lazy did not possess the ability to control spiritual animals. Soon, the numbers were incredible to him in the control note near the level of force and the number of points. The warden still suspected that the guy is torturing, but he could do anything until he got into trouble. Somewhere in the forest, there was a Feng Prices, the plan of which was to arrange the principles of the younger ones, and thanks to this to get into the top 100 players. But suddenly, he felt the approach of someone who was at the stage of development of the soul, and Lazy landed and introduced himself, after which he immediately suggested that a fight. The young man was frightened when he saw a giant dog, which was also at the stage of development of the soul. When he rushed at Fenga, he slammed into the rock and had no time to fight. But Laziness decided to finish him and put his crown thunderous blow so that he could count points. The guy tried to convey that it was absolutely dishonest to attack against one, but Lena was no longer stopped, and his strong fist soon approached the enemy's body. At that moment, the guy no longer had the strength to attack accordingly, and he just gave up. Lin was surprised that he seemed so weak, because he thought that at the 10th degree players were holding at least 3 or at least 2 beats, but this lost from the first. The crippled Feng was able to stand up and said that according to the rules, it is possible to fight exclusively one-on-one. Then Lin replied that he is in effect according to the rules, because the totem beast nearby is part of his and his strength. But the guy was dissatisfied with the fact that the animal's power was higher than the owner's level that was fraud. After that, the student addressed the teachers who watched everyone and asked them to understand it. But no one answered his request, which was why the lack was in despair. Suddenly, one of the teachers could not stand that Ain Lazy threw her work again. In his opinion, it was good that the spirit was from nowhere. But it was a miracle that the guy decided to use such a spirit in battles. So now, in any case, the dogs and Laziness will receive half of the points. The main work of the supervisors was to report students' achievements. Soon Laziness and Drink rested, and the guy said that on the last day all on their way were quite strong. And if it were not for the combination of his forces with a spiritual beast, he would have turned back for a long time. Then the young man turned to the system and wondered what conditions for the breakthrough for the 10th degree. Now he needed to study 3 different techniques offered by the system. Training of lightning element, the 1st degree of Taoist. To do this, the body should be in 1 discharge of lightning of natural origin. The guy realized that now he needed to study the technique of lightning and wind, and doubted that he would have 1 life. In addition, he needed to become the subject of adoration or respect for 10,000 people to study the technique of the divine aura. Suddenly, Laziness felt strong energy fluctuations somewhere nearby. Then he thought that somewhere near the elite of the divine table, the rating of which could not be too low. So, sitting on his auxiliary dog, the guy flew to the intelligence. There he saw his girlfriend here, who exactly competed for his life and additional points. But suddenly the guy saw somewhat suspicious and ordered his PSU to pay attention to it. It was about a player who hid in the bushes and watched the battle of the 2 strongest, namely for Xiolins and her unknown rival, who also owned a great level of power. Lin realized that he wanted to do a young man in the bushes, and to put the winner of the fight in his back to win. Then Ain ordered Dabaya to fly there to demonstrate the true power of the combination of their energy. Meanwhile, there was a demonstration of the strongest players on the square. So this time, we were talking about Lena. Hundreds of students who watched him were shocked, and did not know what was happening and which the player was talking about. But they also drew their attention to which they were not familiar with before. The dog was quite strong and could defeat a bunch of opponents in a few movements. Unfortunately, the crystal mirror showed only the picture, but could not convey the sound. Suddenly, one of the boys recognized Lena, who was known to the academy with a 0 degree. However, now he became incredibly strong and even had a chance to go on the top 100. Meanwhile, Lin was an unknown who wanted to finish the fight treacherously, and now begged for a mercy. But Laziness explained to him that the guy tried to pick up his business in his hands, thus starting to interfere with him. After that, Ani introduced himself as a professional reflector, who has the right to stretch knives in his back to others. Then the unknown he asked why he behaved as boldly if he was as appraised as he was. The guys who watched the situation were surprised that Laziness could be injured, even through a protective barrier, and some even began to believe that the student belongs to the elite because it looks too mysterious. As soon as the guy dealt with the unknown, he immediately turned to this Xiolin. The girl did not answer his cries, so the young man began to worry about her. However, it soon came out through the wall of dust and wondered what laziness was doing there. The guy replied that he heard a noise nearby and decided to check what had happened. Then the girl paid attention to a giant dog next to a friend, and Lazy presented it as Dabaya. Then Xiaolin realized that it was the same hut dog who looked at the girls when they were bathed on the lake. The girl began to play with the animal and could never think that it is a cute dog, moreover, quite strong and not at all as in stories. People who watched this picture became boring, so the boys' company decided to follow other battles. Suddenly, some saw something and paid their attention to the screen. It depicted that the malicious One Bite was eaten by Xiaolin, with which he seemed to be one thing. People began to talk about the dog. They say that she was behaving abnormally. However, as it turned out, the students saw him through a certain prism that distorted the true image of the dog. It seemed to them that a golden glow was radiated from Dabaya's mouth. But they came to the conclusion that it worked the protective mechanism of the defeated girl. But a few minutes ago, 1,000 peaks were not known from the forest, which was not known to the audience. As it turned out, Xiaolin lost all her forces and forces of her divine blood of Phoenix in the last battles. Therefore, it was practically unrealistic to restore strength in a short period of time. She has already shown how strong the teacher can be outside the barrier, and if she continues, she will just hurt herself. So it would be better if she left this place a little earlier. So she decided to ask Lena that she would swallow her and began to absorb her. Then the mascot would react as a danger and move her home. The girl did not want to feel the pain of others for her, so she asked a friend to do it. Lin thought and also asked the dog. He said that when they do not meet a really strong enemy, the dog should eat him. Dabai agreed to all requests and soon Zolan was moved to the area of white jade. There, all the wounds on the girl's body began to disappear, and her strength gradually recovered. She felt incredibly after a good sleep and a good rest. Suddenly, other students began to appeal to her who were embarrassed on the screens. People tried to reassure her and show their transfusions that the girl had swallowed a giant dog. However, Xiaolin herself did not understand why everyone rushed to her with the words of support. Meanwhile, a duel between two students began near 1,000 peaks on one of the lawn. Among them was a man who wanted a faster death of Chen Chen, who was not able to escape in time. The guy tried to explain Van Svadzin. If he was so obsessed with him, then soon Chen himself would become his inner demon. Unfortunately, he had already become him, so the young man was obliged to defeat him. Chen was the only one among them, the letter from the true god, and Van knew that the guy was not as weak as he wanted to give up, which was why he was looking for a duel with him. But the guy persistently avoided him, so it was his last chance to win. Swajin wanted battles with Chen as with anyone more, and if he cannot win, he will not be able to take the first place of the rating without shame. But all this speech interrupted Chen, asking why the weight missed all the routines of the mortals. However, in any case, the young man did not want to fight, and if he is really an inner demon, then Saojin will have to find another way out. But the latter was convinced that he was already adding to the spear of the white dragon, and now no one could escape from him. Suddenly, Yancheng appeared and turned to the older Van with fishing that he was already in the late stage of the development of the soul. Through that, the guy could not stay when he decided to attack the elder Chen, who was only in the 8th degree of Taos's body. The girls who watched through the screen saw Swan like a divine creature, which even dresses in white and clean clothes. But Sajin denied him that the players are completely free in choosing their opponents, so it is better not to interfere with the affairs of others. But Yanchino denied that when the anniversary is so large in the levels, it is very easy to overdo it, and then not avoid deaths. Then the man replied that Chen Chen has called his true strength, and in fact, he is very strong. However, he soon began to be angry with unnecessary questions that prevented him from winning. But Yang Chen said that he would not go anywhere until justice. But Saojin did not see the point of spending time on a chat, and decided to end two opponents. After the last phrase, the man got a sharp blade and assembled first on the defender of the weaker player. Yang Chening managed to evade the sword quickly, but to give the appropriate blow to him. At first he tried to defend himself and did not go to counterattack, as he did not see in this humanity. Then he turned to Chen Zhan and ordered him to flee until he dealt with his older. However, the young man understood. If he escapes, Van Sujin would pay a certain price, but he would quickly throw away the younger Suika. Then Van himself emphasized that Yanchina is better to go, because one blow would leave a guy life. So the senior decided not to delay and demonstrate his strength as soon as possible. The head man understood that Sujin had a lineage of dragon, so it is difficult to compete with him. So, with his attacking blow, the man used a dragon's claw that could easily kill a man. However, Yancheng was not ordinary students and used the technique of changing the entire universe to stop the enemy. Svajin did not understand that his movement had been blocked, and he did not inflict a single Uranus. From his own impotence, the man became even more angry and accumulated forces, sent the flow of energy to Yanshenha, because of which the guy was attacked and could not even lift weapons. But despite this, he managed to last for a long time, which was unrealistic. The audience began to worry about Yanchen, because although the Elder Van was in a late stage, it was not for the people. Sujadzin rejoiced, because now no one will be in an obstacle to defeat Chen Zhan. Suddenly, Laziness with his assistant appeared from heaven to help his younger brother escape. Meanwhile, Chen himself did not understand what he needed to do this time: run or stand to the end. After Laziness he voiced the name of his totem dog and his level of development. Swajin became funny from such a team, as if they had fled the circus. But he was without a difference of a couple of warriors from man and a dog, or a man and a cat. He was still brutally tuned to win. Then Chen Shen, and apologizing to Lin, said that he had already promised von Svajin's duel before Lim. However, Anya seemed strange to refuse his proposal, since Chen Chen was only 8th Taos, and it was dangerous to fight against the late stage of the soul. But for the young man, it was more problematic that unknown rescuers appear from the sky just like that. And if it is not stopped now, he will be able to leave. Meanwhile, Svajin was glad that his long expectations finally ended, and he would have a duel with his older Chen, which he has been waiting for almost 3 years. After my last words, the warrior began to activate the dragon, which was incredible in size and protected his owner. The elder watched the battle and was alert, as such force could end with the death of one of the players. Even in the eastern sea of Dragonlands, only the king of dragons, being in the divine transformation, can use the power of his ancestry to awaken the true heritage of the original dragons. Van Svajin was able to awaken the pedigree, being at the late stage of the development of the soul. Thus, the student was a real genius, but his blind desire for battle could lead to overstrain that he could not withstand. However, the real strength of Chen was still a mystery. No one will believe that he is only 8th. But the unknown consequences could happen if Swajin was accidentally centered. So the elder decided to turn to Mario. This is how the elder called the Zamihi, who suddenly appeared after his thought. Meanwhile, Swajin decided to showcase the claw of a white lightning dragon that shakes the earth. Despite the incredible danger to the life of Sen, the guy stood in heaven. Even his facial expression has not changed, causing the young man to seem completely calm. But his behavior was due to the fact that the student has special techniques that could be protected. When he performed one of his techniques, he was a laziness that was observed in order to help in this case. Sujadzin seemed to be unknown to him, where he was small in size compared to Chen Chen's finger. The guy felt humiliated and worthless, like a small insect in the giant forest. But in fact, everything happened in his mind, as the physical body of the guy fell to the ground. He could not recover for a long time after a severe attack. So when he came to his senses, he immediately asked that he was for the technique. Chen Sen was the winner. So turning around replied that it was a touch of the true path. Meanwhile, strange things began to happen to Anilin. Dabi noticed that something was wrong with his new owner. Then the system reported that the touch of the true path contains the essence of heaven and earth. The initial level can destroy anything. The level of the master can even destroy the space, and the level of the creator can destroy the essence of time. The path was not perfect. The path of destruction and the path of preservation, the action of part of one way of ascension. As it turned out, laziness felt one of the ways of destruction. The elder addressed the deputy director and asked how Chen Sino managed to make Van Sujin one movement of his finger to fall to the ground. The so-called Mario took a little time to think about the right answer. Suddenly, Tsang Wing thought that everything happened because Color Shik had forgotten to overcome special effects. So, in fact, the battle looked more effective than it seemed at first glance. The deputy director then said that the elder should be impartial, even when the whole world turns into dust. And Yuhia himself had to return to observing other students and their battles. Meanwhile, near the highest mountain, he tried to recover after he felt the power of the devastating path. He was tormented by severe headache, even began to be very nervous due to such physical condition. Then the young man paid attention to the senior Swajin, and was surprised that he remained alone. And while he was in such a state, the dog suggested that it be extracted. The laziness made a remark of Dabaya, saying it is unnecessary to be so bold when you voice a treacherous plan. Swajin heard everything and said that even after one defeat, he would be an easy goal for them. After that, he was able to stand on his feet and took a sharp spear, sent him to Lena and his partner. He was lazy to point out the guy with his finger so that his dog would pay attention to the danger. However, the young man accidentally managed to create the same aura that he recently made Chano with one finger. Feeling incredible power, Swajin realized that something like him had been happening recently. Even Dabai did not expect such a skill from his owner, and stood with his mouth. Any lazy realized what power he now owns and sent as much energy as possible to this blow so that Swajin could not even evade him. He really managed to make every effort, so the fire wave coming from his poly was reminiscent of a magma that warned everything in its path. But the guy badly directed the direction of the blow and accidentally missed, thereby keeping his enemy's life. And when the fire disappeared, a deep footprint left in the ground. Even in the tall rock which was near the lawn, a giant hole remained. Kanglewing, who watched the fight all the time, could not believe his own eyes. People near the screens on the Jade Square could not tear their frightened eyes from observing the movements of Anilina. Now it was a miracle for students that having such a power and having the care of the true god, the guy still wants to live a simple school life and go for boring lessons. And the elder realized that when a student can awaken all his power with this technique, he could easily cut the whole continent in half. Meanwhile, on the lawn, the guy continued to stand in a strange pose and asked why he would not relax. But the young man did not want to stand in this pose, but he could not even utter words. He did not feel his own body. Soon the notification from the system to complete the task of being adored or respectable 10,000 people. So now the divine aura has been activated. But the guy was under the negative effect of performing the path, so the protective mechanism was activated. Lena did not understand what was about the last words, and began to feel something strange in his hand. But soon, and not only the hand, but the whole body began to inflate and increase. Suddenly the laziness began to emit a golden glow, through which the boy was not visible, but only his silhouette. Unexpectedly, there was a giant explosion at the place where he stood, which was noticeable from any corner of the forest or academy. Hundreds of students who watched the game now stood with frightened eyes. They managed to see the legendary moment when any laziness exploded from overload. Soon the guy was in an unknown room where a real rabbit took care of him. As soon as the young man began to open his eyes gradually, the animal approached him and asked about his state of health. Then, to check whether his patient is all well, the rabbit set him a complicated example. But for Enlina was always difficult with mathematics, so it took time to calculate. The rabbit could not understand why the person woke up and the brain never worked. So he decided that he needed to continue treatment. The animal was called Sio, and soon a girl who asked about the boy's condition visited the hospital. The young lady entered the room where he was resting laziness and glad to recover soon. But the guy himself was surprised when he saw Sinuan. The young man's meridians and his vital energy were soon restored, so the recovery pill made by Sister Chang was well worked. But the last guy remembered is the moment when he used the touch of the Wei, and then felt a terrible pain. She explained the guy that during the battle he was ripped off and thus destroyed his blood essence. The Su was the one who asked the rabbit sister to save the young man. And only thanks to her recovery pills, his body managed to escape. And Sujuan suffered that she lost against the eldest John Chen. But as a result, the winner of all battles was Liu Zichua. Anin laziness was blown out of bed and began to thank the girl for salvation and promised to pay her pay. But the pay was more interested in the rabbit that needed some ingredients. Namely 100 jin expensive carrots, 10 boxes of carrot chips, and 1 ton of fresh carrots made in Frierers. Sue laughed and said that everything was fine. Sister Chang is very good, so it's not waiting. And all the ingredients exclusively the request of Xiao Yi. He knew that the guy was sent to the kingdom of death, so he made an order for different flavors. Any laziness did not understand the words that he would persist to the kingdom of death, because he did not plan to return to the ground. But the girl explained that he was chosen one of the first, among all new students, to go to the kingdom of the dead. And Lazy soon was able to restore vitality and leave the hospital to breathe fresh air. On the way home, he immediately met this Siolan, who was incredible to see his friend. The girl explained that he went to visit him, and the laziness, meanwhile, stood at the bulletin board and watched the order. Anin Lin created an announcement where he wrote that during his trip to the kingdom of mortals, he could bring things to order for a certain fee. 2 months ago, Lena was able to get into the leadership table and even won 23rd place through the use of the Wei. And at that time, he became the most popular star of the academy. Throughout the battle, Anne broke through the 7th degree in 9. He also managed to study the technique of the Earth's lotus and the technique of mental protection divine aura. And since the lack still got into the divine table of leaders, he finished the initial mission of the system. He also received a unique weapon of the chaos brick system. The boy managed to meet again from Liu, who heard that laziness was going with the mission to the mortals. So she had a small order for an old acquaintance, and since he himself from the mortal world, he became the only one to whom the girl could trust in an important issue for her. She wanted a new laptop with installed popular games. She also asked for a new boombox and a couple of columns, a new phone and one TV for 65 inches. The problem was that a lazy will not be able to do so many things. But the girl was ready to give him a spatial ring as a gift. Such a ring has a space within 10 jins, so it was of the highest quality. Its price was about 20,000 spiritual stones. It was then that he came to his mind that he can make money well on his journey. Lin told his detailed plan for his close friend, who came to him for another purpose. However, the young man was so interested in his story that he did not even hear her words. However, Xiaolin brought him the sword of golden blue, which became his reward for reaching during the battle. And since the young man was unconscious during the award ceremony, she took the sword temporarily. And also the girl had news. During his mission, she will go with him and Xuan Yanchen, but laziness should become the leader of their group. This is all because he was born on Earth and he was fascinated by many, so now he had to accept this leadership unconditionally. There were also many gossip about the boy and Xiaolin, they say, as they are always quite close to each other. Xiaolin said she would go first, so they would meet in 3 days near the Heavenly Gate. In 3 days, the team reported that their mission in the mortal world is to strengthen the seals of the demonic tower on Mount Kunlun. Students should also track the King of Demons, who have recently been announced from the mortals. The strength of the demons was divided into 4 ranks, namely a soldier, a general, a king, and an emperor. The level of the soldier was equal to the degree of Taos's body, while general is equal to the 10th degree. However, if students meet a demon of this level, they can take care of them. But if they meet the demon above, it will not be what they can easily cope with. Therefore, if students meet something similar, they should immediately inform the Department of the Immortal World. And then they will be able to transfer everything to the team through special devices. The guards were given a letter at the gate, which indicated the coordinates of the arrival of students. The man managed to play perfectly a copy of the temple for their arrival. So now the children could enter the gate. The security guard's assistant thanked him for what he did for their academy. The man was pleased for her thanks, but it was his work, so it was not necessary to worry. But suddenly after the students' team crossed the portal, the guard realized that he had sent them to another place. Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth was a flower that sang a song about how it green into quiet and rejoices in the sun. And when the threshold of spring begins to blush the forest, it becomes a real master of photosynthesis and persistently makes oxygen daily. Then there was a wonderful day when the flower is higher than the degree. It would be immortal, cultivating by photosynthesis. All her life was wonderful until she saw the giant back of a man flying right on her. It was a lazy who, as a result of their journey, landed all speed to Earth. But his pain became even stronger when the Sugolins fell from above, the weight of which increased due to the rate of fall. The girl immediately got out of the young man and asked his physical condition, because she understood how much she could damage him. Yancheng, who was behind one step and landed to another place, laying through tears from pain, condemned the goalkeeper, through whom the divine gates threw away their team in the middle of the sky, thinking that all cultivators with the Taos body were able to fly. Meanwhile, a happy flower shouted under the feet of the boy, who almost faded under the body of Anilina. The guy did not understand who the kind of strange sounds, but when he saw the flower, said that growing this species of plants were laid after their country was founded. And the flower groaned with pain and said that people are too cruel to it while it dies, and its root is cold. Then Yancheng approached and said that it was a demonic flower formed from demonic pill, but because of landing, the lazy of the plant's neck was broken. So soon it will die as soon as the blood essence disappears. But there was one way to save her. In order to be formed a contract of service with a cultivator, the master will be able to convey the power of the flower formed from the demonic pill by concluding a contract. The plant heard and agreed to anything to live a free life again. It remains to find the master for her. Due to Phoenix lineage, Xiaolin could not form contracts, and Yancheng couldn't do it because of the technician he trained, so there was only laziness. Then the flower said that it was able to scare away enemies and take photosynthesis. The guy did not hear anything amazing, so the plant seemed worthless to him. But despite the fact that he will not receive anything useful, laziness would have agreed to contract, as he left the life of the flower. Then he began to share his energy, thus concluding a contract with it. Now she finally felt the warmth and had to follow her master for the rest of her life. After concluding the contract, Xiaolin suggested a friend to give her name to her plant. The guy did not think for a long time and decided to call the flower Xiaohong, which literally meant a little red. However, the name did not like the plant itself, and the rest of the team just laughed quietly. But when Lazy suggested some other options, the flower decided to leave them Xiaohong, because it was the best among the herd. Soon the whole team gathered, and now in full copied to fulfill the mission. Lin found a public road and suggested finding a driver who would bring them to their original place of arrival, but somewhat became an obstacle to them. Yanqing saw a terrible trouble and rushed to the rescue. He saw the car and decided that the person was named after the demonic beast, since the cars were not known to him. The guy rushed directly to the car and thus prevented the driver from continuing the movement. Lin tried to stop his old man, but he had no time to explain the rules of residence in the mortar world. Meanwhile, Yanqing took out a man from the car, and, through interference with the car system, she exploded in the middle of the road. Yanqing felt like a real hero, who risked his life saved his first mortal person. But the man himself began to be pleased to be released. Like his meat is too greasy and generally tasteless. Yanqing and Xiaolin did not understand what the mortal was saying, so they thought that his psyche was injured by a demonic beast, and now he says incomprehensible things. Release the man. Lion led his team to Wrong City, which was quite enriched to Xiaolin's. The guy himself already dressed in his usual clothes, and told the team that they were very lucky to be a driver, who was with Wrong City himself and was able to bring them. Then Yanqing turned to him and thanked him that he would now study the world of mortals in more detail. The elder, who dispelled the car with his bare hands, understood what mistake he made. Lin explained to him that the so-called demonic beast is just a means of moving in their world. But in order to solve the situation with the injured man, the guy used magic and ordered the man to forget everything. After his brain was cleaned, the driver came to his senses and could not remember that he had happened to him a minute ago. Now the lazy had to be improvised, and he said that the car of the man had recently broken up, and if his friend did not save him, he would die. At that moment, the man began to understand how lucky he was that this company of young people was nearby, so now he wanted to thank them. Lin could never think that that gentleman would not only help them get to the city, but also give money as a thanks. Xiaolins enjoyed every second in the new city, and Yanqing wanted to start fulfilling the mission sooner. But Ain noted that until they receive a message from the teacher, with the exact coordinates of the temple location, they cannot begin. And before looking for someone who could help them, Lazy suggested a little wait and enjoying time in the city. Friends were able to get up to the highest house in the city, or have a show there. Xiaolin wanted to become the main character of their speech, so she decided to start an incredible transformation. Without fear of height, the girl jumped directly from the roof of the building, and in flight, her body began to turn into a fireball. Under the full moon, this bullet began to take the form of Fire Phoenix. There were many ordinary mortals under the house, getting phones, and began to shoot an incredible performance. Now, after such a hellish speech, they just had to wait until they were taken away. As soon as Xiaolin remembered it, the giant plane flew directly to the structure on which the team stood. Winding circles in search of where you can land, the crew of the plane decided to stop on the roof of the house. A woman named Huang Santen, who was the captain of the second unit of the special department, came out. She wanted to find out why students were using divine techniques in such a place. Then the laziness received the certificate and said that they arrived from the heavenly court to find out how to get to the Baiyun temple. Wang Santen and her whole team of workers bowed low before the team, and the woman apologized to the words that they could not think that the ambassadors were visiting them. 3 students did not expect such a reaction, so they did not know how to proceed. Meanwhile, the woman ordered her guards to prepare a beautiful car from the organization, and to free the road as much as possible. They should also book a presidential luxury in Crown Plaza. Then Huang received 3 bank cards and reported that there are 1 billion yuan on each of them, so students can use them. Yanqing took a plastic card and could not understand why he did not respond to the world. And Xiaolin has already dreamed of how to buy herself a lot of jewelry and different new technique, which every girl dreamed of. Lin thanked the lady for the reception and thought that he would now be able to become a king of delivery. Soon the team was brought to Crown Plaza, where they were waiting for Zheng Kan. He prepared everything that students could need, including electronic devices that could be useful in the world of mortals. But Lina was more concerned about whether the director knows the person who calls for himself a Han. As it turned out, it's his brother. In this case, the young man asked the man to make a translation from his card to his brother's card, as a compensation for a torn car by his friend's hands. The director explained that his brother had not changed the car for many years, so he was an act of help somewhere. But Zheng Kan could not accept this gift. After that, the man invited the guests to the hotel and warned that when they want to break another number of cars, he would certainly provide a whole collection of cars. But Lin was reassured him and went to his presidential issue, which was for the first time. Each of the oral had their own number, so they were able to enjoy a quiet and peaceful holiday. Lin finally was able to lie down and remembered how much happened to him in the last day. So now he had to relax well As the next day the team was waiting for a grand shopping, friends no longer met that evening, as everyone was tired and soon the morning in the new city soon came. At first, Lin Won went to shopping to the equipment store to buy the necessary equipment for ordering students from the academy. The young man had to order delivery to the hotel, as there was a lot of things and he could not carry them. After that, the laziness went to the most expensive jewelry store. There were the best decorations of his city, which had the right price. In the store, it was lovingly served by a sweet girl who helped him to choose the right jewelry that corresponded to his request. After that, the young man went to buy soda to stroll through his hometown and enjoy a few days there. Suddenly, a girl named Lin Vuhua called for him, which looked rather shy. She began to ask the guy where he disappeared, as eating the sediment to worry about his position. Soon Gao Peng approached the girl, who was her boyfriend, and asked who the girl was talking to. As it turned out, the young man was known that Vuhua and Anlin were in a relationship when they were studying at high school. But Gao Peng decided to build borders immediately, and said Lina that he would not even hope to restore the relationship with the girl, saying such as she is not a couple. But the lazy was still on the girl. In any case, she has already become a student at the University of Coyotes. Therefore, it does not matter how difficult it could. And to contact with Gao Penga, he did not sincerely advise. The guy became angry because he heard such criticism. Since he was the executive director of the company, which costs tens of millions, he considered himself incredibly successful compared to Lin. The young man was ridiculously from the arrogance of Pupung, so the quarrel continued for a while. But suddenly the car came and stopped directly in front of the company of old acquaintances. A female leg and a beautiful shoes that could afford a lady with money stepped from the car. It was this Xiaolin, which only returned from successful shopping and was satisfied with the time. Then the laziness presented to her girlfriend the former girl laziness of the ears, as well as her present cavalier. As soon as Gao Peng saw it, he rushed with greetings to the charming lady to find out her name. All of this was observed by his girl, who was unpleasant to see how her boyfriend was openly trying to get acquainted with the other. The laziness became next to the former to distract her from the unpleasant situation and to discuss something new from life. The same Xiaolin looked at the former girl and said that laziness looked blind if she met her, but she was not left unattended by her present boy, saying that the laziness of Vuhua was also blind if she chose such a new boy. Lina became uncomfortable to continue this conversation, so he took his girlfriend by his hand and, emphasizing their mission, led the girl to the car. In his opinion, it was a mistake to come to this place for such clowns to appear and stage them a performance. After they left, the two began to laugh at this situation and felt unsurpassed. But Lina had a question when his girlfriend learned how to drive the car. As it turned out, as soon as she sat behind the wheel, she got it. Mr. Zheng borrowed a car from a limited collection of a sports car for a stranger girl just like that, in addition, which has no right. But Xiaolin wanted to go to the shops again, as she needed to buy new clothes for their evening feast. In the evening, there were also Pengo ears, who told the girl that all guests were people with a certain reputation, and all of them from the highest class. So the girl had to carefully follow what she would say and how to behave. Soon, Zhong Yang approached, who was Zhang Hong, who organized the whole feast, and thanks to him, the couple managed to get this evening. Zhong Zhang was quite popular with girls because of their attractive appearance, which many liked. But the guy was not going to spend time with them, as the lady was not his level. A very lazy, Yan Qining and their girlfriend Xiaolin, who attracted the other boys' attention to their unearthly beauty, came to the party. The mortal boys immediately turned her eyes on her, and the thought was in the mind that a girl was like an angel who descended from heaven. The Gao Penga reaction issued that he had previously met with this company, and was not too happy to see them again. But Zhong Yang was interested in Xiaolin, so he called for a waiter who carried out glasses of expensive alcohol. The son of a hotel director was convinced that by treating a charming guest wine, he would be able to win her attention. In addition, he now had his plans for a girl who was about to fulfill his acquaintance with her. Xiaolin, together with their friends, discussed the plan of how they better fulfill the mission, and came to the banquet not for the sake of fun. Suddenly, Zheng Zheng approached them and apologized for his friends. He introduced himself and greeted the students in the event. He then added his hope that he would be able to drink from a great lady opposite him, and he will not refuse. Xiaolin did not understand what these words were, and looked at her friends to see support from them. Then the girl decided to name her name, but also did not forget about Lina on the Xuanyan Shenhe. Suddenly, the young man thought that he had already heard her name, but could not remember exactly where. Then in his mind was a conversation with his father, who ordered that the feast was planned in honor of government agents and named the students' names. The father ordered him to behave decently and not to give trouble to these guests. After that, the guy realized that he would have lost a little in a mess, for which his family would pay well. He was lazy and asked if he was feeling normally. But the young man replied that he was not good and he should leave the guests. But the wine in the glasses that Kengjid looked so attractive that Lin offered to drink for dating. The guy tried to leave as soon as possible, and Ain said he had a wonderful way that can help. Namely, he called his physiotherapy and then unexpectedly hit the whirlwind. Xiaolin was surprised when she saw such courage in Lina's act, but Yancheng was proud of him. Then the girl herself realized that she was a great method of helping such arrogant fools as the son of a director. Soon, the protection of the institution came, because she heard loud screams and was looking for robbers. Together with the guard appeared the owner of the institution, Zhen Hong, who saw a son who had a crippled appearance. Then he was lazy to the elderly, and said that he needed to better raise his son and not allow him to use false wine, so as not to harm others again. One of the glasses fell out of the hands of his son, in which alcohol was selected under the chosen alcohol, which contained only alcohol and did not grape it. Zhen Hong was shocked by the son of his son, as he warned him earlier. He understood what kind of mess he got into, so he decided to study his child directly in the eyes of everyone, to remember exactly how to treat government officials. The guests were shocked. Someone even heard the crunch of a guy whose girls considered an incredible hero. The senior Zheng apologized to the delegation for his son directly in front of them. And after that, he decided to present VIP GATs that evening. He pointed to young students and said that they were special agents of the Central Bureau on Special Affairs. All government organizations in the Northwest are obliged to provide the best conditions for their special agents so that they can do their work. Pen and his girl almost lost consciousness when they learned that the guy was being poorly treated, was a special agent. Suddenly, an unknown little girl came to Ain Lina, who quietly said that his blow was incredible. The young man began to worry about having forgotten the little girl in such an event. Then she began to be nervous and said that she was 18 years old, but she looked much younger. The girl was introduced as Tian Lin Lin, which has the body of the Taoists of the 8th degree, and was sent by the Chinese Association of Cultivators to help the team with their mission. But the guy did not have time for their cooperation, as the next day he had to pick up all the orders and make many more. He also lived in this city 18 years, so he did not need help with the terrain. Lin Lin asked to deprive her of such trivial things as the purchase of clothing and appliances. After that, she said that her father Tanjun Group, so he could buy anything for her in a short time. And Lina mentioned that this company is in the top 500 in the world, in the field of cinema, music, fashion, clothing, and other industries. Then he realized that a little princess was standing next to him, so it was a sin not to take such an opportunity. He asked if she could help him with other tasks such as the purchase of fast food, collection figures, and he would make her accompany the next day on a walk. But the girl had a special request for time. She wanted Lazy to help her catch a ghost in the village nearby. The next day, Lina and Linlin were waiting for the head of the village of Guangdong. He pointed to the path where special agents could gather to the right place. Because of such a terrain, cars cannot reach them, so he hoped for students. Then lazy in response, he introduced himself to his assistant, waiting for a specific request and history of what happened in the village. The man said a few days ago a number of strange deaths began in their village. All the dead were very pale, and their eyes were plowed, leaving only bloody openings. Their facial expression was frozen in a curved mask, as if people felt terrified. With the onset of the night, strange sounds begin to spread throughout the village. It is also unclear where black smoke comes from, which causes everyone to panic. Urad tried to hide this information from all, but when 10 people died and they saw these swimming deaths, nothing left but to give publicity in search of suitable specialists. Lin Lin had already read the dossier and could say that this spirit of the level between the soldier and the general, or easier, from the 5th degree to the 10th degree of the Taoist body. Then the man led students to one of the houses where it was a little strange. All places where such cases were filled with something evil. Although the man brought them there, he would be glad to avoid this place. The cold aura pointed to the final appearance after the attack rather than the spirit, but the evil ghost. And if this aura has not disappeared even a few days later, then this reason is at least the level of the general. Lin felt 2 cold auras in the house. The first was filled with violence and cruelty, while the other emitted deadly and secrecy. This was said that there was more than one reason the general. In any case, the students could only deal with this at night, so they planned to return later. Linlin felt that she was frozen, and laziness immediately stressed that he would not give her only jacket to the girl, as in romantic films. The little one began to merge, and realized that if this evil had another jacket, he would not give it away. Soon Linlin began to worry, and asked Lina if he was sure that they would be able to defeat 2 ghost generals. Lin decided to make a joke over the girl and, pretending to be dead, said that now he himself became a victim of ghosts. Lin was scared of the face that he tried to portray the young man, so she sat on the ground with fear and covered her head. But when she realized that there was no danger, her eyes were filled not only with tears, but also with anger. Then the young man reassured his colleague and said he was hearing the sounds nearby, as if someone was crying. At first she did not believe, but soon the sound of trouble came to her ears. The girl was scared when she realized that Lina was true, so she immediately hid behind his back. Anin looked at her with a smile and said that if she came to such a place, she would be scared of ghosts before they showed themselves. But their conversation interrupted the monster that went from the side of the house and asked if they were looking for him. The excuse really looked creepy. It was clear why people were found with a frightened face. The excuse tried to say something, but Ain Laziness immediately rushed to the mission and applied physical force against him. The terrible creature in a second was divided into small pieces that disappeared in the air. Lin watched Lina's movements and was fond of how incredible the power of the heavenly cultivator. The guy himself did not expect such a blow, but acted under the influence of fear. Soon the creature began to emerge again, and this time went to a little girl. But she was not simple, and this time she was ready to act, as there was laziness nearby. She got magical cards that were her reliable weapons and activated in seconds. One of the cards flew directly along the specified route and crashed into black tentacles. Lin noticed a black fog which began to disappear gradually, so he ordered the girl to follow him. Lin, along with Ani Lin, tried to catch up with the tentacles of black smoke, which were spreading to the whole village. The speed of the guy was incredible, so he was sure that he would not let the ghost escape. He managed to reach out and grasp the monster for one of his extremities. But unexpectedly, the creature began to show its power and tried to capture the body of the young man. The pain he felt was very strange. He mixed with fear and despair that filled the brain. Everything was to blame for the spiritual energy that the ghost released. Lin continued to fight the monster and hoped that the boy had something to catch him. The girl used the delight of the soul of the attack of 4 sacred beasts to help the partner who had already begun to suffer from a mission. Any lazy felt that the monster was leaving his body and trying to escape, so the guy decided to use his legendary thunderous blow to destroy the ghost. The case was finished quickly, but now a giant crater was formed on Earth through Lina. The guy was convinced that these 2 ghosts were not as strong as they seemed at the beginning, but he did not know something. One of the monsters survived and watched the cultivators from the bushes. He tried to indicate the students to look at their feet. He did not understand how one could not see what a skein of spider silk remained at the bottom of the crater. Lin was worried that when the locals would see such a hole in the ground, they would be frightened. So now her goal was to patch a void. The second demon merged. In his opinion, everyone knew that after the monster was defeated, then things remained. He could not stay. It was really dangerous to attract the attention of celestial cultivators, so he tried not to fail his task. Now the monster pulled on a special costume, and finally addressed the boy and the girl with the question of how they dared to kill 2 precious generals who served him, the wise king of the demons. And after that he asked how the cultivators generally thought of burying the ground with such a wonderful spider silk that he sought for so long. Lin said she did not see silk when she fell asleep, and in her opinion, this king of demons looked blunt. The occasion tried to maximize the use of his acting skills so that he was not declassified. Then he tried to rush to the cultivators, with words that he would simply not let them go. At that moment, the laziness immediately began to defend and use the protective shell, not to give his life. That's exactly what reason he was waiting for when he tried to harm the guy. After that, the monster sat on the ground in despair, and said that the boy still managed to steal a spider silk of the Snow King he had. And then he left the territory and said that when they meet the next time, he would show students what to live a life worse than death. The laziness was surprised because he did not even use all his strength, and the monster fled in a similar way. Lin said with devastated views that he felt how soon this wise king would cause them big problems. They were most surprised that the monster left spider silk, which he considered incredibly valuable. Meanwhile, there was a completely different world underground, reminiscent of real hell. On the giant orange throne, the bishop sat and waited for his subordinate. The same dressed monster named Wisdom appeared before him and bowed low. He said that some difficulties appeared during the mission, and thanks to his incredible acting game, everything went well. Bishop was glad that now the moment of their revival, which the demons had been waiting for so long, was very close. After graduating with a mission, Lin and Annie Lin went to Wrong City to Zostel Crown Plaza. There, they all gathered and began to think about the thing that cultivators in the village were able to get. Huang Santin looked and said that in fact it was the connection of the silk of the snow spiders, which belongs to one of the demonic emperors, Oldoma Arachne. This silk can be attached to the ghost, and with its help to absorb people's vital energy. Therefore, the mission of celestial students was to strengthen the seal on the demonic tower and get rid of the demons that lived nearby. However, Arachna has long been watching the demonic tower, and the student's story turns out that he is preparing for something. However, because of its secrecy and caution, it will be very difficult for cultivators to find it. But fortunately, they were lucky enough to get this silk, and with the help of it, they will be able to track the location of the bishop through the flow of these. Yancheng came to the conclusion that this demonic king, who calls himself Wisdom, and appeared from nowhere, an ally of a cat spider. But he was more concerned that if he did not appear so spectacular, then he would not even notice that spider silk. That is, the impression was that the demonic king wanted to get rid of Achna using them. But Shaolin said it could be a trap. Having lured them to a stove spider, get rid of 2 rabbits immediately using such a chance. Now everyone thinks about how safe it would be to continue the mission. But Linlin was determined and believed that even if it was a trap, they could not just take and miss this opportunity. China does not lack in high-level cultivators, so they do not have to worry because of traps if they have enough people. However, they will need many spiritual stones as a reward for help. Then Ayn Lin asked how many stones needed. Although he had not as much, he could give as much as he needed. But cultivators with high levels of cultivation are very expensive. So through tears, the lazy had to say goodbye to precious stones. Linlin said that in order to hire 3 cultivators of the birth of the soul, and 10 cultivators of the 10th degree of the Taos body, they will need 500 spiritual stones. Shaolin and boys were shocked, as the sum sounded unrealistic and too high. The girl began to worry about the named number and said that in this case it could take fewer people. But laziness reassured her and said that she could choose the right applicants, and he would pay for their work. After the conversation, the laziness paid attention to the window, as judging by the sound, there was a strong lightning. And in the truth, the whole city was covered with gray and rich rain fell from the sky, accompanied by thunder. Shaolin was upset as she planned to visit several shops and buy new clothes, so now she will have to stay at the hotel. But the mood of Lena changed in the good direction, and he asked Linlin if there was no umbrella with him at that time. There was no ordinary umbrella with a girl, but she had an interesting idea for a friend. Using her magic card, the girl, along with Lin and Shaolin, got into the spirit of the hotel. Dano tried to use that card as an umbrella, and it turned out badly because of a strong wind. Shaolin began to worry, and suggested that everything go back together. The laziness could use the aerial snake from the card to catch lightning, and Linlin was concerned about it to survive and to pay for other cultivators. Then the girl suggested that the boy write a receipt, but because of this proposal, he just got angry. The conditions of unlocking the first stage of the original technique of the Taos lightning style was to get a discharge of lightning of natural origin formed between the sky and the earth. And the conditions for unlocking the 10th degree of the Taos body were to study 3 different techniques available in the system. So the guy understood that when he got a discharge, he would be able to take possession of the first-born lightning. And since he already possesses the divine technique of Lotus of the Earth and the divine aura, he will be able to break through the 10th degree of Taos's body immediately. So now using a magical aerial snake, he tried to catch lightning. The girls did not believe the latter that the lack of it would dare until lightning really hit his body. From the resulting discharge, his eyes were whitewashed, and through the whole body passed an electric current. He felt the energy formed between the sky and the earth accumulated in its extremities. His friends were worried about the boy's condition, but they could do nothing. When the protagonist was struck by lightning, everyone shouted loudly and began to run to the fallen body from which smoke began to rise. Everyone began to scream and ask in order Li and Lin. At the same time, the guy wondered if he did everything. After that, he used his healing technique on himself. The system announced that the conditions for unlocking the first stage of the primary technique of Taos lightning style were fulfilled, and the divine technique of calling the lightning is now available to it. At the same time, the main character came running to treat him. Only then, Ani Lin realized that he had finally done this, and he already thought that he could say goodbye to the world as he saw the face of Shi Xiaolin. The girl was clearly worried about the protagonist, and as soon as she saw that he woke up, sighed with relief. She explained that he lay 3 days after lightning struck him and they were very worried. The guy remembered how he not only learned the technique of lightning style, but also broke into the 10th degree of Taos. Ani Lin scratched his head and asked if it could be that in those 3 days, while he was disconnected by the hired cultivators. The girl said that they arrived and settled in this hotel yesterday. Ani Lin was immediately glad, and now said the time to go to the demonic tower. Very soon, Ani Lin, along with his company, was on Mount Kunlun. Ani Lin looked around and could not help but express how beautiful it was here. After that, he asked whether the tower is located on this mountain. Obviously, the other participants in the expedition looked around, but it was impossible to see anything similar to the tower. The accompanying person said that the mountain is one of the sources of dense natural energy. Therefore, many high-ranking cultivators are cultivating here. But high-ranking demons and monsters also live here. She explained that according to their location, the demonic tower is behind this fog. Tian Linlin said that other cultivators are also settled around this territory, and if something happens, they can help them at any time. After that, Xuan Yancheng closed his eyes and said that then they should get rid of this fog. He extended his hand in which a lot of energy gathered and scattered fog. As it turned out, the tower was really here, and it was covered with evil energy. The young gentleman could not help but be surprised, even though the stream of dark energy on the magic tower seal and too dense. Then Tian Linlin saw something strange. Spaces with a spider silk suddenly began to shake, and she screamed that something strange was happening with that silk. Suddenly, the spider thread wrapped around the hands and body of Tian Linlin and raised her into the air until the girl began to cry. When Xuan Yancheng saw that Tian Linlin was in imprisonment, he hastened to save her and enveloped his sword with a flame. The man immediately freed the girl from the threads and landed on the ground with lightning speed while the girl remained in the air. After that, the other participants in the expedition hurried to the girl. Yes, barely landed on the ground and cried in pain. However, the girl clearly did not realize that there was a giant spider very close to her. The same spider, or rather arachna, jumped on the expedition participants. With her huge legs, she pierced the stone, which clearly looked at least menacing. Very soon, she was right above the group of the protagonist. Immediately after that, she opened her mouth and began to release her silk. When the accompanying and Tian Linlin saw this, they could not help but be surprised how quickly everything happens. Xiaolin concentrated the force in her hand and began to burn this silk. This technique was so effective that even Arachna itself was surprised. The accompanying person could not but be surprised too, because the whole web was burned in an instant. She even straightened her glasses to make sure her eyes are not deceiving. After that, Xuan Yancheng sank not much and concentrated all his energy in his feet. After that, he jumped up intending to cut Arachne. Thus, he made one quick and very elegant incision that cut the spider into two. When Tian Linlin saw this technique, she could not be surprised because she allowed the enemy's own power against him, and she considered it very cool. In addition, she said that she had never seen such a magnificent fighter as Xuan Yancheng. The accompanying person said that despite the fact that Mr. Xuan Yancheng young, he had already reached the stage of forming the soul and began to study the path of Tai Chi and, so on, his born power is simply something, and his talent really terrifies. The demonic fans nearby in an ambush looked at everything that was happening with a smile. There were far from 110 of them, and all of them hid in the forests next to the main character. The demonic king of Blackheart held a two-handed sword on his neck and said that fortunately their emperor surprised enough attention to this hunt and sent half of the kingdom of demons, and otherwise they could not do anything. He said that with a number they will not have problems, even if there are 3 cultivators of the stage of emergence of the soul. The demonic king of pain said that he, along with Blackheart, will take care of them. The demonic king of rage said that since the 100-eyed is dead, then they can make their entrance. The 100-eyed, this was meant Arachna. The demonic king of wisdom, the one that we saw earlier, said that the emperor plans to weaken the seal on the tower and finally get to the surface, and this time they cannot make a mistake. After that, the group of the protagonist gathered near the body of the spider, and Ani Lin began to poke a finger at him. Nevertheless, while others stopped the main characters, everyone was more or less happy that the 100-eyed Arachne was finally defeated. However, so far, Ani Lin was engaged in the fact that he poked Xuan Yancheng with a stick into the fallen body. He noticed something unusual and immediately turned his head. Ani Lin noticed how his friend reacted and also looked in that direction. As it turned out, well, the hero, along with the whole company, was surrounded by demon worshippers, and so quickly that they did not notice this. Demonic kings still observed from the side, but at that moment they went to a common horizons. All of them except the demonic king of wisdom smiled broadly, foreshadowing their victory. The demonic king of pain called on his skull and some kind of blue haze appeared from his mouth. The demonic king Blackheart licked and said that they would not even dare to resist and they can simply give up and give him their hearts. The demonic king of rage twisted the face and said that if they surrender, then he, being so generous, will give them a quick death. After that, 3 demonic kings laughed, looking at the sky. Lin could only close his mouth from awkwardness, because he did not believe that there could be so poorly prescribed scripts. He wondered from what times they generally got these lines, because it was simply stupid and ridiculous to pronounce such template phrases. After that, the King of Wisdom came closer and laughed. He noticed that the group was surrounded and asked if they had forgotten him. After that, he said that probably they were so amazed at his acting skill that they did not even understand how they fell into a trap, and laughed again. He stood in a pathos pose and began to laugh at the whole field, while the main characters, because of awkwardness, could not say a word. Lin understood that with such acting skills, he would have received a golden raspberry from him, and that was unlikely. Suddenly, demonic kings realized that there was some kind of strong aura next to them. The demonic king of rage asked Blackheart really sent someone else to this mission to the emperor. Only then did demonic fans realize that they were surrounded by human cultivators, and despite the fact that she was far from so much, they were much stronger. Then the demonic kings asked the question of a group of the protagonist was able to solve their plan. The elders were on swords in the clouds. One of them said that he would never have thought that there would be so many kings, and said that it was still the right decision to come here. Another teacher, who was somewhat similar to Pukliash in the same pathos topic, told the demonic king to give up all. If they do so, they will give them a quick death. Lin looked at his teacher with extreme doubt, and wondered if he decided to surpass the red-haired phrases in the pattern. The demonic king Blackheart did not understand why their plan failed, and clearly looked in confusion. However, at some point, he began to guess about something. Thus, in the heads of all demonic kings, one thought originated, and they all suspiciously looked at the demonic king of wisdom. Wisdom did not understand why everyone was looking at him and began to make excuses. The demonic king of rage said that all demonic kings were next to the Lord before they began to act, and he was the only one who managed to visit the outside before, and if it was logically reasoning, then if someone could have passed them, only among them. Chance. Wisdom immediately screamed. Did they all think so? Because he fulfilled his mission perfectly and did not let the whole, so his conscience about this is absolutely pure. Lin grinned because he realized that a very interesting situation began to happen, and then he began to think how he could improve his position. Lin shouted so that the shadows were daring to do anything with the King of Wisdom, because their plans were revealed by another unknown king. Wisdom pointed to the protagonist and said that even he said so, and asked, really, they dare to blame him for this case. However, then the king suspected that he and the main hero of the banal conspiracy seemed to be very warm, friendly relations, and again began to suspect him of betrayal. Wisdom clearly did not understand what to do, and then covered. Then Tian Linlin entered the conversation, which said that since he was opened, he could stop playing, and it is better to help them deal with other kings. She also said that he would not be worried here, because none of them would leave here alive. The demonic king pointed to the girl with his finger, and literally burst into tears, said to stop calling him uncle. The rest of the demonic kings, of course, were ready to break their former brother, and he made a desperate move, and raising his hand said that if he really betrayed him, he would be struck by lightning right now. At the same moment, lightning really struck his body, because of which he turned briefly into some kind of flashlight. Still standing on his feet, Wisdom said that it seems to him that they would not believe you even if he says that this is a pure accident. However, it was already obvious that his words would not do anything, and demonic kings prepared for the fight. Lin could not help but laugh, because he would never have thought that his new technique would be a kind of heavenly sign. The demonic king Blackheart said that the only one who can use the lightning in this way is their emperor, and thus he simply ordered them to kill him. Immediately after this, the fight, or rather the beating of the fourth demonic king began. Then Nasan came out, Lin, who told everyone to go and help their brother. Thus, he belonged to the demonic king of wisdom. With these words, he was able to unite not only his allies, but also demon worshippers. The king of wisdom clearly did not understand why they called him a brother and literally sobbed. He desperately dodged all attacks from which he could only dodge, but it was obvious that he would not last in this way for a long time. Suddenly behind him was the skull of the demonic king of pain. Obviously realizing his position, Wisdom used his strength into the eyes. Thus, he set up the skull of his former fellow. However, while he was doing this, he managed to seize the demonic king of rage. Naturally, as soon as the man was in his hands, literally the embodiment of rage, he immediately tore him, showing him clearly what would happen to the same traitors. His eyes burned in red, and he said that traitors should be destroyed. Immediately after that, he laughed again in the whole throat that clearly spoiled his pathos image. Anilin literally cried with crocodile tears and urged everyone to avenge his brotherly wisdom. At the same time, human cultivators concentrated all their forces to cut the number of opponents with which they successfully coped. Anilin understood that although the demonic cultivators are still superior to the number, however, it is not you who cultivators have the combat experience of the 10th degree of Taoise's body. Anilin naturally already decided for himself that they would definitely win the victory. Clearly did not realize what was happening next to him, and it was a clear omission. The demonic cultivator sharply turned out to be behind him, having swept a vertical attack of which Anilin clearly did not expect. The guy covered himself from the attack, but it was obvious that he would not have time to turn away completely. However, a loud cotton sounded unexpectedly. Immediately after this, the attacker's body began to fall down, and in his forehead you could see a clear hole from which blood began to flow. Anilin instantly turned around to find out where the shot came from and saw a familiar face there. Huan Sanchen asked. She didn't say that she had a well-owned weapon while she was holding a gun and licked. Anilin was a little taken aback because he was just happy that he was not accidentally touched. However, after that he turned and looked at the battlefield around him. Xiaolin waved Xiaolin with her sword covered with flame and scattered all her enemies. Xuan Yancheng, who, with the help of his technology and rough power, destroyed the waves, did the same. At the same time, Anilin decided to look at the same brick that the system gave him. He threw it on the floor because he did not feel any benefit or at least some special properties in him. He exhaled and said that he was too frivolous until that moment. He said that it seems he should be more serious from this moment and already make his move. After that, he stood in a pathos pose and said that from that moment he asks the others to call him an immortal blade, Anilin. After that, he ran 2 fingers on the blade and his sword lit up with some kind of energy. However, it was obvious that it was indifferent to demonic fans that Anilin did, and they only looked perplexingly at each other. After that, one of them asked, "Really, he was here in order to show off his own ownership of the sword in front of the ladies, or they can start their duel." Then Anilin was embarrassed, and Tianlin and Huan Sanhen laughed. Anilin activated his technique of calling the lightning, and still being embarrassed, defeated his opponent. Suddenly, some girl with silver hair and lyre approached the main character. She said that it looks like Anilin loved to use the sword in battles. The girl said that she just has a book from her sect of Sword Weishen, and this book is called A Collection of Basic Techniques of the Sword. After that, she proposed to give her in only 5 spiritual stones. The main character was a conscience, but for the fact that he is so robbing earthly cultivators. But this is really its price. Suddenly, Anilin felt some kind of explosion. The elder with a long beard held in his hands the skull of the demonic king of pain and said that this was the end. Also the demonic king himself could not get out of the ground. After that, the elder destroyed the same skull that he held in his hands. The demonic king of pain spat out the blood from his mouth, and it was obvious that he died. The demonic king of rage and Blackheart also reacted to the death of his brother. When the demonic king of rage saw how his brother was killed by his hand to concentrate a huge amount of energy, he squeezed his teeth and cursed mortals. He swung at the elder Pukliash and said that he would personally lower them from heaven to earth. The elder did not know what to do and could only open his mouth wide. The elder with a long beard told his colleague to save himself while another student was about to run to his aid. The teacher is Pukliash, but still managed to come to his senses and call on his technique of light blades. Nevertheless, it was obvious that the demonic king of rage was not going to retreat and only continued his attack to kill his enemy with one blow. Pukliash was still able to injure his opponent, but despite the wound, the demonic king continued to attack what he clearly did not expect Puff. Thus, the man wounded the teacher in the throat, and he began to fall from powerlessness. However, it turned out that all this was a small production for the teacher Pukliash, who was just hoping that the demonic king would let him go. As a result, his undertaking was successful, because his opponent decided not to finish the bed. At the same time, the student and the other elder shouted that the demonic king was running away and urging him to follow him. At the same time, the demonic king Blackheart fought with Xuan Yancheng. It was obvious that Xuan Yancheng did not experience any problems while the demonic king was clearly bad and he had several injuries, and also breathed heavily from shortness of breath. After that, Xuan Yancheng took ahead of the residential to hit his enemy. This attack naturally succeeded in, and another wound appeared on the body of the demonic king. Xuan Yancheng said that it was already the 35th attempt, and he asked if he still wanted to continue. The demonic king was breathing heavily and could only curse him. He did not really understand the guy only at the early stage of the formation of the soul, because he had to escape. But as soon as he tries to go through him, he pushes him. The demonic king understood that all that he could do this risk his life. After that, he waved his large purple sword and said that he shown him to death. Xuan Yancheng exhaled and said that this was the 36th attempt. At the same time, the elder, along with the student, pursued the demonic king of rage. When the demonic king turned back, he noticed that the elders were still pursuing him. Exactly as the demonic king of rage stopped for a while, the elder fulfilled his technique of heaven. At that moment, the demonic king of rage could not evade, and the attack hit his chest right. After that, he spat out the blood from his mouth, but it was obvious that the attack did not go unsuccessfully. After that, the king landed on the ground and began to ride because he could not stop. The elder sat down in front of him and asked, "Really? He really thought he could run away?" The demonic king of rage was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that he was incredibly angry. The man waved and said that he did not think, but said that he would take him with him and made an attack. However, at that moment the man did not notice how the silent swing of the sword occurred. As it turned out, the sword cut the demonic king in two. The performer of that blow was the same student who was along with the elder. He smiled and said that he was here in order to finish it. The guy was proud of his skills, and said that the attack of the enemy at the most inappropriate moment for him was his professional trait. At that time, the elder complained that he could defeat him without his intervention. Let's get back to the Battle of Xuan Yanchen. He called him another attempt. She was 44th in a row. After that, the guy asked if he would still resist. Understanding that the chances are small, and the demonic king lifted the sword to his throat and said that if he could not escape, then at least he would not let himself be caught alive. However, exactly how he tried to commit suicide, he realized that he could not raise his sword further. He did not understand what was happening, but at the same moment the air suddenly rose. Xuan Yanchen said that unfortunately he lost this privilege after the first attempt. While the man was in some snow-white chains, but before the master, he continued to explain that he has all the wounds from his sword, and they all form a certain goal. And this is one of the heavenly techniques of control and manipulation, in the fetters. Xuan Yancheng explained that he should congratulate him because he was captured alive. After some time, Ani Lin, along with the whole group, gathered in one place and began the interrogation of the king. The elder asked for permission to ask him why they wanted to lure the cultivator into the stage of origin of the soul, and what was their true goal. The demonic king understood that he was in a rather poor position, but he said that he would not answer him even if he died. He said that he was cursing them all here, and he hopes that they will all fall into the demonic kingdom, and know unbearable pain when they will cut hundreds and thousands of times. Ani Lin looked away and said that it seems that they could not easily skip part with his interrogation, after which he asked which of them wants to try first. The Pukliash came forward, who pretended to be dead, and asked to give permission to try. The man said that he just has a drug that enhances pain, and he lent him at the best biolaboratory of the country. The man said that after the introduction of this drug, the human nervous system becomes incredibly susceptible to pain. However, this was not the only change. The man explained that a person would also feel similar, as if thousands of ants devour his heart. After that, the man again asked the demonic king can tell him everything voluntarily and stroked his mustache. Nevertheless, the demonic king refused to say anything and said that he would continue to do so even if the pain intensifies hundreds of times. After that, Xiaolin also performed. She released the fire with her equipment and said that she would also try. However, the demonic king still refused to speak and said that he would continue to do so if their attacks will intensify 100 times. The elder stepped forward and, using his water technique, said that he would also try. The blow came on the back, and the man shuddered in pain. After that, Xuan Yancheng spoke that his eye had come now, and it was obvious that after him a couple of people had been volunteered at once. The demonic king did not cease to bombard attacks, and he cried and shouted in pain, obviously wanting to go back in time and die already from his hand. Xuan Yancheng looked at the king sitting on his knees and could not help but say that he was a very strong nut. The demonic king literally sobbed and said that it was hell in reality and he had to kill himself before. Suddenly, the leaf appeared from the bosom of the protagonist and turned to him. He asked why he would not allow him to try. Ani Lin clearly did not expect that Xiao Hong would decide to speak and was surprised. Xiao Hong said that while he formed his demonic core, he also aroused his supernatural ability, and it is called natural charm. Xuan Yancheng went to the main character and asked the flower what kind of technique it was. Xiao Hong explained that natural charm allows him to influence a bad person, and when he reaches euphoria, he can influence his consciousness and force him to execute commands. At the same time, Pugliash blushed and asked what Anlin generally did with this demonic flower, because this beautiful demonic flower simply could not have such an ability, and really, Anilin specifically taught him this. Anilin was clearly surprised, and in his kind was frightened from such questions, and began to make excuses that he did nothing. Xiaohong explained that he still lacks the material, because for the charm of the demonic king of the image, and from the world of illusions, it will not be enough, and he needs someone from whom he could make a charm and seduce how the king. The first spoke to Xiaolin, who instantly refused. The next in line was a girl, with silver hair, who said that, although it was only an illusion of her only from one thought about the seduction of the demonic king, and she also refuses. After that, Tian Linlin spoke and said that she was only a little lolya, so she begged to let him go. At the same time, Anilin could not understand were those people who want to protect the world at all costs. Xiaohong explained that everything is in order if the senior sisters are against, and the male body is actually for him. Xuanyan Cheng began to shake and said that he refuses this venture. The elder with a long beard refused, because he said that he was too old for this, and, in his opinion, he would simply scare him. Accordingly, his student also instantly refused. Pugliash said that it was too thick, but it is better not to burden the flower with excess work. Immediately after that, it was obvious that only one body was left, and some even began to laugh. Anilin shouted loudly that they thought here, and hugging their body blushed. He said that he refuses to participate in crossing. However, Xiaohong said not to worry to his master, because he already represents how he would make him a beautiful beauty, and his image will fully correspond to his reputation. Anilin was angry, and said that they were worried about it. After that, he literally knelt down and could only beg that someone remove this demon from him. Thus, everyone was already preparing to see the new appearance of the protagonist, and anticipation of some took out their phones in order to shoot this moment. At the same time, the men divided into several categories. Some already blessed up how funny it would be, while others were simply interested in what Anilin would be. Very soon the guy showed the light his new shape. He squeezed his teeth because of all his might and could not help turning away. Anilin was dressed in school uniform and looked like a clumsy schoolgirl who covered her clothes. After that, Xiaolin and Tian Linlin began to mock the main character, of which he was clearly not happy and obviously annoyed. Thus, Anilin decided to take an anger on the flower and said that he should hurry with what he naturally agreed. After that, Xiaohong began to modify the body of the protagonist and did not stop commenting on this process. The main character naturally did not like this, and he again got angry, saying that he was enough to say details to him to just do it. Very soon you could see the creation of a flower, and it clearly did not disappoint anyone. Anilin was dressed in stylish women's high-heeled boots, and also wore black stockings. A beautiful woman with perfect makeup came close to the demonic king and greeted him while he was read. The woman was dressed in women's linen with a single green cloak. This outfit very much emphasized her figure, while she asked why she did not look in her direction, and asked her really not so beautiful. Throughout this process, Anilin was removed absolutely everyone, and it was obvious that this was not the most pleasant pastime. At the same time, other girls clearly did not expect that the guy would behave in this form. Understanding everything, Anilin could still do anything, and only cried in his soul, because he was sure that this shame would pursue him all his life. However, the real torture was the demonic king. Despite all his attempts, he slowly set under the onslaught from the new image of the protagonist. He understood that if everything continues so, then he simply could not stand it. And this did not force itself to expect for a long time. The first drops of blood from the nose of the man sprayed. In the end, the man gave up and said that he would tell everything they want. Xiaohong began his interrogation. He asked what the meaning of this conspiracy was, and why did they need to capture practitioners at the stage of forming the soul. It was as if a soulless puppet man said that they did not need practices below the stage of the soul, so that their emperor could activate the bloody stamp. He explained that for the complete activation of this press, the necessary life, or rather the soul, human cultivators that they form in the process of cultivation. This information gave birth to very stormy conversations among all cultivators who could not believe what they hear. Xiaohong explained that the bloody seal is a magic item that is a gift from the bloody god, from the west, which allows the owner's strength to restore. He explained that there are 2 demonic skulls on the magic subject. Demonic Emperor can use these skulls to absorb the bloody essence of cultivators to extract his wounds and increase his own strength. However, At that moment, the question was asked by the demonic king himself, who asked the bloody bugs and demons work together, because they were at enmity for a long time. Then the student recalled that 5 years ago the master destroyed the roots of the demonic emperor, and after that, that demon disappeared and hid somewhere on Mount Kunlun. For the elders, it was very important news to believe. They doubted that this seal could also be such wounds from the furnace, and at that moment, they realized that the prince could not have such a healing effect, and from what the demonic king said, another one can suggest something else. Xuan Yansheng said that this seal is more like the spiritual pill of blood and flesh, and its effect to turn the demonic emperor into kindred, namely, the embodiment of death. After that, one of the elders asked whether Xuan Yansheng did that. He can reincarnate into a gloomy reap from legends. However, even for successful reincarnation, he will need the strength of at least 2 bloody gods in order to simply support the array. Xuan Yansheng said that this demon supports at least 2 bloody gods at the stage of divine transformation, if not more. Understanding how strong figures support this balance, they realized that in the future something would seem to happen, that their world would happen, and they simply obliged to tell the Master Zhang about this. At the same time, the demonic kingdom was deep in the Kunlun Mountains. A lot of wandering spirits was in that array while someone hit the stone and crushed it into chips. The demonic emperor showed his face to this world. He complained that each of them fell at the hands of these miserable human cultivators, and said that it seems he would have to do everything himself. After that, Ani Lin, along with Xiaolin and the rest, began to read out the equipment for sealing the tower. After they finished around the tower, one could see a strong aura of protection. Ani Lin said that when Arachne was no longer there, and the seal on the demonic tower was restored and strengthened, then he would like to say a lot of thanks to their team and announce the successful completion of the mission. Human cultivators said that they were happy to be able to help with a heavenly cultivator, and now they could return to their sects. Xiaolin said that they also reported the end of the mission to the academy. She pulled herself up and said that they could just relax and have fun for a couple of days before returning. After that, Xuan Yansheng asked everyone else what they planned to do. The man said that he would think to visit the Minister of Defense and look at modern military weapons because he is sure that this experience will come in handy when he begins to take his own weapons. Xiaolin said that she had no plans and she just wants to have fun all this time, while Ani Lin remembered something. As it turned out, he did not buy everything from the list yet, and only remembered this now. He took out a leaf of paper, along with all the contents that he needed to buy, and asked Xuan Yansheng whether the minister could not give him a rocket and everything else, very quickly. At the same time, Tian Linlin looked at the list of the main character requested to the main character, and noticed that one of the objects was the autograph of Sister Dong Fan. Ani Lin asked, "Does the girl know who it was?" After that, the girl asked if he himself does not know who it was, and actually he had already met her earlier. She also said that she does not give her autograph to every person sheet and Tian Linlin could help him. Understanding why all this leads, Ani Lin showed 3 fingers on his hand, and said that he gives 30 spiritual stones. Thus, the deal was completed and a deep night came very soon. However, the fact that it was a deep night did not release other visitors to the nightclub. Despite the fact that Ani Lin did not see the singer, he could not help but notice how beautiful her voice was. For him, it was like a blessing. To everything else, he felt a hint of printing. He understood that in her song he was sung by helplessness and loneliness, as well as about an ever-changing world. Very soon, Ani Lin, with the help of Tian Linlin, hit the curtains. One of the employees said that before their ferryman finishes his song, they need to wait a bit. Ani Lin was in a fairly interesting room and laughed. He said that he would never have thought that Dong Fan became a star under the leadership of the Tian group. Tian Linlin explained that the sister usually performs 5 songs in a row at her concert, after which she has a break during which she invited her guests perform. She explained that after this song, the sister should return to her dressing room for relaxation. Very soon, the girl finished singing on stage and thanked all her spectators. After that, she turned to her employee and asked her to cook tea with Jasmine and send him to the dressing room. Very soon, the girl was at the door of her makeup artist. Without scenting, she went inside, obviously, not expecting to see what was waiting for her. There was Tian Linlin, and when the girl saw her, was very surprised. She ran to hug her and asked what she was doing here, because she even said that she did not like her music. Tian Linlin rushed into a hug and said that she simply missed. Only then did Ani Lin remembered who she was. It turned out to be the same girl with silver red hair that sold him the technique of a sword. The girl smiled and said that she did not expect to meet him again, and asked her ferryman to call her. Tian Linlin explained to her friend that Annie Lin came to ask her a photographer. Annie Lin. This confirmed and said that he was her big fan. Fairy Menon was surprised at this and said that if it really is so easily answered her 3 questions, and Annie Lin nodded his head. The first question, he liked her songs. Annie Lin said that they are beautiful, and her songs is a gift from heaven, and each of them allows you to survive a storm of emotions. The second question was what songs were in her first album. Annie Lin said that these songs were A Castle Drawn by Sand, Exhausted Time of Love, Sister Demon Lily, Little Fairy Fox, and the last question she asked whether, in his opinion, she was a beauty. Annie Lin asked what kind of strange question is, because it is natural, and she was as beautiful as a fairy from the top of the snow mountain. Tian Linlin said that Annie Lin passed her test and proved that he was her fan and asked if she was an autograph. The girl hesitated and doubted her answer. She winked and said that she was sorry, but she still could not do this. Tian Linlin began to build eyes that she looked stupid enough in her outfit where she tried to look cool. But she still asked her friend to do a service and asked if she could do this even for her. After that, Annie Lin knelt and offered her a jar of medicine. He explained that this is a pill of frosty body of the 7th rank, and this is his gift in honor of their first meeting. The guy said that she could make her skin white as snow, and also calm her soul and relax the body. And he explained that she could also make her even more beautiful. After the girl accepted this gift, she blushed and said that the guy was too generous. At that moment, Tian Linlin and Annie Lin smiled and showed each other thumbs. Fairy Menon picked up a brush and said that she would give him her autograph, but she would do it for girls. After that, Fairy Menon took a leaf and painted her autograph very elegant handwriting. She raised her brush, and this marked that she finished. Suddenly one could see that the girl was out of breath. It was clear that she tried very hard. After that, she handed her autograph to the main character. When Annie Lin and Tian Linlin saw him, they were simply amazed. As it turned out, the autograph was written in extremely rude handwriting, and it could only be described as a terrible autograph and not a work of art. Even then, the guys understood why she did not give her fans autographs. Annie Lin, along with Tian Linlin, were extremely embarrassed while the Fairy of Menon looked at them with expectation. Trying not to upset her friend, Tian Linlin said that the autograph of the sister is very unique. After that, as if nothing had happened, the Fairy Menon handed the autograph to the main character, who still did not know where to put herself. After that, she wrapped around the protagonist, and with a terrible smile said that this autograph was only for personal viewing, and it is better for him to not know what would happen if he dares to show this autograph to someone else. She leaned toward the main character and said that she would simply kill him in this case. The guy naturally began to shake greatly with excitement and fear. Annie Lin literally cried, and only hoped that the elder would believe that he was not deceiving him and this is not a trick but a real autograph. At some point, he asked the question suddenly he would want to return all his spiritual stones for the order. However, the abbot at the time of the protagonist had one idea. Looking at the autograph, the guy was called by Fairy Menon. He turned to her and asked if she could give him another autograph. Not understanding what was the matter, the girl asked why he had one more. The guy blushed and said that it was all because he wants to have alone with him, and the other to put the bed at the head of the bed. When Tian Linlin heard it, could not help but look at the protagonist with a little contempt. However, when the Fairy Menon heard this, she blushed, because she considered that if Annie Lin not only does not say something bad about her autograph, but also asks for another thing that could be true love. Then the girl smiled and agreed to give another autograph. When Tian Linlin saw such an unusual reaction of her sister, she asked the question, really, she just tried to flirt. At the same time, while Annie Lin resolved the issue with an autograph, a system appeared. She confirmed that Annie Lin is located at a live concert and said that a special mission was available. This mission was to sing a song at a concert and get 80,000 points of true love from the public, and the reward for fulfilling one of the techniques of God, namely the technique of heavenly eyes. However, it is obvious that a very strong punishment was given for such a valuable award. The punishment for failure, as it turned out, was that Annie Lin would turn into a fairy, and it was impossible to abandon the mission itself. When Annie Lin heard this, he could not help but blew from fear. He did not know what to do and sank to the floor from helplessness. He wailed that if the system so wants to turn him into a fairy, then why give such punishments under the guise of a mission? However, Annie Lin understood that he would have to do this, and he was simply obliged to do this. Suddenly for everyone else, and Lin blurted out that he would like to sing at her concert. Fairy Menon clearly did not expect this, but she thought deeply on this proposal. She smiled and asked the protagonist whether he had any experience in his performances, or maybe he won in any performances, or maybe won in any musical competitions. Lin smiled jokingly and said that he was in the top 10 best singers of the city in high school and even won the trophy. When Lin heard that it was the whole experience of the protagonist, she could not believe her ears. In the end, this is a living concert by the Fairy of Menin, who was the most popular singer of China, if not all of Asia, and he wants to speak on her stage only because he was one of the dozens of the best in high school. However, despite the fact that Lin believed that this was simply absurd request by Fairy Menin, smiled and said that when he was ready to go on stage, she could let the manager know, because she should go, and she would wait for his performance. While Lin was really surprised that this was a reality, one of the employees said that they would need to choose a musical accompaniment, so he asked what song he would perform. However, Lin corrected his hair and said that he did not need music and he would sing a cappella. Very soon, the second part of the concert began. In the light of lights, the Fairy Menin appeared on the stage. She thanked her audience and said that further she would like to introduce a special guest. Here, her fans began to be surprised, because despite the fact that this system with special guests was quite frequent before, but at all the rest, the guests seemed independently, and they were interested in why the girl represented a special guest herself. Nevertheless, the Fairy Menin did not pay attention to the whisper of those present, and said that this is a new but a very promising performer, and a song that he would perform, no one of them would not leave disappointed. After that, the girl handed over the microphone to the main character and wished him good luck. Very soon the guy stood in the middle of the stage. What he saw could be described as a snowy endless valley, and at the same time calmly and serene white ocean of white lights. He was delighted with this scene, and realized what the singers feel before 80,000 spectators. However, Lin was able to calm down and greeted the audience. However, the audience was not in particular joy. Lin said that he wants to perform for them the song of Tao Zhang. When the audience heard this, they began to take the guy skeptically, because in addition to the fact that Lin was not known to anyone, so he decided to sing the chapel at the concert by Fairy Menin, and if this is the very surprise that the girl spoke about, that a very bad surprise. Here, the Fairy of Menin began to panic, who began to blow out the question of why Lin chose a song that she had never heard so on everything else, and only Pavel sings. She understood that this was not a student party, but a concert for 80,000 spectators, and wondered if they could really do this. At the same time, the employee said that he asked him, but he said that in this way he could attract attention, as well as pleasantly surprise all those present. Immediately after that, Lin began to sing his song. It was obvious that the guy tried, and the song was very beautiful and melodic. Nevertheless, due to the fact that this song was very old, few even understood what it was of. However, those who knew the content of the song confirmed that it was really Tao Zhang. Nevertheless, the execution was so good that those wise men who began to say that they know that it was really Tao Zhang who told me to be quieter. After that, Lin continued to sing his song, and it was obvious that the whole hall enjoyed this moment. However, at some point they heard some kind of melody and wondered where she said, because the guy said that she would sing without her. As it turned out, someone brought citrus and began to play a musical instrument. By this, someone turned out to be Xiaolin, who began to play to the accompaniment of the protagonist. Their combination was so enchanting that none of the whole hall expected to hear such a beautiful melody. The tandem of the protagonist, along with Xiaolin, was so good that no one could recall how he complained about this surprise. Very soon, Lin, along with Xiaolin, ended their performance and bowed to the hall. Immediately after their bow, the hall was crowded with cotton spectators. As Lin and predicted, this song did not leave anyone indifferent, and everyone was glad to hear the protagonist. In turn, Lin, who was still able to complete the mission. Immediately after this, the system appeared and made a characteristic sound that meant the end of the mission. The white-haired woman said that a special mission was fulfilled, and Lin received one of the techniques of God, the technique of Heavenly Eye. She explained that while he uses this technique for any living organism, he can learn about his weaknesses as well as abilities. She also explained that he can apply the technique of Heavenly Eyes to arrays and formations to find out what they are doing, where the core is, how to destroy other opportunities. When Lin listened to the functionality of this technique, he could not but exclaim that this technique looked like a cheat from games, and only then he realized why he would turn into a fairy for failure, and say it was not for nothing that the more risk, the better the reward. After that, the woman announced something available to the mission that is associated with the beginning of the formation of the soul. In the first condition for achieving the early stage of forming the soul, was the absorption of 3 animal nuclei. When Anilin heard this name, he was quite surprised. The guy did not pay attention to why, for starters. He should at all, because the most important thing was not this, but the very fact that all animals with a core are spiritual animals, and spiritual animals are equal in strength to cultivators of the stage of forming the soul and higher. And Lin could not help but I understood that with his current force it would be impossible to get at least one such core, and it seems he would have to ask his brother Xuan Yanchend and ask him to get them for him. Naturally after this, the concert continued, but no one could forget the song of the protagonist. At the same time, leaving the scene, Anilin asked Shishalin how she was here because it was a surprise even for him. The girl said that she always wanted to attend a concert, and if she got into the mortal world, and she thought it was a great opportunity. She said that it was also unexpected to see his special guests on the stage, and he even decided to fulfill Tauch, so she lost control of herself and began to play. At the same time, Tian Linlin jumped up to the main character. She grabbed him by the throat and begging the main character with sparkling eyes, teach her to sing in the same way. Naturally, the main character did not like this, therefore, he began to say that she got off him. At the same moment, the fairy Menon, who said that she was really struck by his ability to sing. Closing her eyes, she said that not important is not the text, not the rhythm, and she was simply crowded with the splendor of Tao. The girl said that she was sure that all the audience also felt barely perceptible energy. Anilin said that the song that he performed is called Taozhong, and every student receives it as a manual. He handed her a book and said that if he was being cultivated while he reads, he would gain a deeper understanding of Tao. The guy also said that since he has one right with him, he will give it to her. Naturally, the fairy of Menin could not but be bombarded. Tian Linlin began to climb to the singer and ask her to give her to read what fairy Menin naturally agreed. After that, Tian Linlin pouted and showed her displeased face to the main character, at the same time mocking him. When Anilin saw this, he could not but be annoyed. However, very soon Anilin returned to the Farong Hotel. Anilin picked up one portrait and said that the mission that he had already received was already fulfilled, and with all the requests of the elders he also figured out perfectly. The guy understood that there was only one thing that he should do. It was obvious that the life of the protagonist was not easy. 2 years ago, an accident took into the life of his mother. His father, who was the head of a small construction company, fell into deep depression and never came out of it. In addition, he began to play gambling. However, being an inexperienced player and an easily manipulated person for a long time, he did not stay there. At some point, he lost absolutely everything in the cards. In the end, the main character once came a bell of his father. There he said how he lost the 5th million, and how he should leave for a short while, and the main character also needs a place to hide. For the protagonist, this was a total surprise. He understood with his head that this was his father's problem that she lent this money. He did not understand why he should hide because if he was hiding, it is not known what would happen to his studies at the university. Which means that he would miss a new occupation, they can expel it. Ultimately, Anilin decided to swim on his father's advice and said that he would still go to the university. Otherwise, what all this led to us, and so no. On that fateful evening, a group of usurers drove the protagonist on the roof. They asked if he knew that he borrowed his money from them, and the rest is already known. At that time, a year has passed since that day on the roof, but it might seem that much more time passed. Anilin looked upstairs still in his thoughts. There, where he looked, there was a sign of the construction company Hongda. At the same time, 2 people were inside that company. The secretary and his assistant who decided the internal affairs of the company. Suddenly, another employee entered the office and said that some by the name of Anilin wanted to meet him. When the man heard his name, told him to give him right away. Very soon the main character was passed inside. The guy went into the agency with calm steps and looked around. Without thinking twice, he looked at the secretary, waiting for him to pay attention to him. A man with glasses smiled and said that he would never have thought that he would return here again. However, Anilin handed the card and said that he was here in order to repay the debt. He said that the card is on the map with $1 million+ interest, and this should be enough to pay all the debts that his father took from them. However, the secretary reproduced a completely different reaction, unlike the one that Anilin was expecting. He looked at him with surprised eyes and asked, "Really?" He had not seen his father Ani Mingchu all this year. Not understanding where this question, Anilin asked what he wants to say here. However, the man said that Ani Mingchu had already paid all his debts. I can't believe this. I understood this because I understood that less than a year had passed and where there was a lot of so much money. Having hardly received this situation, Anilin left the building and plunged into his thoughts. He could not believe that Ani Mingchu really paid all the money. As it turned out, the secretary said that he even came to them in the hope that he had him, but they never abducted him. After that, the secretary asked him to find him and ask him not to come here anymore. Still being in his thoughts, Ani Lin looked at the floor and wondered where his An Mingchu was now. However, at that moment the main character's phone rang. The guy picked up the phone and asked whether Huan Sanhen could help him. Huan Sanshen said that she was already dealing with this issue. She explained that Ani Mingchu borrowed money from his friend in order to pay off, and now he is working on a small city project that belongs to Lanhai construction companies. After that, the woman said that she was sending him an address, after which Ani Lin thanked her. At the same time, stormy work took place at the construction site. He knocked on the door of the cabinet, Ani Mingchu, and the man asked who was there. However, instead of waiting for an answer to Ani Mingchu left the office and opened the door. And there he saw a face that he clearly did not expect to see. Ani Mingchu instantly recognized his son and shouted his name. Ani Lin, too, could not restrain his emotions and said that he had returned. Ani Mingchu burst into tears at the sight of his son and asked if he was true and where did he disappear all this time. However, Ani Lin then peered into the state of the man. He could not believe that in just a year his hair sat so much. Looking at his hands, he was even more convinced that his father's condition was clearly non-amatory, because he looked like an old man, despite the fact that he was only 50 years old. Feeling his handsome, Ani Lin clenched his teeth and wondered what happened to him this year. After that, Ani Mingchu invited the protagonist inside and offered to talk inside. After that, the man asked hungry or in Lin, and he would not like his noodles. Ani Lin naturally did not refuse, and said that he had not yet had lunch. Very soon, Ani Mingchu prepared noodles for himself and the main character while he was still in his thoughts. Very soon the noodles were prepared and served on the table. After that, An Mingchu and An Lin at the table and started a meal. There it was also possible to notice how similar they are because they ate noodles in almost the same way, having swallowed in his food, and Mingchu exhaled with his son at the same time with pleasure. Ani Lin laughed and said that his habit was still noodles and his mother always laughed at them. They say that they are made from the same test. Submitted into the memories of Ani Mingchu said that it was so. After that, he began to say that it was precisely because of him that he suffered the whole last year, and now An Lin could return to study, because he found a way to solve all the remaining problems. After that, he promised that he would never endure his danger. It is so painful to listen to that the hands that held the wands for food obviously shaking. Suddenly, Ani Lin broke them and knocked on the table saying that he himself would provide him from this moment. However, A.M. Minch did not agree to this. The man said that he should not experience earnings of money, and he could just return to the university and finish training. The man said that gaining knowledge is very important in his years. However, Ani Lin stood on his own and said that this was not at all what he wanted to say. He held out the black map, which he had previously held out to the secretary, and said that he could already provide him financially. He said that there is more than 5 million here, and he can spend it as he wants, because they now have money. Obviously, Ani Minch asked the question from where this money arose, and with a serious expression on his face asked his son where did he get that kind of money. Ani Lin said that he would answer honestly. He explained that he became a cultivator, and this means that he took the road to become immortal. The guy said that someday he could have money and authorities as much as he wants. Ani Mingchu clearly did not understand what was happening, but they interrupted his son. Ani Lin said that he is now a cultivator and is on the path to immortality as the same immortal of the TV series. Hardly realizing that the protagonist said Ani Mingchu, really. And Lin got used to the show. Then the guy realized that in words he would not bring his speech and put on the table broken sticks for food. He said that he would be much better to show better. Suddenly, Ani Lin closed his eyes, and in his hands a huge amount of energy began to concentrate. At some point, the noodles had not yet taken into the air, which was clearly scared by Ani Mingchu. After that, without touching the noodles, Ani Lin made her fly through the air behind An Mingchu. Unable to react, Ani Mingchu turned back and saw only broken furniture that he was clearly not ready. Ani Minch abruptly extended his hand and told his son to stop, because he will destroy his whole house so. Suddenly, Ani Lin proposed to go with him because they can cultivate together, and he will help him to rise, but they can fly around the sky together. However, Ani Mingchu said that in his years he was not sure what is suitable in order to become a cultivator. However, An Lin assured that even if at the age he does not decrease significantly, and in any case, Ani Lin is ready to help him and provide him with pills, stones, and techniques with which he can use. When Ani Mingchu heard the words of the protagonist, he did not know where to put himself. As a result, he decided to believe his son and accepted his hand. After that, Ani Lin, along with his father, returned to the world of the immortals. They were escorted by Wan Sanhen. The woman said that the National Department of Cultivation is located behind this place. She explained that in it they study the nature of cultivation, along the same time by teaching new experts of an advanced level. After that, Ani Lin extended to the bag and said that there are 3,000 spiritual stones for 3 years of his father's studies. He also added 600 spiritual stones precisely Huan Sanzhen as gratitude for the help, since he will count on it in the future. After that, Ani Lin turned to his father and handed him another bag. He explained that there are pills and a couple of thousand spiritual stones for pocket expenses and asked to tell if he was not enough. When Huan Sanhen saw how Ani Lin easily spends thousands, but she could not but swim the expenses of her father, because these heavenly messengers calmly spend thousands of spiritual stones and will probably look simply miserable in her eyes. After that, Ani Lin hugged his father and said not to worry about anything and train hard here. He also said that he would contact him if something is needed. Ani Mingchu could not restrain his tears and said that his son had already done a lot, and he would have been proud of him, after which he thanked him. Ani Lin, after that, turned to Huan Sanzhen, when she hesitated and said that Saint Chinja sent a request for help. She explained that the sect of the sword was destroyed by the devils, and the leader of the sect was killed, and at the moment the holy is pursued by the devilish king and 2 bloody kings. Here, Ani Lin was already surprised, who asked if that sect was not one of the 10 greatest sects of China and wondered how they could be destroyed. Huan Sanshen explained that Shuolin and Xuan Yancheng is not in the city, and the only heavenly cultivator that can help them is Ani Lin. After that, Huan Sanchen sent him the coordinates and said that another immortal was going to help the saint. Very soon, Ani Lin came to the coordinates that Huan San sent to him. Ani Lin watched his phone and tried to find out where he was right now. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind hit him in the back. Ani Lin instantly looked up, but clearly did not expect to see what he saw. In front of him was a red fox with 3 red tails. Ani Lin immediately remembered the words of Huan Sanchen's and gave up a question. Is that really that immortal red fox? And is it really a fox? And does it really mean that she is also a demon? And if so, why it helps the human cultivator at all? Ani Lin looked at her, but he understood that he would not get answers with his gaze. And even more so, it was not the most important at that moment. He again took his phone and told himself that he had no time to think about it, because the saint would be here in a moment with this devilish king on his tail. So it turned out, a guy cultivator with black hair was persecuted by someone behind him. At the same time, the cultivator himself artificially maneuvered with the help of his sword. The daughter of the daughter, in this way, he flew through the air and struck. His techniques were very fast, and were also charged with lightning energy. His opponent was the demonic king with red eyes and black hair, as well as a significant cut in the face. Despite the numerous attacks of his opponent, the demonic king was quite easily held by the defense position. When he realized that the guy could not do anything to him, but smiled broadly. He was still standing with an outstretched hand that stopped the movement of the ball. The man said that since he attacked him in this way to escape again, he was unlikely to be able to escape again. However, Ching asked the demonic king whether he really thinks that he was so stupid to make a mistake twice. At the same time, the immortal fox appeared behind the boy. She charged her bow and was clearly preparing to hold a long attack. After that, the arrow charged with fire hit the demonic king right along the stomach, and he began to fall down. The explosion from the arrow was so strong that it was carried out in pairs of meters in one height alone. After that, the immortal goat pointed to the explosion in the distance and looked back. There was Ani Lin, who was hiding behind a tree. At the same time, Ani Lin himself wondered that he would come up and finish off this king. However, the chill did not pay attention to the protagonist and told the immortal fox to follow the 2 remaining roles. However, the demonic king, whom they then considered that he had dead from his knees and cursed, only then did the demonic king realize that the demonic fox was ambushed and only waited for the opportunity. Suddenly, from behind the backstage appeared Ani Lin, who waved his sword and prepared to make an attack. The blow was so strong that the demonic king does not even understand what was happening, began to simply frantically dodge attacks. However, An and Lin was clearly not going to stop and reproduce the crushing blow of the void. Naturally, the opponent was not going to stop this battle and only clenched his teeth. The demonic king said that some miserable cultivator of the 10th stage of Dao's body hoped to harm the demonic king with such worthless techniques, and he said that it seemed to teach him a lesson that he did not seem to him that he was the one who could be attacked with impunity. After that, the demonic king asked whether Annie Lin thinks that he was afraid of some kind of weakness and attacked the protagonist in his stomach. Annie Lin clearly felt this blow since his eyes instantly opened. However, unexpectedly, Annie Lin grabbed his striker's hand and stopped him. With blood on his lips, he squinted and said that this blow is really very good. The demonic king clearly did not expect something like that, and was surprised that the guy could really stop his hand. After that, the demonic king immediately jumped back because he did not understand what was the matter. As it turned out, in the king's eyes after the previous blow, Annie Lin was extremely unusual, because the usual cultivator at the 10th step would already be dead after his blow. But this guy seems not only spares all the living, but even his aura became denser. He simply did not understand what kind of monster An Lin. At the same time, Annie Lin wiped the blood from his lips and thought that it was very good that he trained his body with the help of the Earth's lotus and ate several higher pills of regeneration. Otherwise, it would really tear it up in an instant. However, fortunately for the protagonist, the demonic king was not in the best situation. He understood that he had already caused him problems early, and he would not be able to defeat only rough power. But he simply does not allow him to lose the child at the 10th stage of Taos's body. After that, the demonic king used the devilish fist of the shadow dragon and rushed at the protagonist. The technique was so powerful that the blow in front of him literally broke the earth underfoot. However, despite this, An Lin was incredibly calm. After that, Annie Lin opened his eyes and activated the technique of the Divine Eye. The technique immediately began to look for weaknesses from the enemy. Immediately after that, a round sign on his chest appeared on the body of the demonic king, at the same time as if it had stopped. Annie Lin compared this effect with the film on a pause, and at the same time began to charge his blow. Annie Lin directed his enemy shock and thought in his thoughts that unfortunately, for him, he already knew all the weaknesses of the enemy. At the same time, Annie Lin clearly did not realize that right now his forehead glowed with a bright fiery symbol. When the demonic king finally realized that Annie Lin was using his technique, he could not believe it, but he could not do anything. The next second, the body of the demonic king collided with the wall with great power, and he spat out a piece of blood. He could not rise from the ground, and wondered how this could be that his technique was stopped by such a cultivator as him. At the same time, Annie Lin calmly approached his enemy. He pulled the sword from the ground and thanked the demonic king for the fact that he trained with him, because he had not fought seriously for so long against a strong enemy. When these magic king heard that he was considered the most ordinary opponent, or one could even tell a pair for whipping he with difficulty, he found the strength to rise and grinned. He wondered when he, the great devilish king, sank to becoming a sparring partner of an ordinary cultivator. Something similar was not banal for him, and he began to concentrate some kind of equipment at the end of his finger. Immediately after this, the clouds appeared in the sky and thunder thundered. Lightning sank down to the ground and hit the protagonist right on the main character behind, slaughtering everyone around. The demonic king, as soon as he saw that lightning had hit the guy, began to laugh feverishly. He was sure that the guy was already dead and told the corpse to feel all his strength through this technique. However, everything went not like the demonic king thought. Annie Lin came out of a cloud of smoke completely unharmed and asked if he had time to say something. After that, he thanked his enemy and said that this lightning contains a lot of natural energy. The king still did not understand why nothing happened to the main character and pointed his finger at him while Annie Lin focused on his thoughts, and after some time he was able to form the exact same ball of technology. He did not pay attention to his enemy and simply studied how much the technique was interesting. At that moment the demonic king felt himself broken and said that he agreed to be his training pair, and asked if Annie Lin agreed to do so. However, at that moment the guy took out his sword and said that unfortunately, he could not agree and they must end everything that they started. The guy waved to the demonic king and thanked him for all the last blow. After the battle ended, Annie Lin smiled and said that after the fierce battle in which two equal in terms of the master's level, it was he, the sword of An Lin, was those who eventually won. After that, Annie Lin decided to check what was happening with the Jennery and the Red Fox. In the other battlefield, who shot a bat of red arrow. By this, someone was a red fox who kept her onion ready. She released another arrow, and she was able to hurt a man similar to a vampire. The man, however, did not disturb at all from such a wound, and only smiled. It was obvious that he received the pleasure of this situation, and simply licked blood from his wound. Standing nearby, also was clearly not in the best shape. He was breathing heavily, and by his clothes you could notice a lot of injuries. However, it turned out that there was more than one master of blood on the battlefield. Next to him was a woman in red tones and with bloody snakes instead of hair like an ancient Medusa. She said that the stronger it is to be to blame, the sweeter his blood, and she already anticipates how to slowly savor it. After that, the red-haired woman smiled broadly and said to come to them and let her enjoy the taste of their blood. I understood Ching that everything was far from so rosy and widely opened his eyes because he did not know what to do. However, unexpectedly the woman was attacked by someone. Sering did not pay attention to who helps him and realized that this was his only chance to deal with her. Energy appeared on his ball, and he began to attack the woman. He cut her body into two, but there was some feeling that it was not full and was created from the blood. When a woman felt this blow on herself, she obviously did not die and only cursed. She got angry and directed her bloody snakes to the stranger and screamed which rat dared to spoil the moment of her pleasure. As it turned out, this stranger was Ani Lin, who was clearly surprised at the bloody snakes flying to him. Ani Lin used the thunder impact technique to fight off these snakes and easily evaporated them. However, he obviously did not expect that the woman would soon be behind him, and she began to ask him really he liked her so much, and he flirts with her in this way. After that, the Red Rights chose the protagonist, preventing him from moving. The woman licked her lips, and said that unfortunately for him, he did not take into account the regenerative abilities of their wonderful kind, so such attacks are nothing more than a mosquito bite for her. Ching was very frightened when he saw how the main character raised the air, but he could not do anything at that time. Ani Lin smiled tormentedly and said that he sees that she really liked it, so what she was thinking about just letting him go. However, the woman said that she could not do this to herself to everything. He inflicted open mental wounds on him and is obliged to help her cure them. She approached him closely and said that she would allow him to hear a little secret, that while she would drink his blood, she could not only restore her forces, but also become even stronger. After that, she approached him and decided to try. Ani Lin closed his eyes and already considered him the end. The attack instead of the expected death, the bloody bells released the protagonist, and he looked in surprise at the woman lying on the floor. Ching instantly ran to the main character and asked how Ani Lin feels. The guy said that if he does not count a little blood loss, he is fine. The woman hardly got up and wondered if he had poisoned his own blood. She instantly got angry and said that she would not forgive him for this, and again sent her bloody snakes. However, instead of attacking the protagonist, the snakes were on the ground, like the woman herself, who did not last long. When the Ching saw this, he was in some bewilderment, but he could not help but say about the power of the protagonist. He asked the question what kind of poison he mixed with his blood, while Ani Lin did not know that it was obvious to answer him that she herself bit him. Looking at her face, the holy said that in order to kill the bloody king of poison, it means that he has powerful energy. However, An Lin said not to ask him about this, because he had nothing to do with it. After that, Ching realized that it could benefit and said that Ani Lin should help him, showing a sword. Obviously, the guy wanted to ask the protagonist to give him a little blood in order to apply to the blade. Obviously, Ani Lin was not at all enthusiastic about this, but Ching said that the Red Fox's sister was still fighting her opponent, and they are obliged to help her. At the same time, that blonde was still pursued by a red fox. He could not help but be surprised how much she persists with him. Very soon on the battlefield, he ran and a chip. He said that he was here in order to help the red fox. When the blonde saw this, he could not believe it, because if the Reeve was here, then this means that the devilish king of pride and his sister were defeated. He could not believe it, but it was all that he had to do. He understood that everything was already too bad, and he should simply get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly Ching threw his sword at the blonde, and he injured his shoulder. He asked him, is he really trying to run away? The blonde thought that there was nothing like that in this because it was just a cut. The blonde began to dissolve in the air and said that one day they would return in order to enjoy their blood. One cow, as he tried to escape, he realized that something was bothering him and a piece of blood looked out. He abruptly began to fall down, and Ching was glad that his plan worked. The blonde could hardly get up, and during this time, with a lice, they managed to approach him in order to finish it off. The vampire obviously did not understand what Ching did with him and began to ask him. However, with a maximum frivolous tone, Ching said that this is all because a fatal poison was applied to this blade. Naturally, the vampire did not last long and died, but not before he managed to show the middle finger to his winner. At the same time, Ani Lin was in an extremely exhausted state. He could not believe how, at the beginning, the bloody lady drank his blood so much, and then his brother Janega asked for a little for himself. Lying under the tree, Anilin wailed that he needed 2 bottles of Shinbao Ryu, restore blood and heal the beaten buds. After Anilin defeated the Bloody Kings, he received the title of Strong Poison and became widely known in the Death World. The main character we can say that they mocked because they pumped blood almost constantly. As it turned out, the leaders of the sects Wooden, Kunlun, Longhu, and Shansen, from dozens of strongest sects, personally arrived to check the ability of blood. They used various formations, seals, techniques to study the structures and composition of the blood, as well as on it used holy equipment to verify the presence of demonic forces. Blood was also tested on ordinary animals. But all the results showed that the blood of the protagonist is no different from the blood of ordinary people. Well, in the end, An Lin Lin donated half a liter of his blood for each of the arrived leaders to create weapons against bloody kings. As a result, Anilin was so drunk that he raved, and exactly when Anilin thought that it had already ended the doors to the laboratory, they opened again. Anilin already thought that they returned again and flinched. Immediately after that, he began to howl that he no longer had blood, and there was not even drops left. However, what he did not expect so that someone will hit him with all his strength on his stomach. As it turned out, it was Tian Lin Lin, which rushed at the protagonist, notifying his arrival. After that, Tian Lin Lin began to look at the protagonist from all sides, and frankly mock our main character. However, she did not come alone. Next to her was the Fairy of Menon, who smiled and said to stop already spinning around him. After that, she asked, really, she did not see that Anilin is not quite healthy. Anilin scratched his head and said that he was very glad to see the Fairy Menon. The girl said that they heard that Anlin did, and they came here to visit him, as well as feed him. Anilin could not help but rejoice that the idol would feed him, and already considered himself the happiest person on earth. Very soon, Anilin was in the park with Fairy Menon and Tian Linlin. Anilin breathed out and said that everything was very tasty, after which he thanked them. Demochka said that the main character does not need to be so courteous. After that, she asked what Anilin was thinking about going to Tibet to heal and take a vacation. Anilin did not understand what it was about and asked what kind of Tibet. Fairy Menon approached the girl and asked, really? She was worried about her uncle Lin Yu. Tian Lin Lin laughed and said that she could not hide anything from her. She explained that after her elder uncle arrived in Yu, he took up the search for a dynamic emperor now. She understood that many masters from the Long Su sect were looking for him, but they could not find any trace, and accordingly, Tian Linlin already decided for himself that she would never see him. Anilin looked at Tian Linlin and made a decision. Well, smiled and said that he would be ready tomorrow, and they will be able to go all together. In addition, he has not been in Tibet for a long time, therefore he will be happy to go there. Tian Linlin was extremely glad of this news. She already said that they could not wait until tomorrow and they should leave today. But Anilin noticed how something flies over them. A woman in classic Chinese blue clothes sank down. She turned her book on which she flew over the main character and said that unfortunately, she was forced to interrupt the date of the protagonist with these 2 beautiful girls. Anilin immediately recognized her as Madame Yu Ying and asked the question why she is here. Obviously the rest did not know who she was, and Tian Linlin pouted and said that she interrupted her conversation and who she was at all. Anilin tried to stop her, but Yu Ying only grinned and said that this little lady was very interesting. After that, Anilin scratched his head and asked how she found him called her a teacher. Only then did the rest realize that she was a teacher from immortal lands, and Tian Linlin to regret her previous actions. Suddenly, another man landed next to them and said that this was all fate. It was a blonde with a monocle, who said that it was fate that led them to him. Nevertheless, Yu Ying did not agree with her colleague and began to ask, and here is a fate in general. She explained that they are here because the protagonist has a jade sign with the seal of which they give him to everyone who goes to the ground for the mission, and this seal of the search that helps to find a person if he is lost, so they found him. After that, the woman said that in any case, his group receives a new task. They should help them deal with the demonic emperor. After that, Yu Ying handed the main character a sheet with a detailed explanation. After that, she said that for a start they need to meet with Xuan Yancheng and Xiaolin. Very soon, all the members of the group went home. Anilin, along with the rest of the friends, gathered in the same room, and there were 2 teachers in the same room. Yu Ying proposed to imagine a man and said that he is the earthly god Minjuan, and he is their teacher who studies 8 trigrams of Gua. She explained that they were not yet in his classes, but he would be with them during the mission. Yu Ying explained that their destination is an ancient Tibetan jade basin, which is located on a mountainous territory at a level of 6,000 meters above sea level, and they are waiting for a long way, so they should end their preparations and go. Nevertheless, Lin raised his hand and asked if they were sure that this emperor was hiding somewhere next to the jade pool. Lin said that since the location of the demonic kingdom was revealed by the cultivators of the kingdom of mortal, they united and invaded their lands, but all that they found demonic cultivators, and besides this, nothing important. The guy asked if they would not find anything exactly the same when they arrived there. Yu Ying nevertheless winked and laughed a little. She said that he would recognize it once taken there, and even more so, they are all awaiting a surprise. While Lin was wondering what kind of surprise and waiting for Min Huan to go to the main character, and asked if he was feeling that Miss Yu Ying behaved secretly without telling anything. The man said that, unlike it, he is a very tactful and straightforward person. Lin asked, he was really going to tell him about the ancient jade pool. However, Minhuan smiled and said that he would not say that. He said that he had just read his fate, and to be frank, after he goes on a trip, his life will be in mortal danger. After some time, Lin, along with Shi Xiaolin and Xuanyanggang, flew to the scene. Xiaolin and Xuanyanggang flew on their swords, while Lin, along with Minjuan and Yu Ying, flew on a book. Yu Ying told the examining main character that they will be in place very soon. The place to which they flew really was a pool, although relatively small. When they reached the destination, Yu Ying said that since they need to wait until the moon will grow up to open the passage, it explains the essence of their mission in more detail. She explained that the area of the ancient jade basin is divided into 4 kingdoms. The first kingdom, this is the kingdom of bone transformation. Only practices can fall into it at the level of improvement of the body of Taos. The second kingdom was the kingdom of the origin of the soul. Only the practices of the stage of divine transformation with the formed root of the soul can fall into it. The third was the kingdom of the divine separation. In it, they can fall into practice at the stages of the heavenly God, and practice at the peak of the stage of the earthly God. And finally, the last kingdom, the United Kingdom, connects the rest among themselves. Xuan Yanqing intervened in the explanation, and said that since they have practices suitable for conditions to enter all kingdoms right away, doesn't it mean that they need to be distributed during the mission? Yu Ying said that everything is so. A jade pool is a legendary massive servant for cleansing of negative energy. However, initially this pool was used by the tribe of Black Wings to clean one of the strongest artifacts, the demonic sword of Velial. We also explained that one way or another, after cleaning the ball, the shortcomings of this array were revealed, from which it is that the pool is not able to self-clean from negative energy. Therefore, the ball energy was divided into 3 kingdoms. As a result of the BC, their mission was to enter each of the kingdoms and to test all the evil spirits that the array collected from their last laid. Minjuan also said that the demonic emperor and the bloody god should also be in the secret kingdom to weaken the array and use a demonic sword. Minjuan also said that, however, since they opened the passage with the help of a mystical treasure, they can only get into the pool, starting from the kingdom of the origin of the soul. But as they know, because of the level of their development, they are limited by the kingdom of the divine separation and the United Kingdom, so that they do not worry about anything. Immediately after this, Xiaolin and Lin exhaled with tension. After that, the teacher said that time was approaching, and they should spend it on their preparation. After that, the teachers along with the students came closer to the pool. Yu Ying began to build a formation and called for the opening of the pool. Immediately after she finished speaking her technique, the formation was opened and the protagonist and Xuan Yanchen brought inwards together with Shi Shaolin and Xuan. Being inside the kingdom of bone transformation, Shaolin told the main character that he should not be so nervous because of some illusions created by residual energy from the teacher's technique. After all, they cannot harm. Lin was obviously afraid, and with difficulty walked forward, constantly stumbling. At the same time, Shaolin walked in a calm pace, looking around. Lin also looked around, but he felt uncomfortable because there were continuous into darkness and silence, and no hint of life. Xiaolin said that they should not relax, because there should be many monsters around since a lot of time has passed since the last cleansing. Around them there was a huge number of bones, which could not be looked at. Lin often broke them when he went on, that he sold even more terrible atmosphere. Xiaolin and Lin continued to inspect the wasteland, but they could not see any monsters. Suddenly, a tornado from miasm appeared right in front of them, and Lin immediately stepped back. A bone leg came out from there. After that, the skeleton made a strange pose and asked the protagonist, in his opinion, "Is it beautiful?" Xiaolin, as an An Lin, instantly petrified, because it looked not only strange, but simply creepy. Only then did the skeleton realize that he looked like a mountain of bones and was frightened. He went back to the black tornado and said that they would forget, and he would try again. Next time, almost naked, a woman came out of a tornado. It was still possible to see the elements of the bones on it, but they were already a decoration, and the skin looked like a human. However, as soon as this woman opened her eyes, it was obvious that she was a demon. Her eyes had black squirrels. The woman once again repeated the question of how Ani Lin thinks beautiful, whether she thinks. However, this time Ani Lin immediately used his technique and sent it to hell. He got angry and shook his hand. He asked really she thinks that he was a continuous idiot. Ultimately, from the body that Ani Lin hit, just only the bones remained, and at the same moment, Xiaolin drew the attention of the protagonist to something. As it turned out, the black fog disappeared along with this skeleton. Then Ani Lin realized that they should clean all the piles before the passage opened and began to look around. Very soon, the guys realized that in order to clean them all, they would take too much time. Suddenly, Ani Lin came up with something. Very soon, Ani Lin fled with all his might in one direction. He had a fairly strong shortness of breath while he was pursuing many creatures. All of them were demons, who, like the previous skeletons, pretended to be people, or rather beautiful girls, although not very successful. Ani Lin, with all his might and when he ran to the expected place, screamed Xiaolin to start. The girl was strong enough, nervous, and exhaled, preparing to use the equipment. As it turned out, the plan of the protagonist was used to use the technique of damage on a large area here. He was ready to run around the kingdom of bone transformation and lure all the monsters there. Ani Lin said that then they can easily destroy them without much effort, and very soon the main character's plan was implemented, and all the demons began to fall on the formation. Xiaolin was already ready and began to raise her hands. Simultaneously with the hands, a hot flame rose from the formation, which simply seduced all those included in it. After that, Ani Lin looked around and drew the attention of Xiaolin to something special. As it turned out, some door appeared nearby, and the guy thought it was a passage to the United Kingdom. He recalled how Yu Ying said that from the Kingdom of Bone information it is possible to get only into the United Kingdom, and all that they needed to wait for it when Yu Ying cleans the United Kingdom from enemies, and with the help of the talisman would give them a signal, and then they will be able to pass. At the same moment, several silhouettes appeared near the door. Xiaolin was surprised and wary. She asked the protagonist, "Is she really going to go out?" Then Ani Lin recalled that Yu Ying said that he was working only in one direction, and somehow it could be that someone was approaching them. Very soon, their guesses were confirmed. A leg appeared from the portal. It was some kind of blonde who was black as coal wings behind her. It was obvious that she did not belong to the human race, and after that, with her red eyes, she looked at the protagonist. The guy blushed as the girl looked really beautiful, but he immediately noticed that this woman was from the tribe of Black Feathers. Looking around, the blonde said that it looked like she was mistaken, and said that the claw that piercing the border continues. After that, the claw that was behind her turned sharply and headed for the door. While An Lin Lin and Xiaolin did not manage to do anything, the woman broke the door to the United Kingdom and destroyed her. After that, she went into the portal while Ani Lin and Xiaolin fled to him. However, as soon as she went into the portal closed, then already a brunette Ani Lin was wary. Ani Lin said that since even a tribe of black feathers here is possible, her goal is a demonic sword, and they should immediately inform Madame Yu Ying about this. However, then the question rose already how they would do it, not to mention the fact that the passage to the United Kingdom was destroyed by it, and it seems that they were simply locked in the Kingdom of the Bone Formation. However, unexpectedly some wind blew into the kingdom and An Lin, along with Xiaolin, began to dissolve in the air. Very soon they turned something like dust and moved to another place. Immediately after that, Ani Lin began to look around and saw only the bloody field of battle and constant skirmishes. As it turned out, they were in the ancient jade pool where they simply could not get. At the same moment, Xuan Yanchen appeared next to them and Ani Lin immediately recognized him. At the same time, Xuan Yanchen did not understand what came from what suddenly brought them back to the ancient jade pool. Suddenly, someone told the main character and run the rest of the guys. As it turned out, this was told by Yu Ying, who, together with the teacher, were in a very serious condition. Yu Ying hardly stood on her feet and said to return to the Taoist temple of Bayun and send a message to the heavenly court in order to inform that Anyer is here. Suddenly some portal appeared high in the sky. when everyone instantly paid attention to him, and that portal came out of the blonde from the Feathers clan. In her hands was a demonic sword, the same legendary sword about which was mentioned earlier. Another winged man, apparently a member of her clan, bowed to her and said that the transformation of the spirit of the sword was completed. After that, the woman said that she understood everything. After that, she turned to the sword and told him to find the emperor. After that, she added that since he was a new spirit of the sword, then she would not communicate with him poorly. She told the sword not to be shy and drink all the blood of the local cultivators. Realizing that things were very bad, Xuanyancheng told the main character and Xiaolin to climb the sword, which he immediately erected. However, it was obvious that the woman was not going to let them go so easily. She concentrated her energy in the form of a ball and said that the cultivators, who defiled the secret kingdom, not excusable and should be sent here to a heavenly judgment. After that, she said that it is better for them to be destroyed by me. Immediately after that, that ball of energy was directed towards the protagonist and his team. No one really managed to react, and only Anilin could hardly notice. Anilin pushed his friend and suddenly put his hand in blocking the blow. The winged obviously did not expect that some cultivator could stop her blow and was very surprised. However, it turned out that Anilin stopped him with his own hands. He cursed and only said that this most durable chaos brick is as cool as it is advertised. He had the same brick in his hands that the system had previously issued him. There was not even a scratch on the brick itself. The winged could not accept this and only grunted. The woman said that she was interested enough, but she wondered how he was going to block the next attack. After that, a sword appeared in her hand, which she charged electricity. Very soon, the sword with inhuman speed began to fly to the main character. Both Xuanyancheng and Xiaolin were naturally concerned because none of them could help him. Suddenly, a figure with black hair appeared in front of the main character. It turned out to be Yu Ying who, with her body, defended the protagonist from the attack. Immediately after that, she began to cry, and Anilin only shouted her name with tears in her eyes. Of the last forces, the teacher told her student to run away, realizing that she would not hold out for a long time. Anilin did not understand why she did this, and with a huge feeling of guilt looked at her. However, Yu Ying just smiled and hardly said that it was all because they are her students. At that time, there were blood edema on her lips, and she herself spoke words with difficulty. After that, the woman became even worse, and Anilin screamed once again, trying to bring her to her senses. Yu Ying, but said that Anilin simply ran away and leave her. Xuanyancheng and Xiaolin were already on the sword and only told the guy to rush. However, he refused to accept this. He said that they wouldn't succeed. Because what are the chances of some level of improvement of the soul to escape from someone with the level of the stage of the earthly god? With tears in the eyes of Xuanyancheng, he said that he does not care how low chances and asked the guy, really, he wants to destroy everything that Yu Ying has reached his self-sacrifice. Nevertheless, Anilin still refused to leave the teacher alone. She was hardly breathing, but she told the guy not to be a fool. Anilin released his head and said that if they try to escape, then they would most likely die right away. Nevertheless, he said that they still have an option. Xuanyancheng immediately realized what Anilin said and asked if he was using that technique. Anilin said that without a universal ice coffin hiding his soul and a regenerating pill, he could really die. At the same time, he slowly rose to his feet. With shaking hands, he thanked Yu Ying. After that, he activated his touch of the path, not hoping for anything more. He immediately used his technique and only expected while it was activated. Even the winged did not expect something so unusual from the seemingly cultivator of the 10th stage of Taos. Anilin was still in the pose and waited for the technique to be anti-vain. However, no matter how much he waited for anything, and they simply stood in him in an awkward silence. The winged raised an eyebrow, but nothing happened. Therefore, it activated her technique. With a wave of fingers, she tore the ground from the main character. Thus, she attacked the guy, and he began to fly to the stone. Anilin could not do anything, and his back collided with the wall behind. After he was literally imprinted in the wall, the guy began to fall slowly. Winged was evil. She thought that this small cultivator hid his strength, but she thought that in any case, she should remove him until he posed a threat. After that, the woman called on her sword, and a lot of portals with a black sword appeared behind her. After that, all the blades headed for the protagonist at a crazy speed. Closing her eyes, obviously resigned to death, Anilin thought why she, fighting against a practice, which only at the 10th stage of improving the body, used such a perfect technique. He lowered his head and already reconciled with his end. After that, all the blades headed towards the protagonist. Xuan Yanqing and Xiaolin screamed the name of the protagonist. Xuan Yanqing was simply in despair while Xiaolin cried. However, at this moment the system was activated. She informed the main character that he was faced with a serious threat. After that, she asked if he agreed to give the fifth of his vitality, because then he will gain unimaginable power. Immediately, Lin agreed. Immediately after that, his mind plunged into Black Wasteland. At some point, the guy realized that time had stopped for him. At the same time, his clothes have changed. With Belaya, she turned into a coal black, something similar to space. At the same moment, the dark bloody mark of the sword appeared on his forehead. The guy raised his hand with such ease as if he had no wounds. When he squeezed his fist immediately, all the swords around him turned into only fragments. Immediately after this, the winged felt a return to his blow, and the blood appeared on her lips. When Xiaolin saw that Lin could survive, she finally smiled, but could not stop crying. At that moment, but these were tears of happiness. The girl rushed into his arms and said that he scared her to death. The guy apologized and said that he made all of them worry. However, everything was far from so rosy. In the abdomen, Yu Ying was still a black sword, and they finally paid attention to it. She did not look at all as she looked just a minute ago. She turned into a gray old woman, and it was obvious that life was leaving her body. Xuan Yancheng took her in his arms and explained that the demonic sword continues to suck her vitality, and if it continues, she would die. Without thinking twice, Lin took up the hilt of the sword. He looked at him and prepared for immediate actions. He screamed and said that he returned all the power that he took back, and the energy appeared near the handle of the sword. Yu Ying screamed immediately, but it took very little time to see the consequences of the protagonist. One after one, wrinkles disappeared on her face, and her hair acquired a last dark shade. Very soon, Yu Ying looked exactly as they remembered. After that, Lin pulled out a sword from her body and asked her to hold on. He instantly used healing equipment and began to heal her wound. Xuan Yancheng could not believe what he saw. Lin used the simplest technique of divine healing, but he could heal early on, which there is a stop void of reverse energy. The winged was clearly unhappy that Lin did. She cursed and showed all her discontent. At that moment she realized that it seemed to really kill him, and called for the darkness of origin. Immediately after that, the whole sky was covered with black resin, and the cultivators began to worry about their life. Nevertheless, not only cultivators began to worry about this. Even her wards hardly believed that the winged decided to use such a powerful equipment. It was obvious that this technique was not distinguished by who is a friend and who doesn't matter to her. They would survive whether they survive or not. So far, the rest have already come to terms with the fact that these would be the last moments of their life. Mingguan noticed something. Minjuan realized that Lin and the rest were directly in the center of the formation, and began to worry about them. Naturally, I saw the same thing, Yu Ying, who said to pay attention to the main character and look upstairs. However, the guy calmly said that she would not worry. She was still a sign with a bloody sword, and it is obvious that he had not lost his strength from that moment. Suddenly he held out his hand up and said that this was just a small formation. Immediately after that, the entire array should be broken into small fragments. The guy climbed slowly and said that he would understand. Yu Ying looked up, but obviously did not expect such actions of the protagonist. His friends were also expressed by such force, and could not help but look at the sky with open mouths. In an instant, all the black energy with information was sucked into some kind of spiral. Anya clearly did not expect something like that, and in amazement asked how he could do it. After that, Lin finished healing the wound of Yu Ying. Lin held her and said that she was completely restored, and now he must take revenge on her. The guy confidently picked up a black sword in his hands, who was lying nearby, and began to fight. The rest tried to stop him, but it was obvious that the guy was adamant. In the blink of an eye, he was near the blonde who could not believe what was happening, and only dumbfounded he asked who he was at all. Lin thought and asked her really about him. Without thinking for a short time, he made a jerk in her direction and said that he was a student of Yuan Sensei. After that, he named his name, and at the same moment was at the level of his palm on her face. Anya could not believe what was happening, but she was obliged to accept this as a reality. She could not understand how he got to her, but she only had to realize that the guy of the 10th stage of Taus was able to somehow do this. Lin, in an extremely calm voice, but in the most serious tone, said that she had done with Yu Ying. He would force her to suffer even more. After that, he dusted her into the stomach with the very sword that she had previously directed at him. Immediately after that, Anya began to burst into her blood. The rest tried to help the whole leader, but it was obvious that they were not able to do anything. Ani Lin only looked high at the other members of the Feathers clan and told them to shut up. They felt inhuman pressure from the protagonist and sharply moved back. At that moment, a small but dazzling spark appeared in the hand of the protagonist. At one point, the guy in a calm voice said that they all fell to the ground. After that, he squeezed this spark in his hand and the light disappeared. At the same moment, the rest of the cultivators on Earth felt a very strong earthquake, and many could not stay on their feet. Suddenly, all members of the bird clan began to fall. No one clearly expected such a picture, and for many it was a shock to see how the stand of powerful creatures sharply began to fall. At the same time, other demonic cultivators and demons began to choke in their blood due to inhuman pressure. Very soon, everyone except human cultivators lay on Earth, unable to move. The vision of the protagonist was blurred, and because of this, he flew out as a completely different person, inaccessible. Xiaolin and Xuanyancheng, when they looked at the protagonist, could not believe that this was the same Ani Lin that they knew. However, Mingguan only sighed in relief and said that Ani Lin again created a miracle. Anye, who at that moment had already turned into a gray old woman, breathed heavily, and said that at first she treated him like an ant. After that, she asked really in his eyes now she is an ant. Ani Lin looked aside and said that this was not quite true. He looked at his teacher. Ani Lin said that he did not judge someone by his strength, and for the same reason, Yu Ying does not apply to him differently because of his origin. He once again said that in her eyes he was just a student. After that, he looked back at Ania and said that in his eyes she was just a sinner who injured his teacher. He waved his sword and finally killed his enemy. After death, a jade porch with black wings as a decoration appeared right in front of his eyes. Ani Lin looked at him while Anya, or rather her body, began to fall down, and at that moment, Ani Lin looked like the reapers reap. After that, he squeezed this ring in his hands and said that it was all over. At that moment, the sign on his forehead slowly evaporated, and after the sign disappeared, Ani Lin also began to fall down, like the Anya that he recently killed. However, in contrast to her, his friends were waiting for the protagonist. They did not have time to catch him, but instantly began to run to the place where he landed. Xuan Yancheng and Anier immediately sat next to him, and Anya at that time cried. Xuan Yancheng asked the protagonist in order or he. However, they did not hear an answer at all because Ani Lin simply slept. At the same time, something unusual happened on the external boundaries of the primitive continent. A certain woman held 7 colorful stones in her hands. She looked at them and said that the restoration of heaven began. It was surrounded by these stones and a strange formation, and instead of her legs, there was a snake tail. After that, she looked up and said that it seems she should hurry. When Ani Lin opened his eyes, in front of him was the face of Xu Xiaolin. She cried very much and said that he finally woke up. It was obvious that Ani Lin was in his room and not on the battlefield. And then it was surprised why the girl was crying. The explanation of the tears was quite simple. She was worried about the main character since he was unconscious for 3 days. After that, Yu Ying entered the room who asked Lian and Lin. The guy immediately noticed her presence and named her name. Xiaolin was still worried and asked the protagonist how he feels himself and whether he was not sick with anything. Ani Lin shook his head trying to understand how he felt. He moved his whole body with his hand. After that, he stood in a pathos pose and said that he feels how good it was never. After that, he sat in the lotus pose and asked Na Xiaolin what kind of boxes were in his room. Xiaolin threw off her hair and said that these were gifts from great practitioners, as well as trophies after a battle with bloody demons. Yu Ying explained that she completed the purification of 3 rings received from the bloody god, and now they all belonged to him. Ani Lin scratched his head and thanked his teacher. Xiaolin was also enthusiastically inside the boxes and brought them to the main character, asking them to open as soon as possible. After that, the decent time Ani Lin, along with the teacher and Xiaolin, were engaged in the opening of gifts. Having recorded all the gifts, Yu Ying said that there are only 326 elixirs and 72 talismans here, and also said that they are all made by cultivators of the stage of improving the spirit or higher. The teacher also mentioned that among the gifts there are about 10 valuable talismans, which were made by the great masters of divine transformation. Ani Lin understood that the strength of all these talismans surpass his own. After that, Ani Lin took to go through the very ring that came to him from the Dark Lord. In the process of processing, the ring lost its jade color and turned into purple. After that, Ani Lin went into this ring and could not but be surprised. Yu Ying also went in and said that this is just a small ring and contains a space in 100 pounds. She explained that the price of such a ring can be equal to the price of 300,000 stones of the soul. At the same time, Lin began to sort through the green stones of the soul and complained that despite the fact that they remained from 12 kings, but they could not be counted more than 100. However, at that moment, Xiaolin noted that these stones are not the stones of the soul. She explained that the usual stone of the Yuan Qi has more dense and free. Then the girl's eyes lit up, and she said that these stones have liquid energy and so dense that she can be seen with the naked eye. And this means that these are Yuan stones. Yu Ying explained that the ratio of the stones of the soul and stones of Yuan is 1 to 10,000, and here in hundreds of stones. Xiao Lin was surprised and said that now Lin is rich and he has 1,000,000 to the soul. When Lin heard, he could not believe his eyes and struggled to keep on his feet. After that, Xiaolin looked around and noticed a tablet of the dragon's soul. She explained that she can significantly increase the power of the soul of those cultivators who are above the way of the divine transformation. After that, I saw the same golden claw, which Ania previously broke the doors into the United Kingdom. She took him in her hands and looked closely. She realized that this was an immortal powerful gun, which allows you to pass through a vacuum of formations. Well, of course, Lin raised the last trophy, the immortal gun of the highest level of which previously pierced the lady, the Sword of Victory. Yu Ying explained that the spirit of this sword was destroyed by dark energy. Therefore, it is now only outwardly similar to immortal weapons. After Lin rummaged even more in the chest, he found one robe with a tag. She was a spiritual weapon of the highest level, which was made by Shen Guzu himself. He explained that it has exceptional protective properties, and the robe itself is made of ink green snake. Xiaolin was glad for the protagonist, and said that the spiritual weapon of the highest level was inferior only to immortal weapons. However, at that moment, Lin took this robe from the chest and said that it was all fine, but it is female. Here Xiaolin and Yu Ying immediately felt awkward. However, Lin was not at a loss and asked his teacher to accept him. He explained that it is possible if she has this robe, then what was previously no longer happening. Yu Ying was embarrassed and could not believe that Lin gives such a valuable thing. The woman corrected her hair and said that she was forced to refuse. She explained that during her career, she never accepted gifts from her students and would not make an exception even for him. At that moment, Yu Ying looked at Xiaolin and said that she could not wear such a thing. But Xiaolin is very much even. The girl immediately began to wave her hands and say that she could not accept such a valuable thing. After that, the girl thought and said that she would buy from the protagonist. This is a robe for 300,000 stones of the soul. Lin said that since they are friends, then she can buy it for 100,000. Xiaolin was even more embarrassed, but it was obvious that she was incredibly happy. After that, she explained that since she has no stones with her when she returned to the clan, he would return everything to him. Lin transferred the act and said that it would be like she would say. At this moment, Lin finished the analysis of donated things, and 2 days later, the group of the protagonist was on Bayun's Sentinel Tower. Lin said goodbye to his father. He said that he was returning to heaven and asked to preserve the ring of the bloody god. He said that there are many drugs inside him and several talismans who can save his life. Ani Mingchu said that he knows that he needs to cultivate well, but if something goes wrong, he should not force himself. He repeated once again that life is the most important. Tian Linlin at the same time burst into tears. She thanked him for the ring and said that he should return more often. Fairy Menon did not express such vivid emotions, but still one could notice a tear on her face. She told the main character to protect herself. After that, Xiaolin, along with the main character, said goodbye to all their friends and went through the portal. In this way, this tiring but clearly exciting adventure ended. After that, Lin, along with Xuan Yancheng and Xiaolin, and also returned to heaven with teachers. At that moment, they stood at the southern heavenly gate looking around. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure approached the group of the protagonist, and he said that he had already been waiting for them. Lin clearly did not expect to see someone and asked who was here. In front of the main character was an old man with a long beard and a luxurious robe. He looked like an ancient immortal with a calm expression on his face. Others immediately noticed who it was, and as it turned out, it was a purple emperor. The teachers instantly bowed to the emperor and said that he expressed his respect to him. The emperor said to leave this because they all went a difficult path. Lin also raised his head and was surprised. He was interested in looking at the real God with his own eyes, because he had never seen him. As it turned out, the future is one of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court of the Lilac Emperor, and is known as the Lord of the Stars and the Lord of the Signs. According to rumors, he owns all types of immortal magic and, moreover, is its ancestor. The main character was explained that he could control heaven and earth, and also understand the fate of the universe. After that, the Emperor smiled awkwardly and said that he had heard what happened in the earthly world and praised for good work. He admitted that it was his fault that the Black Pen clan used the formation of 3 extremes. After that, he said that now he gives to each of them an alchemical parchment. The Emperor said that if they bring this parchment to the Tao Palace, they will be able to modify the immortal pill of 6th level and lower. After that, the Emperor turned to the main character personally. He said he heard about his deeds. He said that he made a great contribution to the victory in this battle. Therefore, as a gift, he gives him a victory sword. Annie Lin immediately revealed to the Emperor and thanked him for his generosity. Annie Lin clearly did not expect him to return his victory sword because he was surprised. After that, the Emperor again soared in the sky and said that now he was returning to the palace of the Northern Star, and the rest bowed to him goodbye. After that, the Emperor returned back to the palace. But anxious thoughts did not leave him on the way. He stroked his beard and looked forward intensely. He said that he did not know that the Black Pen clan had the opportunity to get into the kingdom of mortals. The man said that he did not even know how the queen would react when he finds out about it. However, we will return to Heavenly University Immortality where Annie Lin stopped. Rumors began to spread throughout the core about how incredible An Lin is. They began to whisper about how Annie Lin destroyed the Demon Clan, a bloody plan, and also killed the Dark Lord of the Black Pen. Everyone was amazed at his achievements, and said that the guy could defeat the Heavenly King and the Demonic Dragon both in the sky and in the sea. And he was able to kill 7 members of the Black Pen clan. After that, Annie Lin, obviously not knowing what was happening on the street, left the campus, because of which he encountered all his newcomed fans. They immediately surrounded the embarrassing guy, and began to ask for an autograph or shaking his hand. However, at that moment the teacher came to the lesson and said that the lesson was starting, and everyone slowly calmed down. The teacher said that their first year has come to an end, and today they are going to announce the beginning of the exam. The man explained that this time he will take place in the city of Dinan, the Chuha district, Shilun Prefecture. The teacher warned that there are full of power of these animals, and by animals they understand those creatures that enhance their fruit of heavenly energy and are extremely aggressive towards ordinary people. He explained that this year, under the terms of the exam, it is necessary to defeat 3,000 animals of any species in 2 weeks. Annie Lin listened to the explanation clearly by displeasure, while Shaolin listened to them in them. The teacher explained that during testing he will calculate their results, but under ordinary conditions he will do nothing, and now they are all sent to Shilin Prefecture. Immediately, under the whole class of the protagonist, the portal appeared, and they moved to another place. After that, this portal appeared on a distant wasteland. Annie Lin, along with Shi Xiaolin, landed and immediately began to look around. Next to them was the capital of Shilun, and Annie Lin began to rejoice at such lively streets. The guy looked around and could not believe that everything here looks like in ancient times. Xiaolin did not understand what the guy was talking about and said that this is just a modern world, and the locals simply do not pay attention to the development of technology. She explained that this is the capital of Shilin Prefecture, the residence of the royal family of Panlun. The girl said that the strength of the kingdom is 4 clans and 9 emperors of our time. Xiaolin explained that the royal family of each state is an extremely powerful force for the immortal world of cultivators that controls the resources of the state, and also said that some royal families even pursue a policy that prevents the development of science. Then Annie Lin recalled that Su Qinhuan was the princess of the royal family of Qingama in Xinzhou. Only now, Annie Lin realized that she was noble blood as the protagonist, along with his classmates, called the teacher. The man said that their goal was to run from the capital to the city of Dinan of the Chuhe district in 12 hours. Everyone immediately began to be indignant at all from here to Dignan, thousands of kilometers. However, the teacher said that thousands of kilometers are just a part of their training, and they should not hesitate. After that, the teacher lifted his hourglass and turned upside down, saying that the exam had begun. After that, Annie Lin, like the rest of the university's students, began to flee to the city of Dinan. When the guys finally arrived at the destination, all of them are wildly tired. Annie Lin, when he was in the city for some time, stood half-bent, wiping his sweat from his face. He was far from lonely in this, and many other students also remained to catch his breath. Some of them lay on the floor, someone just sat. But it was impossible to deny the fact that they all envied Zhuan Yancheng and Su Qinyuan, who could simply use their sword for this. When all the students finally ended up in the right place, the teacher began to explain the following actions. He said that the hunt would be in small groups, and they will divide them into 20 teams of 5 people each. Suddenly, the teacher said that Annie Lin will be the leader of one of the teams. The guy did not expect this, but agreed. After that, the teacher began to call the rest of his groups. The first among them was Luo Zizipin. The guy looked like a stroke and said that he would never have thought that he would have a chance to work with the main character. He smiled and said that they would definitely pass the exam. The next participant was Miao Tian, a girl with red eyes and a rather pretty appearance. The girl asked Cute how many animals they would kill today. The third participant was Zan Shisui. The guy himself said that he did not think that An Lin will hunt for ordinary animals, and they will probably go hunting for spiritual ones. From the unusual one, it could be noted that the fan was his main weapon, since clear blades could be seen from him. Well, the last participant was Sun Fenlian. The girl scratched her head and said that it was better not to take her by hunt because she was afraid that because of her negligence she could kill her with one left. Then Annie Lin raised an eyebrow and wondered if they really think that he was the legendary god. After the teacher announced the groups, he announced the start of the hunt, and the teams immediately began to disperse. Accordingly, the group of the protagonist also advanced forward, but Annie Lin looked terribly careful. Other participants did not turn to this side of the protagonist, and only admired him, while others thought really was the defensive stand of a great person who is worth the study. Suddenly, a couple of bright eyes appeared among the foliage. A huge jaguar jumped out of the thicket and rushed at Miao Tian, who did not suspect anything. However, as it turned out, the girl was fully armed, and from her chest calmly took out some kind of ring. She quickly turned and hit Jaguar with this ring in the face, because of which he broke his teeth, and he began to literally cry. Zan Shisui also did not lose in strength. Very soon, some huge lizard appeared near him, who was going to attack him. The guy quickly noticed him, and with a terrible smile threw him. Luo Zizipin also met with the next demonic beast, this time with a rhino who, by all his strength, fled to his opponent. As it turned out, Luo Zizipin was so strong that only with one hand he was able to stop the pressure of a whole rhino, especially demonic. Very soon, the team members began to collect the corpses of demonic animals killed by him in one heap. Luo Zizipin threw his rhino and boasted with his biceps, said that alas, there is no beast by his strength. Sun Fanlian stood nearby and said that this is why they are in the team of the protagonist. Zan Shisui closed one eye and said that if they continue at this pace and will kill 10 animals a day, they will complete the task. However, Miao Tian said that there are special awards for those who have completed the exam ahead of time. Annie Lin thought and then offered to kill 20 animals a day, with which the others joyfully agreed. Suddenly, the main character's team heard a huge explosion that shook the earth. Next to them, one could see the remnants of this explosion, and the birds themselves began to fly away from there. Then Annie Lin was alarmed and invited the others to see what was happening there. At the same time, the area of the swamps was incredibly polluted. From the swamp could be seen with the naked eye flying miasms. Someone held out his hand trying to ask for help, but it shook, and all were covered with blood. As it turned out, one of the groups of unfortunate students stumbled upon a swarm of large insects similar to mosquitoes. The entire battlefield was flooded with blood, so it could be reasoned that the battle was unequal. When the group arrived at the scene, they immediately realized that giant mosquitoes were attacking people and they need to be saved. Zan Shisui immediately began to use his own with blades and cut insects. Luo Zizipin also did not retreat with his feet, and with his hands a large number of enemies crucified his hands. The other group was shaking, but it was very glad that they were saved. After the group of the protagonist graduated from the leader of the rescued group, bowed to the main character, and thanked for the salvation. Annie Lin said that this was not a mention, but he asked why they were in the mountainous area. The man said that his name is Shuizhou Min, and he is the commander of this group. He said that they found the spiritual mountain in the area. He explained that a green tree of blood on which is growing on it, 9 fruits of immortality grow. When Annie Lin heard about this, he could not but be surprised, and began to listen to history more carefully. Shuizhou Ming explained that their group wanted to disrupt these fabulous fruits, but unfortunately the green tree of blood is protected by the gold-eyed king of monkeys. Therefore, they could not take the fruits. After that, Shuizhou Ming asked if they want to unite, because they look strong. After that, he stood in a pathos pose trying to look cool. He said that after that, they would give them 6 fruits of immortality and asked their opinion. At the foot of the mountain of flowering fruit gardens, there was an extremely calm atmosphere. The monkey with a small stick went around the mountain saying that the king sent him to patrol to the mountain and he wants to get around the whole world. He continued to say that the king sent him to patrol the mountain so that he would catch the practice for dinner. However, suddenly someone jumped out of the bushes. The monkey got angry and began to ask who was here at all and how they dared to be at the mountain of fruits and flowers. As it turned out, it was a group of the protagonist along with the remnants of the saved group. They all took out their weapons and found themselves near the monkey, who was very scared. The monkey immediately fell to her knees and began to pray for mercy with tears in her eyes. Annie Lin was terribly smiled and said that he would save his life if he tells him everything he knows about the fruits of immortality. When the monkey heard about this, she shook and began to say what she remembered. As it turned out, the Monkey King made an appointment with the King of the Bull in order to share these fruits of immortality. When Annie Lin and Shui Zhumin heard it, immediately tensed. Monkey continued to say that the king sent her to patrol, but Shui Zhuanming quickly cut her down. Su Choumin said they could no longer wait and they should immediately advance. The man said that he knows the short path and they will get inside him. At the same time, the King of Monkeys began negotiations with the King of the Bulls. They were near the waterfall and beautiful wood with lilac-colored foliage. King Baikov laughed and said that he did not expect fruit. They would ripen so quickly. He said that if they eat these fruits, then their strength will increase several times. The Monkey King said that in fact the power of fruit of immortality is much larger, and if it is lucky, they will arouse their magical abilities. However, the Monkey King pointed to a tree and said that now they can eat only one fruit. However, at that moment King Baikov was wary. He licked his lips and said that he also called the king the Silverwing and the demonic toad of the lotus. He said that he was afraid that one fruit will definitely not be enough. The Monkey King was frightened and shouted at him. He screamed why he generally called them and asked if he did not warn anyone not to tell anyone about the secret of these fruits. Then King Baikov smiled terribly and said that if they eat one fruit with him, then he will only remain half of the fruit. But if they share the silver wing and the demonic toad of the lotus with the king, then he will get 3. Realizing that he was deceived by the king of the monkeys, began to boil and ask how that laughter to go against him at all. He took out his long stick and said that today he would not spare him directing the weapon to the king of the bulls. However, at the same moment the king of the silver wing arrived at the tree. The monkey immediately noticed this and stopped her attack. At the same moment, the demonic toad of the lotus appeared. She was so huge that she instantly frightened dozens of monkeys who were nearby and began to flee. After that, the demonic toad and the king of the silver wing approached the tree. They were all in complete uniform and were ready for the fight. After that, the king of the silver wing said that this blood tree with fruits of immortality will be available later. Immediately after that, King Baikov licked his lips and said that he would be the first to break the fruit. However, unexpectedly someone hit him on the cheek and pushed back from the tree. As it turned out, it was Annie Lin, who gracefully landed on the floor and laughed, apologizing. He, along with all the other members of the team, smiled and said that this fruit of immortality belongs to him. After that, Annie Lin made a quick jerk forward. The guy swung and instantly cut off his hand to the demonic toad. He gracefully landed on her back while he was so trying to cover his wound. As it turned out, Annie Lin used the demonic toad's back in order to reach the fruit and immediately disrupt it. Annie Lin smiled and shouted in his team that he had him and they could leave. His team looked at the protagonist with encouragement. However, Natural and the rest were completely unhappy. The demonic toad was unhappy in itself, who got angry and waved his hand to the members of the group saying that none of them would run away. Immediately after this, the demonic toad grabbed Miao Tian in her tongue. The girl was clearly scared, but she was even more embarrassed because her entire clothes were instantly covered with a layer of saliva. The king of the silver wing immediately began to wave his wings and thus generate distant blows with air. Lo Zizipin with a pond fought off from them, but it was obvious that he could not reach the flying enemy. Sweat, Luo Zizipin asked the main character, what they will do. However, Annie Lin was not at all worried and took out his talisman. He said not to panic because he has his own cards with him. He threw the talisman forward and instantly activated the ice wall. Thus, the talisman supported in the ice wall, which instantly freed Miao Tian. Immediately after that, An Lin said that the wall should not be for a long time, so they should run. The king of the silver wing opened his beak and said that they expected that the cultivator has a talisman that understands the spirit. Nevertheless, he told you that they would not even think that they could run away from him. the king of the silver wing. However, at that moment, Anilin used another talisman and activated the dragon castle, after which the golden bells began to fly to the bird. Thus, Anilin eliminated his two opponents, who could not take a step forward. The demonic toad clearly did not expect this, and cursed that he had even more than one talisman. After that, she got angry and began to attack the ice wall, successfully breaking it. After that, she said that Anilin died, and directed her tongue at him. Nevertheless, these two kings completely forgot that in addition to the protagonist, they have another enemy. At that moment, the king of monkeys attacked, who hit with his stick right on the head of the toad. Anilin clearly did not expect that the monkey would help them, and opened his mouth wide. King Bekoff got angry and asked the ugly king of the monkeys crazy. This anger could be explained because he betrayed his own relatives. King Bekoff still did not understand, and once again reminded him that the one who took his fruit of immortality was a cultivator, and why he fights on their side against the demonic toad of the lotus. The monkey king stood in an attacking pose, and said that he naturally aware that the cultivator took the fruit. However, he got angry, and said that since he could not keep him in any case, let him get it better for the human monk to be a despicable beast who betrayed his brother. After that, the monkey king shouted to the main character whether he hears him. He assured him that he could get out of here, and he would take care of them. Shui Jujming put his hand on his shoulder. The main thing, as a hero, said that it was better for them to leave while the golden-eyed king of monkeys helps them. However, of course, this answer did not satisfy the rest of the kings, and King Bekoff instantly gave a slap in the face of his former fellow, asking he really wanted to die. The monkey king could not withstand this, and very soon lay on the floor. Rising, the school, besides the monkeys, asked the protagonist why he is still standing next to him, and did he not tell him to leave. As if in some kind of romantic drama, Anilin smiled softly and said that he was here in order to protect him accordingly. The monkey king blushed, and his eyes flashed his eyes when he heard it, and his mouth began to shake with excitement, and immediately after that he spoke. He shouted at him and asked him really dumb because he was going to protect him if he was only at the 10th stage of improving the body of Taus. However, the rest of the kings were clearly not going to wait until Anilin was finishing the conversation with the king of the monkeys. King Bekoff had already picked up his weapons and said that this stupid cultivator did not run away, so he would not have to pursue him. Suddenly, Anilin extended his hand, from which he released another talisman, and activated the blow of the sword of Xinhe. The King Bekoff did not understand what was happening and how some cultivator could have such a huge number of talismans. Anilin smiled terribly and said that he could allow him to show the horror of reckoning for curiosity. Immediately after that, dozens of talismans began to spin around the protagonist, and Anilin even created the formation of the forbidden talisman of the endless law of immortality. At this moment, the kings were completely amazed, because they obviously did not expect the connection of a dozen spiritual talismans. Immediately after this, Anilin attacked all these kings. He attacked the king of the silver pen with non-stop streams of attacks, and thus injuring his wings one. He attacked King Bekoff with a huge amount of fire, because of which he could not go anywhere. At the same time, he simply froze the demonic toad of the lotus into one ice block. Ultimately, Anilin then simply blew up them all. From the scene, one could see a nuclear mushroom, and accordingly, opponents succumbed to incredible temperatures. Ultimately, the king of silver feathers and the king of the gods turned to fried chicken, and accordingly, fried cows. At the same time, the toad was half melted and trembling from the cold, said that now she knew that it was a reckoning for curiosity. It was obvious that Anilin simply pounded, and until the conditional Lozizipin, someone like Miao Tian was struck by how much Anilin drastically used the talismans. However, at the same time, Anilin gave Deb he cries in his soul because he understood that it was only cool when he uses them, and he actually went too far and he felt sorry for how much he spent. In the end, the king of the monkeys bowed to the main character and thanked him for saving him. Anilin raised an eyebrow because he did not understand why this king of monkeys thanked them, despite the fact that they took his fabulous fruit. The monkey king scratched his head and said that he would already get it better than the questions that give his brothers. And he also said that they could escape, but instead decided to stay and save him. Because of this, he should thank them. Suddenly, Anilin took out the fruit of immortality and said that in the end they tried very hard to bring him to maturity, so he could not help but try it. The king of monkeys literally burst into tears as Anilin not only saved his life, but also gave him the most valuable fruit in the world. At the same time, Luo Zizipin talked with Zan Shisui and asked him unless they were thieves and robbers, while Zan Shisi was asking for peaches initially not belonging to him. After that, Anilin scratched his chin and thought. After short thoughts, he asked why he would not spend time with him at first. He said that perhaps a small adventure would help to grow up the forces much faster in it, and he will be able to protect his people and his peaches. The Monkey King scratched his chin, and once again asked if he really asked him to spend time with him. Thinking a little, he said that it sounds like a good plan, and then he would stay a little with him. After that, Ani Lin and the King of the Monkeys secured the promise by shaking of the hand, and they began to share fruits. Ultimately, An Lin gave the group of hunters 3 fruits. The rest of the peaches were divided between members of his group. At the same time, a deep night came in the city of Dinan. Someone was in the office and painted the hieroglyphs documenting the situation. He was a teacher who finished his work and, looking at the data, noticed how the Heavenly Northern team killed 15 animals, and they are ahead of the lead. Suddenly, the employee reported to the teacher that the group of the protagonist returned and there is a monkey with them. The teacher did not understand what was the matter and wondered what kind of monkey. After that, Ani Lin, along with his group, returned back to the apartments. On the way, they were on the general reviews of other cultivators who realized that it was the king of monkeys, and in reality, he was not so terrible. However, some still wondered where he came from. After that, a teacher came up who asked with awkwardness what kind of monkey it was. Ani Lin smiled and asked for permission to introduce him. Ani Lin said that he was their new member of the group, and this is the terrible king of monkeys. The Monkey King combed his hair and said that he was new in the group and asked to take care of him. The teacher hit himself on his forehead, realizing that otherwise, he simply could not. And when the last time in the battle for freedom it was a gigantic dabai, then this time he brought a monkey. After that, the teacher exhaled, realizing that he could not change anything. The teacher turned and said that if we take into account the impressive passage of this mission, and since he is a highly intellectual spiritual animal, he can allow this, but asked not to cause him problems. After that, Ani Lin put his hand on the shoulder of the King of the Monkeys and showed him a finger up, what means that it was in the hat. After that, someone went to the main character, and the guy drew attention to the interlocutor. Su Qinhuan smiled softly and congratulated the fact that now the protagonist has pets. However, Ani Lin hugged the King of the Monkeys with one hand and said that he was not his pet, but he was his brother. The Monkey King also showed his finger up and agreed with this. Su Qinhuan smiled and laughed softly. She called the protagonist Milashka. After that, Ani Lin was embarrassed and could not help but say what a beautiful smile has. After that, Su Qinhuan handed one pill and said that today she met a fiery red demonic tiger, and this is an elixir of the beast after he was killed. She gave him to him just like that. Ani leaned by the back of the head and thanked the girl. The gap of point, he began to delve into his pockets and asked if she needed something to have a pill with him. However, the girl immediately refused. She smiled and said that when he helped her in his studies, he does it free of charge, and students should help each other, as he himself taught her. After that, the girl waved her hand and said goodbye. Ani Lin also waved his hand. Ani Lin blushed and asked the King of the Monkeys whether he agrees that Su Qinhuan beauty, one who he scratched his nose and said that for such an ordinary creature as he, all human cultivators look the same, and it is quite possible because of racial differences. After that, the monkeys asked if Ani Lin, for example, could turn it off the same monkeys. However, Ani Lin was angry and said that he could naturally be able to. He showed him a finger up and said that the most terrible among them should be, after which the King of the Monkeys swore. Very soon the next day came, and Ani Lin, along with his group and the King of the Monkeys, again went to kill the animals. When they passed through the canyon, they did not see that there was a white tiger above them, which was very hungry. Without thinking twice, the tiger attacked the protagonist without any warnings. However, the guy was not afraid and said to attack the King of the Monkeys. The King of Monkeys immediately hit the white tiger on the head and thus killed the enemy. The next on the road of the protagonist were bone demons. There were several of them, however, and Lin did not show fear again for a second. He smiled, and again in Pokemon told the King of the Monkeys to attack. It was obvious that Ani Lin simply used the King of Monkeys, but he did not object to this at all. Thus, the group of the protagonist had nothing left to do, and Ani Lin, along with Luo Zipin, ate fried seeds, while the girls discussed their beauty. The evening came very soon, and the group stopped near the fire for lunch. They discussed how 26 beasts killed today, or rather how the King of Monkeys killed, after which the group thanked the King of the Monkeys. A deep night came very soon. While the rest had already went to bed, Ani Lin was far under a tree and began to examine the stars. Miao Tian asked the main character really. He looks at the stars and thinks about life. The guy got up and said that he had grown on the ground and only recently hit heaven. He said that until recently in time, he did not know that the earth is one of the worlds created by the Noiva goddess, and the reason why they are forced to go down to earth is maintaining the stability of the world. He said that at the very beginning there was one large continent, and this was the beginning of all the things created for future generations. However, the protagonist was tormented by other questions. He was interested in who came up with the definition of the earthly continent and whether this definition is true. Miaotian said that this definition is really outside of reality, and asked why he should not ask the creator. Anilin awkwardly looked at the sky, because he understood that with the same success he could ask God. The next day came very soon. There was a scorching sun above them, and it was obvious that the members of the group were far from the best condition. Luo Zizipin was angry, after all. He could not believe that they were so unlucky. As it turned out, only a day has passed since they killed 13 animals. After that, Sun Fenlian almost cried and said that if it continues, she was afraid that their results will be even worse than yesterday. Suddenly, the king of monkeys heard something strange. He leaned his ears against the ground and began to listen. After that, he said that a herd of animals was located next to them. Ani Lin and Zan Shisi were immediately alerted. Ani Lin was seriously tensed and asked how large a herd of animals. The king of monkeys rose from the floor and said that he did not know, but judging by their sound there should be thousands, and they move in the direction of the city. Ani Lin immediately clenched his teeth, because he understood all the weight of the situation. He understood that now, it was best to return to the city and report the impending disasters. Very soon the main characters group arrived back to the city. The very first one flew by Shaolin on her ball. Having finished his work, the teacher was sitting in his office and calmly drank tea, obviously without foreshadowing anything bad. Suddenly Shaolin went to his office and said that she had a surprise for him. The teacher broke away from his cup of tea and asked what a surprise. With the most innocent face, Shaolin smiled and said that luck favors them, and they used the third-class Xiaohong in order to create a stream of animals attractive. After that, she also innocently said that they were heading to the city. When the teacher heard about this, he could not help but choked on his own tea. When Ani Lin and the rest arrived in the city, it is obvious that Shaolin had already spread the news and people began to prepare for the attack. Suddenly, Ani Lin noticed something and immediately turned his head. As it turned out, so strong vibrations began to pass on the ground that people hardly stood on their feet. Although so far no one was really waiting for this, it was obvious that the herd of animals was already very close. Very soon, observers on the walls explained that the flow of animals has already reached the walls of the city, and apparently, there are more than 2,000 of them. After that, all students and even the teacher finished their preparations. For students, it was simply a game that will help them end the task as quickly as possible. However, the teacher was also ready, and said that it was time to start the war. Very soon, the herd of animals approached the gates of the city. There really was an incredible amount, but no one shuddered from this problem. Suddenly, the teacher rose up. He took the scabbard for his sword and began to use the equipment. The teacher began to wave his sword, outlining his blows in the air and inflicting them at an amazing speed. The protagonist, like many other students, immediately lit up, because he first saw their leaders in business and it really cost it. Immediately after that, they went to the battlefield and other students who were configured to win. They began to charge their techniques, while others began to bombard the herd from the air on their swords. Some blocked the movement of the monsters while the following finished them. In a word, at such a moment, people could not help but rely on the team. Being near the walls of the city, many used their techniques to bombard flying monsters. At the same time, fierce battles took place on Earth to hold the herd of animals and naturally kill them. However, at some point, the animals were able to break through the wall of the city. It was a rather serious problem, and Practice immediately reported this to the teacher. The students were nevertheless not at a loss, and announced that the animals passed through the gap, and cultivators with a low level of skills are better to retreat to the rear. Then the teacher remembered some in the black spear, and gave up the question of whether this weapon is used in this battle. After that, the teacher turned to Xuan Yanchen and Xiaolin and told them to guard the airspace, because he will return now. Ani Lin also did not retreat from the battle and used his techniques. Thus, he was able to kill many animals around. After he killed in the next monster, he looked up and saw Xuan Yancheng, who threw something like nuclear bombs on animals, and decided to analyze what was happening. He understood that although they were in a fairly disadvantage, but this battle was still under control. However, at that moment something flashed between all the animals of a short flash. Ani Lin did not understand what it was and immediately looked where the light came from. As it turned out, a large black spear was heading for them at an incredible speed. Thus, the spear broke the wall of the city, and the main character remains only to defend himself from fragments. Naturally, in addition to terrestrial animals, flying animals also existed. Among them, quite often it was possible to see huge ravens who croaked constantly, talking about how they want to catch a cultivator into their husbands. However, it was obvious that no one was going to give them what was desired so simply. The crows very soon heard a swing of the sword. One of the ravens began to worry about his relatives, of which they managed to injure and then began to fall down. After this, the weapon that hurt the raven returned to its owner. The owner was Suchinyuan. As it turned out, she owned weapons like combat rings. However, of course, the battle did not end there. Since the animals managed to break through a hole in the wall, it was obviously the biggest weakness of the city. The students did not have time to kill all the animals in time, so, even at the last moment, they noticed something amazing. In front of them was a nightmare, a demon similar to a burning horse. Despite the fact that they were scared by students in any case, and despite the trembling hands took the weapon. However, it was obvious that they could not resist the nightmare, who was easy to knock them all away. After that, the burning green fire enveloped the skin of the students and began to incinerate them. The nightmare smiled terribly and said that the taste of the vitality of human cultivators is truly amazing, and now he wants to arrange a feast on their bones. However, at the same moment, something began to fly into a nightmare with a great speed. It was an iron stick that pierced the jaw of a nightmare through with one blow. As it turned out, it was the king of the monkeys, who threw his stick and ran right now to his enemy. He picked up a stick and ordered her to return. He stood in a pathos pose and said that he had come from the mountain, and he has a dream to find idols in the western heaven. Then the nightmare already noticed his enemy and remembered that it was the terrible king of the monkeys. Naturally, the Monkey King was clearly not happy when he once again heard the insult that the terrible and directed the stick to his enemy, going to kill him. However, he obviously did not know what power was possessed by a nightmare, who only smiled at that moment. Exactly at the moment when the king of the monkeys jumped up to attack the nightmare, he opened his mouth and was going to fill his enemy with fire. However, we return to the rest of the battlefield. The students more or less successfully fought beyond the walls of the city, because of which many animals were already dead. At that moment, Enlin sank to the ground and concentrated. Behind him was a red demon with something like a mask that immediately attacked the guy, but Enlin was able to notice him in a timely manner. The guy picked up his sword and began to take it out of the scabbard. With the most apathetic face, he cut the demon standing next to him as if nothing had happened. After that, a white tiger appeared in front of the main character, incredible size, which stood with a terrible smile and looked at the protagonist. Without thinking twice, he raised his paw intending to kill the protagonist. However, the guy was not at all afraid of this, and immediately cut his hand flying on him. The beast immediately shouted in pain as if he called someone. Suddenly, Anilin noticed something strange and turned back. Next to the main character was a huge blue elephant, which was naturally a demon. Next to him was also several golden-groomed lions, who were only waiting for the opportunity to attack the protagonist. Only then did Anilin realize that he was surrounded, that it was clearly not the best in this situation. After that, Anilin breathed out and thought for a while what to do next. After that, he awkwardly began to reassure everyone around them, say that he would have done nothing that he could offend them, and they should not focus on him. However, it was obvious that no one would have been bored with this nonsense. The lion was right in the face of the protagonist and screamed at him parallelly, spitting out the liters of saliva from him. The guy was barely liquid of his face, but he realized that he was doing bad. He understood that he would very soon have to use talismans of the stage of divine transformation. He climbed into his bosom in order to get them parallelly, thinking that he would never have predicted that he would have to use his life building here. Pierced. One just like Anilin took out the talisman attacked him by lions. However, at that moment, Anilin no longer doubted, and having put a talisman on his sword, stuck him in the ground and used the talisman, calling for the ice sword of fearlessness. Immediately after that, all the lions turned into ice blocks. After the guy destroyed all his opponents, he smiled and could not but praise the power of these talismans. Suddenly, under the foot of the protagonist was some kind of ball that fell out of the animals. He took him in his hand and realized that it was the soul of the beast at the stage of development. After that, Anilin screamed and said that if he was not afraid to die, he could come up, saying the remaining enemy. There were still a blue elephant and something like a bear, and as soon as they shouted, the main character was lost all confidence. The guy realized that they were really not afraid of death. However, we will return and look at other participants in this expedition. One girl surrounded her blade with a bright flame. This girl was Shaolin, who used her fire technique with might and main. Suddenly, the girl heard someone starting to run to her and begging for salvation. It was Anilin, who fled with all his might towards the girl. Being on the battlefield with 6 wings, she responded to her friend's request and said that she would help him. Immediately after that, she used her technique and incinerated opponents of the protagonist. When the guy saw how fast she was, he was very surprised and even wide open his mouth from this. However, of course, these demons were not so low level in order to simply die from one blow. For example, the blue elephant began to use its own water technique in order to fight off from strokes. However, this attack Shaolin did not end there. She picked up her sword covered with flame and began to wave it. With each wave, more and more explosions took place, and they were so strong that even Ani Lin could not stand on his feet. However, on this all the obstacles of the protagonist did not end. For example, the bear was still heading for him with all his strength. He used his ice technique to attack opponents. The monster raised his hand, covered with ice, and when he lowered it to the ground, the whole area around it also began to be covered with large ice crystals, which practically reached the protagonist. At this time, Ani Lin lay on the floor and was not poorly scared when the ice crystals reached his groin. Naturally, the bear was not going to stop there, and even before Ani Lin managed to react in front of his face. After the bear attacked the protagonist, he immediately began to fly in the opposite direction and collided with the wall. Drops of blood appeared on the lips of the main characters, but he did not look so helpless. Understanding that his opponent was not even dead to the bear, urged ice blocks in order to attack Ani Lin. Nevertheless, the guy was not at a loss and called on the technique of calling the lightning. Immediately after this, the bright better of electricity was struck by the body of the bear, which remained in the half-shine. He could not move the musculus and was injured from the fact that he had just struck with lightning began to fall. Naturally, Ani Lin was not going to waste time in this way and immediately charged his sword with lightning. He made a sharp jerk to the bear about to kill him. As a result, he made one clear cut, which chopped off his head to the bear. Ani Lin smiled broadly because he was glad to see that he had reached the goal alone to kill the spiritual beast. After that, Ani Lin rummaged into the body of a murdered bear. After that, he took out another core of the beast and licked, because now he has 3 of them. Then he realized that it was time for him to call the Shenlun for further advancement. At the same moment, Shaolin finished killing a blue elephant, which began to fall down from the wounds. Leaving the battle, the winner of Sayulin calmly sank into the main character. She looked around and was surprised because she saw. Seeing how Ani Lin smiles, she smiled too, and asked why he was so happy for what the guy said that this was a secret. Ani Lin said he would tell her about this after the battle. Offended by Shaolin grunted and turned her head. However, very soon the sun began to sit down and gradually became darker. Some man pulled the sword out of the demon's body, and for some time he was bleeding for some time. This man was a teacher who looked very wary and menacingly at the body of the murdered. The teacher looked at the demon's hand and could not help but still notice clear black marks. Thus, he came to the conclusion that it was he who threw a black spear. However, once again, having stolen the demon in the back, the teacher realized that he did not feel the auras of the original beast at all, and wondered he was really from another race. At that moment, the man noticed something unusual and looked closely. A bright spark was formed on the enemy's back, which increased more and more. The teacher hit immediately with the help of his sword on that point. However, his blow only managed to cut clothes, and the glow disappeared. After that, the man looked upstairs still in his thoughts. He could not get rid of a very bad feeling, as if he had foresaw something. However, he decided not to score his head with such things and stood back on his sword. The man decided that now it was better to deal with vile animals and went back to the camp. At the same time, in the city one could see the remains of the battles and a huge number of corpses of animals. These corpses were calculated in dozens and hundreds, but it was obvious that the victory was behind the cultivators. After this victory, the cultivators decided to get together and celebrate their victory. At this moment, they clinked their glasses with wine. The teacher stood next to them and poured a drink. He said that they killed 100 vile animals in this battle. The man said that in this way, exceeding their goals in an hour, they all showed a good result. After that, he lifted the plate of sake, and with a smile on his face, said that she was allowing them to celebrate the victory of what everyone was incredibly happy. Very soon a deep night came and the troubled atmosphere sank into the city. Some man was in his chambers in a collapse while in front of him was a demon with one horn that shone with a bright aura. The same man who lay in the collapse scratched his hair and called from the bestial god, the hellish flame, and said that despite the fact that he had lost several generals in this battle, this can still be considered success. The one-horned was very tense and hardly dared to look at the man who was lying in a collapse, agreeing with his every word. After that, the man calmly gave him some kind of seed and told him to pick up the reward. The animal god bowed to the man and thanked him for his generosity. As it turned out, the one to whom he knocked down was the true king of Sini. After that, the god of animals looked at what he was actually given, and saw in his hand the seed of the Black Lotus. After that, the true king of Blue rose from his place and went through the portal. Before that, he said that everything was walking on this. After that, the portal began to slowly disappear. Only when the true king of Blue finally left the animal king to exhale and relax a bit. He said that his heart was almost stopped and this guy is very difficult to serve. Suddenly, behind the bestial king, the same portal formed, and the head of the true king reappeared in front of a man. The animal king was not seriously scared and instantly bounced back. The true king of Blue wanted him to remind him that he is licking to the bottom and so far does not attract attention. The animal king bowed once again and agreed with the words of his master. When the portal again disappeared, he tensed and wondered whether the true king of Blue did not hear anything, because he thought that he would die. At the same time, 6 great warriors of the tribe of Black Feathers bowed their heads in front of the true king. The true king of Blue said that he received confirmation that the demonic sword was at the hands of the protagonist. He explained that at first glance he is at the 10th stage of improving the body of Taos. But if the usual cultivator is attacked by 4 spiritual animals, then only one outcome can be for him: death. However, the true king of Blue said that he uses things that seem to be a coincidence to achieve a final victory. After that, the man thought and began to mutter under his breath. He said that this cultivator, in everything else, killed the true queen of Anier, who did not even have the opportunity to use an array of heavenly stars of the killers. Something clearly did not correlate with the testimony, and the true king of Blue wondered who this cultivator was. As it turned out, the true king of Blue used the technique of manipulating the stars in order to take control of the spiritually beast to test his strength, and it was quite possible he understood everything. 6 soldiers still listened to their king, but did not understand what was being discussed. After that, the true King Sin made his face straight from Jojo, and said that he decided to return to the moving castle in order to avoid any clashes and cancelled all his actions. This decision of their leader extremely surprised all his subordinates. They still did not fully understand what they were talking about, but they bowed to him and said that it was a very wise decision. After that, the true King of Blue plunged into his thoughts and realized that in this way he would be able to receive a punishment for actions that violate the order. But now it is much more important, and he does not want to follow in the footsteps of Anye, so let someone else take this mission. Very soon a deep night came and someone gathered in the yard in order to discuss the next plan. Among the audience one could see Xuan Yancheng, other students, and the King of Monkeys. Also at the table stood the tense Xiaolin and Xiaohong. At the same time, Ani Lin sat at the table and looked at 3 nuclei of spiritual animals with tension. Xiaolin said that the energy of these bestial nuclei could blow him inside and asked if he was sure that he wanted to eat them. However, Ani Lin in his soul wanted to cry. He wondered if she really thinks that he wants to do it. He understood that according to the system leadership, in order to achieve the level of improvement of the soul, these 3 animal nuclei should be absorbed. After that, the guy took the first core and realized that it was surrounded by an icy aura. This nucleus was extracted from a giant white bear, and he could only hope that the cold would not be associated with explosive energy. Therefore the core should be the safest. In the end, the guy made a decision and put the first core in his mouth. Immediately after that, he began to shake frantically, as if he had just been naked at the top of the mountain. Xiao Hong was frightened and asked if his master was feeling that the stomach is expanding and heats up. Ani Lin was still shaking, but said that everything was just a little chilly. The next core, he took the very one that Su Qinyuan removed from the fiery red demonic beast. Without thinking twice, he put this ball into his mouth and began to absorb it. Suddenly he bent in the opposite direction and then covered with later. After that, he sank down on the table and no longer shook from the cold. He said that he was very pleased as he was warmly spread throughout his body. The rest only worried about the protagonist, but they could not say anything. Then Su Qinyuan wondered the best animal nuclei so tasty. The last Ani Lin chose the core, which he personally removed from Tso Leo. He decided to accept the last core and finally see a miracle. However, as soon as Ani Lin swallowed this core, he was silent suspiciously. Immediately, his friends began to worry about the protagonist, and Xuan Yancheng asked how Ani Lin feels. Ani Lin said that he feels the 3 cores merge in his stomach, but nothing special happens. At that moment, Ani Lin heard how the system appeared and said that the goal was achieved, and now he goes to the phase of the formation of the soul. Suddenly, these 3 cores began to merge with the main character. These three cores immediately gave rise to very strong winds that began to circle near the gazebo. Shen Yancheng did not expect something like that, and was even scared. He said that the energy contained in the air suddenly became very unstable. After that, Xuan Yancheng wondered if Anilin will now go into the phase of spiritual education. After that, Xiao Hong turned to Xiaolin and asked his sister to help and put Xiao Hong on the master. He explained that he uses their connection, and thus Anilin will be able to transmit to him the fixed energy. At the same time, a ball of energy began to quickly form around the protagonist, which was more and more thickening. After that, all this energy, which surrounded the gazebo, began to be absorbed by the main character, and Xiao Hong hardly held on his shoulder. Xuan Yancheng looked closely and realized that Anilin would now form his root of the soul. The king and monkeys did not understand what the guy was talking about, and asked about it. Xuan Yancheng explained that the root of the soul is the root of the Tao, formed by the cultivator that is located in the world. He explained that when cultivators manage to form their own root of the soul, then all its abilities will increase to a new level. Xuan Yancheng turned and said that if we speak in a simple way, the divine techniques that use cultivators will carry more rough power, and they can be controlled more skillfully. Very soon there was a huge flash that quickly spread. Ultimately, Anilin finished his transition and falling to the ground asked what was happening and what it was on it. Su Xinhuan was surprised, because she clearly did not expect something like that. Among all, perhaps, only the king of the monkeys was very boring. Anilin looked down and saw some creature that lies on his leg. Anilin blushed instantly because on his leg lay a naked girl with a hairpin in the form of a flower. However, at that moment the girls immediately shouted, so that Anilin immediately closed their eyes. After that, Xiaolin jumped and a stick, which she took from the king of the monkeys and hit the guy on the head with all her might. The Monkey King did not even notice it right away, however. As soon as he saw this, could not help but fall into shock. After such a strong blow, the protagonist was dizzy and blood poured abundantly. He did not understand why he could not simply close his eyes and why he had to beat him on the head. While Anilin was lying unconscious, Xiaolin threw off the girl's clothes and told her to dress as quickly as possible. The rest had extremely mixed emotions. Su Qinyuan was awkward. The Monkey King was struck by the arrogance of Xiaolin while Xuan Yancheng instantly turned away. Immediately after that, the girl began to dress in the clothes that Xiaolin threw her. She could hardly close her on her own, but she looked pretty. Xiaolin immediately noticed that it was Xiao Hong and asked. In this way she formed her demonic core. Xiao Hong did not think for long and said that this is really so, and when her master finally reached the stage, she successfully created a demonic core. After that, she scratched her hair and said that it was a special feeling that her body and soul were connected with the heart and soul of the master. It was obvious that her beauty was at a very large level and blinded everyone else. Xiaolin smiled awkwardly and said that she had a feeling that she was much nicer in the shape of a flower. Xiao Hong was glad and asked Shaolin. He also thinks so too. She explained that she feels that the transformation in her human form takes too much energy, and the shape of the flower requires much less it. Immediately after this, the flower turned back into itself, and said that in addition to everything she is very pleased to make photosynthesis. After the situation was resolved by Xiaolin, she said that she was returning to her room. She told the king of the monkeys to take the protagonist back to his room. While the Monkey King was surprised at Xuan Yancheng, suddenly thrown on his shoulders, and Su Qinhuan said goodbye to the others. After that, the king of the monkeys had nothing left but to drag the protagonist. Very soon the next morning came, which did not foresee anything strange. While in the residence, Anilin hardly woke up and began to get out of bed. And how Anilin tried to recover from the headache, Xiao Hong was next to him and said that Anilin finally woke up. At that moment, Anilin recalled that he finally reached the phase of the formation of the soul. Xiao Hong thanked the protagonist and said that she was able to form her demonic core. After that, Anilin laughed and decided to see how his soul root looks like. Having concentrated Anilin, he was able to find in himself only some strange golden pearl. When the guy saw that it was just a pearl, he began to afraid where his soul root was. After that, Anilin asked Xiao Hong to hit him in the face with all his might. The guy thought that then he was sleeping when Xiao Hong could only think that this was a very strange request. However, Xiao Hong immediately agreed to this and because of all his strength, hit a guy who instantly broke the walls of the apartment. With difficulty landing Anilin, the wall pan of the wall completely, and blood appeared on his lips. Having landed back to the floor, Anilin pushed and asked how he could hit his master so much, and asked if he really wants to kill him. Xiao Hong apologized to the main character and said that she did not know that she was so strong. However, at that moment, Anilin noticed how he was looking at someone's female legs. At the same time as blood on his lips, he had blood from his nose, and Anilin immediately blushed. As it turned out, Sun Fenlian was next to the main character, and when he struck the wall, he was in her room exactly at the moment when the girl left the bathroom. Sun Fanlian immediately blushed, but it was obvious how quickly she began to be angry. Anilin tried to justify himself, but it was obvious that this would not save him, and very soon Anlin flew through the roof to the distant lands. Very soon the morning came on a clear day. Anilin almost cried and pressed his wounds as a question of what he did in order to earn this. Xiao Hong, who walked next to him, asked in order whether he said, and he said that everything was fine. However, he could not get rid of the feeling that something was wrong. In the end, instead of the root, there was a nucleus in his body, and he could not understand why. Spontaneously, Anilin decided to use his divine fire technique, and obviously it was clearly stronger than before. Taking a closer look at Anilin, realized that it was a pearl that has the same properties that the root of the soul, because the fire becomes hotter and cleaner, and the light that he shed brighter. At this moment, the main character dawned. He could not help but cry from this discovery, but he realized that in the end, in his stomach, there were simply an animal nucleus. He complained why everyone formed the root of the soul, and he got an animal nucleus, and does it really mean that he is an animal? The next day, the exam has already continued, and the group continued to destroy many animals. She just used her eyes to kill snakes, for example, which could not compare anything. The Monkey King was still in the group and helped them with the murder of animals. However, this time Anlin, who did not stop waving his sword, joined the team. At this moment, he realized that the achievement of the level of improvement of the soul was another unobvious plus. Each of his blows sharply began to release more powerful rays of light, which looked just cool. Very soon, the group of the protagonists sat near the fire for lunch. Luo Zizipin announced that today for lunch they would have eggs of a bird, and everyone immediately began to rejoice. At the same time, while the rest had lunch, Anilin tried to learn to soar on a sword. He hardly climbed onto the blade and began to fly. He was very careful because in the end it was his first experience. In an instant, Anilin noticed how far he was moving away from his team and wary. He thought that in this way he would simply fall and decided to return back to the ground. After Anilin was again on the ground, he went down the sword. Anilin switched on a tree and could only complain that Dubai was still better nostalgic for the past. He could not help but remember a warm and comfortable back that always gave a sense of safety. However, at that moment, Anlin thought why it should be controlled by a sword, because there are other magic objects that can be controlled. After that, he began to consider magic objects at his disposal. Among them were a demonic sword that pierced the boundaries of an immortal claw. At that moment, Anilin threw both options because the claw is even more inconvenient than the sword. Suddenly, Anilin came across in his search for the same brick of chaos. Looking back, Anilin noticed in him some potential. He raised this brick, but it could not say how ugly he was, and the little that made him no better than his claw. Anilin once again examined this brick, but something in him seemed different. Anilin was very surprised at this find, and realized that he could control this brick. Having caught fire, Anilin ordered the brick to become more and more. At the same time, a group of the protagonists began to suspect that something was wrong because they heard constantly strange sounds. The Monkey King realized that these sounds came from above, and instantly looked there. However, as it turned out, these strange sounds were nothing more than the laughter of the protagonist. He flew on his brick chaos and rejoiced as a child. This laughter clearly alerted all the members of the group, and they could only keep silent tactfully. The group still continued its lunch break, and this time Anilin decided to join. He picked up 2 eggs at once and began to eat them with a happy expression on his face. At the same time, his group could not help but look at him as a very strange guy. In the end, absolutely everyone flies, managing his sword, and only Anilin decided to control his brick. Anilin still ate his eggs, and emphasized that the perfect combination of taste and fresh eggs and frying does not heavy the aroma, and the result is very tasty. The King of Monkeys asked, "Really, he needed so little for happiness." After that, the king tried to tell the story of what was in the depths of 10,000 mountains. He said that there is a certain vile animal called a rainbow bull, and its meat is not only tasty, but at the same time it can smell of a family with different tastes. The King of Monkeys explained that his tastes are constantly changing and are also amazing, like his name. When a group of the protagonists heard about a rainbow bouquet, they immediately flowed and eyes lit up. After that, The guy asked the king of the monkeys in which area these bulls live. The king of monkeys thought and said that they should dwell somewhere in the southwest of Wind Hills. But he had never been there, and that place about 250 kilometers from them. When Anilin heard this, he could not help but be obvious that, taking them into account, they would get there at best in 3 days, and he does not want to wait so long. However, at that moment, Anilin remembered his brick and said that he could use it. After that, Anilin began to control it in order to make it as much as possible. After he finished, he told all his friends to climb the brick. At this moment, everyone was happy, because they had already anticipated the taste of that same rainbow VK. Thus, the main character's team quickly crossed all that distance. Very soon they arrived at the destination, and the team went down from the brick. The guys immediately began to inspect the area, which was basically continuous hills, but nevertheless, it was still beautiful. The area itself was covered with green pastures, ideal for livestock. Basically, a strong fresh air, and the wind prevailed here, because of which the name appeared. As a background, they were the mountains rising to heaven. Anilin, like the rest of his group, were really struck by such beauty. Standing in front of the mountain, the king of the monkeys said that this is Mount Yun, and she is after 10,000 years old. The monkey explained that he heard that her height is about 10,000 jang, and she reaches the sky. Anilin thought and asked if he really believes that there are 10,000 jang. After that, Anilin smiled and said that it was time to learn new equipment. The system announced the condition for the study of the first stage of the technique of the grace of the wind. They had a jump from a cliff about 10,000 jang, which was ideal for the protagonist. After that, he said to the king of the monkeys that he would go and look at this mountain and ask them to stay nearby and occupy themselves with something. After that, he said that he would give them a mascot of perception and pulled a piece of paper forward. Anilin waved his hand and said that he was effective in a radius of 5 kilometers, after which he would find them. While Anilin was in a hurry to sit on his brick, the king of monkeys explained that he heard that rather ferocious creatures were gathering here, so he was better off on the alert. Nevertheless, this did not frighten the protagonist, and he continued climbing the mountain. Well, or more precisely, how much this ascent can be called, because Anilin just used his brick in order to get up. There he saw a lot of amazing landscapes. Among them there was a flowering field right in the middle of the mountain. He also saw many monkeys who lived on the trees, and as if they were not afraid of the main character. Also, Anilin saw graceful storks who flew this mountain. Looking around, Anilin could not help but wonder that this is a headquarters of a sect, because there is a very good excess of energy around the mountain, and there are a lot of rare types of animals here. Taking a closer look, Anilin noticed that the top of the mountain was actually pink, and he wondered was really a flowering cherry. However, at some point in the middle of flight, Anilin ran into some large sphere. Anilin regretted and stroked the place of the blow. As it turned out, Anilin ran into a protective barrier. Understanding that there someone lives, Anilin began to scream and ask if there is anyone there. After that, a beautiful girl came out among the gardens with a flowering cherry. She was engaged in calligraphy and painted hieroglyphs very gracefully. After that, she smiled mysteriously. Anilin was still behind the protective barrier, who covered most of the mountain in fact, and simply tried to shout before if someone was there. Raising his eyebrow, Anilin asked the question, "Is there really no one there?" He considered that this was a really empty waste of time, and he simply stands here and does nothing. As a result, Anilin decided that once at the top, there should be no one. Then nothing terrible if he rises upstairs a little more. After that, Anilin activated his divine scan technique. Taking a closer look, he began to collect the weaknesses of the matrix, trying to destroy it. Very soon he saw a lot of threads in contact at one point. Anilin smiled and realized that he had found a weak place. The white-haired beauty was still at the top of this mountain and only finished her drawing. This drawing was a wonderful stork, and the girl was quite a result. Her eyes were burning from enthusiasm, and she told herself that she only had to draw the eyes of a crane, which reflects his soul, because this is the most important. However, just like a brush sank into a Storace drawing, something unforeseen happened. At one point, a huge explosion occurred, which splashed the remaining ink and frightened the girl. Anilin after that ascended to the top of the mountain and began to look around. He could not help but admire the beauty of this place, and praised him. However, at that moment, Anilin noticed how the silhouette of a person stands next to him and was immediately scared. He jumped back and asked if there is anyone here. As it turned out, from such an unexpected explosion, the girl instead of the eye left a blot in the place of the stork's head. The girl was incredibly angry of this whole drawing took her whole 2 weeks. Anilin awkwardly approached her and apologized for bursting here without an invitation. An evil beauty asked how he ended up here. The guy asked about what she was about and said that he had just arrived here. The white-haired said that she generally wanted to ask how he overcame her matrix and hit the top of the mountain. And the hero finally understood the question and said that this is all because he is strong and he was able to destroy it. The girl once again looked at him and said that he was not bad enough, and after that she asked why he even climbed to her top. Annie Lin scratched his head and said that all he wanted to try to jump from this top for fun. The girl looked at him with pity and wondered if he had everything exactly with his head. Then Annie Lin looked and noticed the consequences of his actions. He looked at the crane and asked what happened to him. After that he began to laugh and call him ugly. The girl at that moment began to shake with anger. She instantly destroyed the pen that was in her hands and said that she only dared to repeat it. Annie Lin wiped his tears with laughter and asked that this was the case of this drawing incredibly funny. However, I did not have time to say that he did not hear what she said, as she had received her fist in his face. After that, the girl began to beat the guy who had come to go, while he was trying to escape and called for help. In the end, Annie Lin was finally beaten by a girl and literally beaten to the ground. However, the girl still did not calm down, because it was evil. Because Annie Lin knew that she would hit him in a fit of anger, and still continued to laugh. At the same time, Annie Lin asked the question, really? He met a crazy woman because this woman beat him even with an eye without blinking. Annie Lin considered that she was not at home even. Like the girl came exactly the same conclusion. After that, Annie Lin and the girl looked at each other and complained that they were looking at each other. The girl considered this a continuous test that he sent to her in order to test her heart, and tried to calmly calm down. After she calmed down a little, she held out her hand to the main character. She introduced herself and said that her name was Lin Xiunjun. Still shaking from beatings, Annie Lin said that his name is that. After that, Lin Xiunjun asked for what purpose An Lin came to this top. After that, the guy said that he really came in order to simply jump off her and why, otherwise he would come here, because there is nothing here. He asked, really, she thought that he had come here in order to greet such a beauty like her. Lin Xiunjun said that he was jumping then and could not help but think that he was simply strange. At the same time, Annie Lin asked the question, really? She only now realized what he wanted. After that, Annie Lin waved his hand and apologized that he disturbed her. However, at the last moment, An Lin turned because he wanted to say something else. He laughed with all his might and said that the crane of which she painted really funny. Naturally, Lin Xiunjun immediately got angry. However, the girl did not have time to do something like Annie Lin jumped off the mountain. Nevertheless, her eyes were still burning with fire, and she said that she remembered the protagonist. The system said that the feminine horned dragon is also known as the king of the dragons at the court of the dragon of the East Sea. When Annie Lin heard about this, he realized that compared to him is currently too much difference in strength, and if he did not even remember that he has no offense at them, he seems to have to miss this technique. After that, Annie Lin looked at the next task to achieve the next stage. The conditions turned out to be diligently training every day. The explanation of this kind was simply amazing because it was too blurry and was not a clear goal. When Annie Lin saw this condition on his lips appeared blood drops. He wanted to cry because he, as a person who formed the animal core, is simply impossible to train correctly. Annie Lin came to the conclusion that if the whole thing is in this, then he simply ceases to be a person, and he must go and ask Xiao Chao how they train. At the same time, the protagonist's exam was still ongoing. Annie Lin took the talisman in his hand and looked closely. Going up, Annie Lin realized that the king of monkeys with the guys are not so far from the mountain. Suddenly he felt something and thought. He listened and could not help but notice that the aroma was very good. Only then did Annie Lin remember the stories of the king of the monkeys, and realized that a rainbow bull probably smells like that. He felt this smell because he was already following a rainbow bull and flew faster on his brick. Annie Lin very soon returned back to his company and with saliva on his lips asked his friends to eat a rainbow bull. However, it was obvious that something was wrong. The main character's classmates blushed sharply and began to hide traces that they ate something. Annie Lin looked around and was able to see only an empty kazan. The most recent king of the monkeys was the last to eat, and near him could see several bones from that same rainbow bull. When Annie Lin saw this, he could not help but cry from the betrayal of his friends. He comically sank down in despair because he could not eat the legendary rainbow bull. At that time, part of the group awkwardly looked at him while the other part was simply embarrassed for their actions. However, unexpectedly in the lake around the protagonist, there was a huge explosion and a pillar of water appeared. Then Annie Lin woke up with his despair and looked at a more urgent problem. The rest of the group also immediately looked at the monster. Next to them was a huge monster that exhaled steam. He looked like a Chinese water dragon, but he was also surrounded by electricity. The dragon himself asked who called him. The dragon looked menacingly at the group of the protagonist and asked, "Really?" They called him until Anilin and the group slowly tried to move back. Gen Shisui was taken aback and could not understand where the dragon came from here. Anilin himself did not understand what was happening and asked the question, did they really call the dragon? At that moment the dragon opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Suddenly, his body turned into an energy sphere and quickly went behind the group's back, because of which Zhan Shixi and Miao Tian shouted. There he restored his shape and inhaled the aromas. The dragon smiled and said that the bone marrow of the rainbow bull is undoubtedly the most delicious, and it not only contains tens of thousands of tastes of freshness, and also strengthen the spiritual basis of a person. The dragon said that from the point of view of cooking, this is undoubtedly the best part, and compared to the bone marrow, the meat of the bull is as tasteless as grass. When a group of the protagonists listened to this information, they all looked at the dragon with surprise. After that, the members of the group got angry and began to ask the king of monkeys, who did not understand what was really the best part of the rainbow bull. This is the bone marrow. At the same time, the monkey king did not know that in this case, he had never eaten the bone marrow in this case. After that, the dragon asked the group of the protagonist what desire they had for them. Zhan Shisui asked, "They really called the divine dragon with the help of a rainbow bull," and the king of the monkeys also asked, "Do they really need to collect nuclei for this?" However, the rest of the group did not even think about these issues, and Miao Tian, for example, immediately wished that she wanted to be taller. After that, the king of the monkeys who wished to be beautiful and Zhan Shisui also joined, who said that he wanted to be the smartest. Luo Zizaipin showed his biceps and said that he wants to own the most powerful techniques, and Sun Fanlian said that she wants to be the most beautiful girl. Anilin did not know what to wish, and just so as not to stand aside, he said that he wanted peace all over the world. When the dragon heard these wishes, he immediately spat out the water that was in his mouth. He was indignant and asked what kind of desire it was, and did they really hold him for a fool? While the guys were defending from drops, the water, which constantly fell on them, the dragon asked and once again what their desire is and what they are ready to give in return. He also said that he had a few reserves in his storage, so he hopes that they would give him something valuable. Then the group dawned on the fact that she actually did not want to make a desire just like that, and wanted to exchange them for something valuable. After that, Sun Fanlian asked with an apathetic voice really, when he had in mind the desire. He actually talked about barter. Lo Zizipin, as in principle. Everyone in the group of the protagonist immediately looked at the dragon with irritation and wondered what kind of desire it was. Anilin was also upset because despite the fact that at first the dragon was majestic and fair, but as a result it turned out that he wanted to make a deal. After that, Anilin grabbed his stomach and could not believe that it was such an empty waste of the bone of the rainbow bull, and it would be good if he gave him a little bit. Then the dragon could not believe that the main character's team did not want anything, and wondered if they had no desire. While Anilin was in his thoughts, the alarmed Miao Tian asked the protagonist what to do. The guy thought and said that he would probably have to refuse the dragon. He understood that if this is not the best solution, then they would face an extension of someone at the stage of divine transformation. However, before Anilin managed to speak out, the dragon asked, "Really, they were here to follow the ruins of the lake if they do not want to exchange treasures." At this moment, everyone immediately looked at the dragon, because they never heard about ruins. The dragon once again asked if they are not for desires. They probably want to explore the ruins, with which the group agreed unanimously. After that, the dragon turned into human form and said that it would suit everything. But the study of the ruins would not be simple, and said in the group to remember that even if it is for the sake of heritage, but their lives are more expensive. Nevertheless, it was obvious that the groups were no matter the dragon's words, and they were much more interested in how beautiful he was in human form. After that, the dragon extended his hand and went to the ground. After he said to open, it was as if the Bible began to go up in the Bible, and a clear road appeared. After that, the dragon turned his head and told the group to follow him. After analyzing the words of the dragon, Anilin realized that there was some legacy in these ruins, and it seems he should take a closer look. After that, the group of the protagonist followed the dragon, who walked in front of them. A few minutes later they arrived at some door and stopped. The dragon turned and said that during the study, they could meet life-threatening obstacles, and asked if they were all ready. Anilin, along with the others, nodded their heads warily. After that, the dragon opened the door and you could see a bright light outside the door. The dragon said that a forbidden matrix is operating on the territory of the ruins, and it will not be able to go as it is at the stage of divine transformation. He also said that as soon as they go there, it will only depend on them. After that, he handed them a snow-white rock and told them to think in it as soon as the entrance was reached, and he would open the doors to them. After that, the dragon wished them good luck, and a group of the main characters went inside. After that, the door began to slowly close. Very soon the water began back along the road, and the dragon at that time was on the ground. After that, the dragon exhaled because he did not expect that after so much time, there would be cultivators who were ready to sacrifice their lives. Nevertheless, he decided at the beginning to report this to Madame Tianyu. However, let's return to the top of the mountain on which Ani Lin was previously. Lin Junjun picked up another sheet of paper and tried to concentrate. The girl closed her eyes, exhaled, and told herself that she needed to calm down and picked up the brush in her hands. However, while Lin Junjun tried to concentrate, some people alarmed her and decided to report something. The dragon reported so many cultivator began to explore the ruins of the research center. The girl was quickly surprised and asked what their level of power they had. The dragon said that one of them is in the middle of the stage of improving the soul, one at the beginning of the stage, and 3 is at the 10th stage of improving the body of Taus, as well as another for the 9th. The girl thought and went to the gate. She said that the group is not weak, but could not be called strong enough. After that, the dragon asked was not one of the best groups over the past 10 years. The dragon said that since several groups died in ruins, only a few cultivators have shown a desire to explore them. The girl smiled and said that since they were so brave, if they can survive, asked for a few awards, regardless of whether they would receive any information from the ruins or not. Naturally, the dragon agreed with this. The time of Ani Lin when he was inside the ruins breathed heavily along with other members of the group. As it turned out, many huge robots were in these ruins. They could be compared with huge furs, and it was obvious that they were not from this world. Ani Lin looked at the robots and wondered why they are generally in the world of cultivators because they are clearly not part of this world. Approaching one of them, Ani Lin noticed that they were blocked by an invisible barrier, and the robots themselves would clearly not fit in his spiritual ring. At the same time, other members of the group examined other parts of the room. Ani Lin told them to look around because all these things are new, and look like a new house and does not look like ruins at all. The awkward Tian Lin Lin said that there is also no dust on furniture, and the design is quite futuristic. Mao Tian at the same time noticed that at the end of the corridor there was an unlit path, and asked if they should continue to go. Ani Lin thought and said that initially he wanted to enter so that the horned divine dragon did not get angry with them. But if it is all that you need to do, then you just need to sit here and wait a bit. Ani Lin said that all that they need to do is to go into a horn, and then they will be able to leave this place intact. The guy understood that these ruins are a heritage, and perhaps this is also an opportunity. Ani Lin turned to his group and offered to act the subsequent. He said that those who want to explore the ruins can follow him, and those who they want can simply stay here and wait for the rest. Immediately after that, members of the group began to approach in order to participate in this decision. However, as it turned out, absolutely all of them were behind him supporting him. Ani Lin was surprised after all. He did not think that none of them was afraid to die. After that, the guy decided to make clarity and said that he was not the divine Ani Lin who killed the true queen of Anir. The guy said that he was just an ordinary cultivator who barely reached the initial stage of improving the soul. Gen Shisui stepped forward and said that naturally they are afraid to die. But if they can't go the Tao's path and achieve immortality, then they will still die, and this is inevitable. The guy said that the adventures and the use of any opportunities that they are given will give them a little chance to achieve immortality in the future. When Ani Lin heard the answer of his comrade, he smiled broadly and agreed with it. Ani Lin was inspired and said that since they all made a decision, they could go forward. After that, Ani Lin, along with his group, continued to go forward. They just went to the very corridor of which Miao Tian spoke about. Near the entrance there was an incomprehensible area with very strange symbols. Ani Lin pointed to her and wondered what language the text is on this metal plate. Sun Fanlian suddenly performed, and the guy asked if she knew this language. The girl explained that this is the language of Tsin, and it says that the research center is 88 Zsin, the center for research of the biological pedantine. After that, Zan Shisui asked whether these ruins were a center of research. Ani Lin thought and said that the information on the plate explains why these ruins look like that. At that moment, Miao Tian remembered something and asked, "Really, Jin about which Sun Fenlian spoke somehow referring to the civilization of Cixin?" Ani Lin raised an eyebrow and asked not just a civilization, which is technically more developed, and once so why it is so alarmed. Sun Fenlian began to explain that from civilization, Jin once existed on the continent Taichi, and had technologies that significantly exceeded other civilizations, but for some reason, it was completely destroyed. The girl explained that her house, the state of Tisin, was once a barren wasteland, and it was originally called Shuefen. The girl also said that the most popular reason for which the name changed was that most people would believe that it was done in honor of the disappeared civilization. But this is not so. Sun Fenlian explained that it was because he accepted the legacy of the civilization of Tsin, and also received an inheritance from 9 and 26 research centers. The girl said that there were only 100 research centers that were worthy of assignment of a number. Sun Fenlian said that the rest of the research institutions were completely destroyed and became a wasteland or a draw. She explained that the reasons why the state over the past 1,000 years has turned from the second in the village of the state, the weakest of the 9 has become the legacy of 2 numbered research centers, which led to fundamental changes in the state. Zhan Shisui looked at Luo Zizipin and said that it turns out that they are in a research center number 88, which is an invaluable heritage. Luo Zizipin said that it is like that, and once these ruins are extremely dangerous. Anilin smiled and said that since they can take advantage of the chance and explore the place here. After that, the group of the protagonist went after the guy along the long corridor. Miao Tian began to be afraid and say that it was very dark here, and in that compartment it was light compared to this place. After that, she agreed to the question. Did they really try to intimidate them? And Zhan Shisui could not disagree. Suddenly the Monkey King wondered why they cannot turn on the light. After that, the group looked at the King of the Monkeys and asked where the switch was then. Without thinking twice, the King of the Monkeys rubbed his hoop on his head. Immediately his hoop began to glow with a bright light, then could not but blind everyone else. Ani Lin hastily said the Queen of the Monkeys to go forward. After a small stop, An Lin, along with the rest of the group, began to follow the King of Monkeys. Sang. Ani Lin looked around, and could not help but say that the walls and floor are very smooth, and looks like it was all made of black metal material. Very soon, the main characters group encountered 2 ways, and the Monkey King asked where they would go. Ani Lin thought and asked the King of the Monkeys to illuminate both paths. The King of Monkeys immediately did this and said that they were both blocked by dark red doors. Without thinking twice, Ani Lin thought that since they needed to make a choice, then there is no difference between them and they will go along the right path. Very soon, Ani Lin and the rest of the group opened the door and went inside. As soon as they went inside, nevertheless, they could not help but feel the caustic smell of blood. Suddenly, Ani Lin opened his eyes wide when he saw something and drew the attention of his comrades to this. In front of them were dozens of tall glass tubes in which something was located. There were many human forms with animal features. For example, one girl could notice a shell tail and the guys could not help but wonder what kind of place it was. There was another next sign and Sun Fenlian immediately read it. She turned, closing her mouth with her hand, and said that it was a DNA crossing laboratory. When Ani Lin heard it, he was very surprised. Luo Zizipin approached one of these copies with the head of the goat and asked, "They really crossed people and vile animals." Ani Lin looked up and said that, regardless of how much this kind of terrible experiments become this place, they will never cease to conduct, and perhaps they even strengthen some desires. After Ani Lin, together with the group, finished the inspection, they moved to another room. Being at the end of the room, the hero decided to turn. They stood at the exit and decided not to return to such a room. Ani Lin, along with his company, went into the next room and began to look around. No one understood where they were, and the only assumption, due to the huge number of bottles, was that the place was similar to the library. Looking around, the guys realized that there were a lot of transparent cabinets with a bunch of drugs inside. Hardly. Ani Lin told anyone not to touch anything and go further. Thus, Ani Lin calmly went further. Very soon they were near the next iron door. Going inside, they saw some strange room with a bunch of elements of the motherboard and a large stone with the same patterns that flew inside. Suddenly, a hologram of some girl appeared in the room. The hologram greeted the group of the main characters and said that they were at the test training ground of 5 elements. Nevertheless, not everyone understood that it was really a hologram, as for example, Sun Fenlian thought that someone was there. Luo Zizipin explained that in fact, it is not real, and its translucent body consists of light waves. Immediately after that, the hologram clicked her fingers. After this group of the protagonist, 5 portals surrounded. The guys looked around and wondered if this is a new test. The hologram once again explained that this is a test of 5 elements. After that, she described that they consist of burning hell, raging waves, confusing roots, a myriad of blades, as well as falling stones. The hologram explained that in each zone, there should be at least one person who is able to touch the sphere, and as soon as they fill the sphere with their energy, then they will pass tests. After that, the hologram asked how they are going to be distributed. Anilin thought for a while. The guy said that he would go to the water zone, the king of monkeys, into the zone of fire. After that, Anilin said Sun Fanlian to go to the metal zone. Luo Zizaipan was supposed to go to the zone of the earth, and the Imbias guy and Mao Tian in the wood zone, with which everyone agreed. Entering the portal, Anilin turned back and once again reminded of his own safety, and wished them good luck in achieving his goals. After that, everyone began to enter the portals. Anilin touched the portal, still not realizing what was waiting for him next. Very soon, Anilin found himself inside the portal and entered the ground. More precisely, it was extremely difficult to call the earth, because everything around was continuous water. Before Anilin looked around as the next wave of water flooded him. It was hardly possible to go afloat, Anilin. Always all the question can be able to get to the end whole and sound. At the same time, while Anilin literally plunged into the water, the king of monkeys was surrounded by an endless flame. He could not stay in place, and only jumped from side to side. He understood that this would be far from a slight test, because he was very hot. Miao Tian and Zhan Shixi at the same time already began to work, because everything that surrounded them, this huge number of roots. Luo Zizipin was in the measurement where there was a bunch of stones that flew everywhere. He could not withstand this, and only complained that they fell and wounded him. At the same time, Sun Fenlian hardly dodged the blades constantly attacking her, and it was obvious that this was far from a difficult mission. Having passed some distance, Anilin noted that in the middle of the sea of water, iceberg could be seen from afar. Looking around, Anilin realized that the whole zone extends by several hundred meters, and he was surrounded by raging waves, and a snowstorm also interferes with him. The guy realized that he first needs to get to the ice at least. Very soon, Anilin was literally a couple of meters from the block. He resisted the sea waves for a very long time, and only sentenced to hold out a little more. Drinking the ice so that it is easier for him to go through, Anilin does not give up. After some time in the middle, yes, Anlin found something likeness of the sphere, and he realized that she had finally finished the test. As soon as Anilin touched this sphere, it was reported that the water zone was passed. Meanwhile, Sun Fenlian also finished her test, and despite the fact that she received a couple of light scratches in the end, went into the metal zone. Very soon, and the king of monkeys ended his test and went through the fire zone. Zhan Shisui and Miao Tian naturally did not give up and passed the wood zone, with difficulty. But Luo Zizipin was also able to go through his zone of land. After that, everyone was reported that the test was completed. Suddenly, before the eyes of the protagonist, something began to glow, blinding him. After that blinding light, Anilin noticed how he, along with other members of the group, sharply began to fall down, finding himself back in that strange test room. Anilin was very surprised because they could not understand how they could teleport them so quickly, and what kind of dark technology it was. After Anilin and other participants landed to the ground, they again approached the hologram. Once in the center of the room, Anlin is all the question of where they are. The hologram and again greeted them and said that they are in Mainfrey, and the process of transmitting heritage will now begin. After that, the hologram blessed the group members and said that each of them would receive part of the heritage. Suddenly, from that incomprehensible stone N, a bright ray of light appeared, which brightened part of the room. Anilin, along with the king of the monkeys, looked warily at this ray of light. In the same way as Anlin, the rest of the group also waited for any outcome. After that, the hologram turned to Sun Fanlian and congratulated her. She reported that she got a metal trail. Waiting for something else, Luo Zipin pointed to himself and asked what they would receive. The hologram looked at him and said that they were simply unlucky. And then the other members of the group literally lost their minds. They could not believe that they went through so many things. And only now she says that it was a lottery. Nevertheless, Anilin fought his anger and asked Sun Fanlian if she had any sensations from heritage. The girl said that she began to understand the path of metal, and most likely simply became better to understand by virtue of her pedigree. And it also sheds color on understanding the path of the sword. The rest of the group either did not quite understand what the girl was talking about, or how Miao Tian began to envy her. An awkward silence was stopped by Anilin and began to speak his proposal. Anilin decided to simply not pay attention to it, and continue to move on. Very soon the group left this room and moved on. Entering the next room, they were very surprised. Looking around, the guys realized that this room was very high-tech and was most likely used to study Masha. Miao Tin examined in surprise, but still did not understand what kind of cars they were. Ani Lin said that since he does not understand anything, he has the feeling that he is walking in the museum, and told the group to continue. Very soon they left this room with the whole composition. The next room was very similar to the previous test room, but unlike it, it did not have walls, and there was space instead. After that, another hologram appeared. The girl once again greeted the testing of the pedigree. Ani Lin was wary and asked what she had in mind. After that, the hologram said that the probability of survival in this test is 30%, then clearly frightened most. The hologram explained that all that they need to destroy the genealogy chimer, and those who complete this test, will receive a chance to inherit the pedigrees that are provided in the laboratory. Ani Lin did not quite understand, once again asked the hologram that she had in mind by inheritance of the pedigree. The hologram showed the chief hero a finger up, and would say that these are artificial pedigrees that were created in this laboratory. After that, she said that the quality from civilization Zyson was guaranteed. When Ani Lin heard in her speech, he could not help but grin, because all this looked like a marketing move. Then Zhan Shisui looked at the hologram and asked, "Does it really talk about those pedigree from the monsters that are in water in metallic glass pipes?" The hologram said that their pedigree and inferior, and they may not worry, because those that she is going to give them will be completed. When Ani Lin and the team heard it, they shocked, because they wondered if the hologram thought that they had to believe in it. After that, Miao Tian went to the main character and said that the reward would simply make them the object of research. Ani Lin also thought about it, and the girl asked whether they should just begin to explore other rooms. After the long thought of the protagonist, the guy raised his hand and apologized, because they were about to miss this test. The hologram lowered her head and said that she understood the decision of the protagonist. After that, she smiled and said that in any case, the test began and wished them good luck. When Ani Lin heard this, he could not come from a sense of betrayal of a banal common sense at some time. Then Luo Zizipin realized that they were all deceived and pointed with a finger at the hologram. The king of monkeys, too, could not help but swear and asked, "Really, she was deaf?" Mao Tian at the same time began to panic and say that something is clearly happening with this woman. After that, some kind of hole began to appear from the full room. After the doors of this shutter opened from there, some capsule came out, one of which they saw earlier. While the guys were engaged in the fact that the capsule door was panicked, and water began to pour from there. Immediately after the water spilled, it was enough to see the silhouette of the chimera. Ani Lin was right away and told his group to be careful, waking up the chimera of the muscle and the obvious parts of other animals. It began to slowly leave the capsule. Suddenly, Heimer put her hand right in the back. While the rest of the group was preparing for the battle, they still did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the chimera began to get her own spine out of her back. After he took out his monster bent and looked ominously at the team. However, literally the next second, the monster simply evaporated, then scared everyone. Ani Lin could not believe in the speed of this monster, and told everyone to quickly go into the scatter. Having accepted the main character's team, everyone began to move back. After that, Ani Lin briefly saw the silhouette of the chimera behind him. Only then, Ani Lin realized that he could somehow track him. Ani Lin activated his fist, shaking the mountains by accepting the enemy attack from above. However, despite the fact that Ani Lin was sure of his strength, Heimer only smiled terribly. As it turned out, this technique did not do anything to the enemy, and he simply cut it with his spine. Then Ani Lin could not believe his eyes, because no one had yet been able to break through his blow before. However, while Ani Lin and Chimera hesitated, another figure appeared above the monster. It was the king of monkeys who managed to attack Heimer. However, it was obvious that the latter knew about this attack and managed to turn. After that, with a terrible smile, he retorted the attack of the king of the monkeys. The king of monkeys raised that the situation is very bad, and the monster has too fast reaction. Naturally, the monster was not going to dwell on only one attack, and once again attacked the king of the monkeys. Despite the fact that the last attack king of the monkeys was able to recapture and hold out in place, but the next one brought him out of balance. Ani Lin took out another talisman and said that it makes no sense to hesitate and activated the ice sword Fearlessness. However, despite the fact that he activated the talisman, for some reason he was not activated, and the chimera simply looked at the protagonist silently. Ani Lin smiled easily, and here he realized that things were bad because the guy realized that the talisman simply did not work here. Without thinking twice, Ani Lin activated the technique of divine scanning. After that, the analysis showed that his weak place was the left shoulder. Ani Lin took his sword from the scabbard and was going to attack him. The guy jumped forward and began to make his attack. Very soon he was in the air, and despite all the power of the guy, Chimera simply looked at him with a terrible smile. Seeing the protagonist near Heimer smiled even more. After that, at the last moment, the Chimera deviated from the attack, and the deed of the protagonist simply hit the floor. Anilin could not believe that he bowed, because it meant that things were very bad.